Usually when transmigrating into a villain's body, people would avoid the female lead. But this person is different. She contemptuously poured the red wine from her glass onto the female lead's head. In front of everyone, she said, "You knew I'm the Duke's daughter, yet you dare call my dress vulgar. You're just a mere commoner's daughter. How dare you say such things?" This girl who was publicly humiliated is Alice, with pink, long, curly hair, flawless white skin, and innocent big eyes. Anyone who sees her would be mesmerized. At this moment, Alice said grievously, "I only said your dress was special, like a dancer's." As the only daughter of Duke Candamevan, how could Leyland tolerate such comments? Leyland arrogantly said, "Do you think you're qualified to judge the Duke family's taste? Insulting me is equivalent to insulting the Duke's family. In social circles, every word and action of ladies affects how others view them." But who is Leyland? Her father is one of the Empire's two pillars, Duke Candamevan, who holds the golden branch symbolizing financial power. In the novel, Leyland was extremely spoiled and willful, but she had many followers. As someone who had read the original story, Leyland felt satisfied. "You've been manipulating Leyland all this time, right? Today your female lead's halo ends here." Just then, a cold voice broke the awkward atmosphere. It was the male lead, the Crown Prince, the one who publicly humiliated his fiancée Leyland, and secretly cheated with Alice, that scumbag. He was also the person Leyland was madly infatuated with. After exchanging glances with Alice, the Crown Prince coldly spoke, "You've become unbearably arrogant." Leyland angrily retorted, "Arrogance and confidence are different things. I hope you understand that," then smiled and said, "I'm just teaching this lady noble etiquette." The Crown Prince frowned and asked, "Teaching etiquette with wine?" Leyland deliberately raised her voice. "This way, she'll understand her position. I think she's very clear about it now." Alice gritted her teeth and endured, then curtsied to Leyland and said, "Thank you for your guidance." The Crown Prince embraced Alice and said, "You don't need to listen to her. Let's go." As they turned to leave, Leyland smiled contemptuously and said, "Oh right, since our engagement is canceled, please show me more respect in the future." Then Leyland left gracefully under everyone's admiring gaze. As a wealthy villainess with billions in assets, what's a mere crown prince? I can find young pretty boys to accompany me anytime. I still want to enjoy this enormous wealth. Although now I've transmigrated into a wealthy villainess, my reality was actually quite tragic. My boyfriend of 8 years cheated with my best friend and scammed my money to prepare for civil service exams. Not only that, but my best friend also provoked me by inviting me to their wedding. Xiao Zhen boldly retorted, "A homewrecker who seduced my boyfriend, now inviting me to the wedding. How thick-skinned." But after returning home, she felt dejected. She happened to read this novel, but seeing someone beautiful and wise being played around by a green tea female lead suddenly reminded her of her own situation. Xiaozhen lost interest in reading and fell asleep on the couch. However, when she woke up the next day, Xiaozhen saw black hair and purple eyes in the mirror. She was stunned. This was Leyland herself. Xiaozhen was too shocked to speak. She must have been too immersed in the novel and had this dream. Before she could react, Xiaozhen was attended to by maids for washing up. Is this what rich people's life is like? Having someone wash your feet is one thing, but even bathing requires 4 people to attend to you. But why such a grand ceremony so early in the morning? The maid informed Leyland that Count Ashwin's family was hosting a party today. Leyland felt the name was familiar. If she remembered correctly, at the last party, Leyland had just taught Alice a lesson. She complained that Alice's clothes looked like a maid's, had her thrown out of the party, and didn't forget to mock her. "If you come to the next party looking this poor again, please don't discuss me anymore." Alice Leyland felt helpless. Why did she have to transmigrate right after the villainess had taught the female lead a lesson? After a while, looking at herself all dressed up, she was stunned. She was too beautiful. Leyland accepted her situation, thinking she'd let the protagonists have their romance while she enjoyed the villainous sister's money. As soon as Leyland appeared at the party, she attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look at her simultaneously. Just then, the female lead Alice appeared. "Long time no see, Lady Leyland." Unlike the last party, this time Alice wore an elegant princess dress. She approached Leyland and lowered her head shyly. "I know you don't want to greet me, but I must tell you something." Leyland asked indifferently, "What do you want to say?" Alice said pitifully, "I wonder if my dress today will displease you." At this moment, Leyland remembered. According to the book's plot, Leyland would curse at Alice because of this dress, saying How dare you steal my dress through a man and then slap her? I can't fall for a trap. To maintain my image, Leyland smiled slightly and praised the dress as beautiful. Alice was stunned, not expecting Leyland to refrain from hitting or scolding her. Leyland knew clearly that she wanted revenge, but she only wanted to have fun. Walking towards Alice, Leyland said, "This dress seems to be Rosemary's. It suits you well. Have fun." After Alice's provocation failed, she suppressed her hatred and smiled at Leyland. "After not seeing you for a while, your mind has become much broader." Leyland turned and asked what she meant. Alice immediately played innocent, saying, "Many noble ladies get upset when others wear dresses from the same designer. After all, dresses are a lady's dignity. I thought you'd be very sensitive about this, though I don't know much about these things. Lady Leyland, do you think I'm right?" Facing Alice's provocation, Leyland just smiled slightly. How thick-skinned, Leyland secretly mocked. What's so great about being the female lead? What right does a homewrecker have to be so righteous? She smiled generously at Alice. "I'm not as narrow-minded as you think." At this moment, Leyland took a glass of champagne from the waiter. Raising her glass high, she said, "If I really hated matching with others, I would buy all the designers' dresses across the entire continent." Alice thought Leyland would pour it on her and quickly closed her eyes to apologize. But Leyland just handed the champagne to Alice. Leyland leaned close to Alice's ear and said contemptuously, "Poor Alice. In the future, you probably won't have the chance to wear Rosemary's dresses again. So enjoy the moment while you can, understand?" After hearing this, Alice gripped her wine glass tightly. Forcing a smile, she said, "Yes, Lady Leyland." Leyland elegantly turned back to remind Alice, "Don't get so excited that you make the mistake of wearing the same dress twice." Leyland sighed, glad she hadn't gotten into a fight with her today. On the other side, the noble ladies were discussing where Alice's dress came from. Some suspected the crown prince bought it for Alice. Leyland heard these words clearly as she walked by, but she wasn't angry. She just smiled and showed that she didn't care, because Leyland knew someone else had helped Alice get the dress. Surrounded by many noble ladies, Leyland's gaze stopped on a man. She then asked Mill beside her about this man's background. His name was Caswin, just a commoner in the Knight's Order. Unexpected to find such a handsome man among commoners. That beautiful brown hair plus eyes like black pearls, he looked like a wild little wolf. Leyland covered her mouth with a fan and smiled. Though he's a commoner, he's very handsome. Beside her, Aisha couldn't help but laugh, then quickly apologized for being rude. She explained, "I just found it surprising that you speak so much like us. After all, the Villainess used to treat people of lower status like insects." Leyland held Aisha's hand and said happily, "I see you understand my meaning." Leyland smiled and said, "He has a kind of wild charm, as if he might unbutton his shirt and walk over at any moment." Leyland's words made everyone shy yet excited. Though they appeared proper on the surface, they were all still young ladies after all. Then Leyland asked confusedly, "Why isn't he dancing? I want to dance with him." "But how does a lady invite someone to dance?" Mill smiled awkwardly. "Just give him a hint with your eyes." After hearing this, Leyland fixed her gaze on Caswin. Caswin felt the intense gaze and turned away awkwardly. He sighed helplessly as he walked over. Though Leyland had seen many handsome men before, this little wolf was too handsome. He even seemed a bit shy. Looking at Caswin in front of her, Leyland was too nervous to speak. Then Caswin slowly spoke. "Why do you keep staring at me?" What a straightforward man. He was arrogant and willful. But now looking at the man approaching, he was too shy to speak. Caswin asked Leyland why she was staring at him. Leyland turned her head, avoiding his gaze. "I wasn't looking at you." Caswin continued asking, "Are you saying I was mistaken?" Leyland firmly denied, "I really wasn't looking at you." Caswin sighed helplessly. He turned to the other noble ladies and said, "Were others not looking either?" Leyland had no choice but to admit she had been looking. Leyland frankly said, "I looked because you're handsome, so I looked a few more times." The next second, she moved closer to Caswin. "Can we dance together?" This surprised Caswin. Then his face turned red. Leyland thought he was cold and expressionless, but his emotions were written all over his face. Caswin bowed to Leyland. "Please forgive my rudeness. I misunderstood." Leyland felt awkward and said, "It's all right. I see this seems to be your first time here. It's normal not to understand." Caswin raised his head, smiling. "It was my fault. I hope you enjoy your time." While Leyland was still immersed in Caswin's smile, unexpectedly, Caswin turned and left. Lin was stunned. What about our dance? How could he just leave? Then Lin continued enjoying the party, surrounded by others. By evening, Lin lay in bed thinking, attending a party is so tiring. Good thing I came back early. At this moment, Betty the maid stepped forward and said, Miss, let me help you brush your hair. Then Lin asked Betty, if I want to spend money, who should I talk to? Betty said she could just take whatever she wanted from the stores. That sounds like stealing, Lin explained. I want to investigate something at the Information Guild. It will definitely cost money, and Father can't know about it. Lin wanted to know how much pocket money she had. Betty said she would prepare everything tomorrow. The next day, Lin was stunned looking at the account statement. This number was ridiculous. It was 50 billion, and that was just pocket money. Seeing Laylene's expression, Betty thought it wasn't enough. The Duke said that Miss can spend the house's money freely as needed. This 50 billion was just small change for the Duke's household. Lin was overjoyed inside. Long live the Villainess. Long live being super rich. Then Lin said, even if I spend 2 billion today, it won't be noticeable, right? Maid Betty asked if Lin wanted to buy a house. Lin smiled and said, no, I just want to help the poor. After disguising herself, Lin came to a cake shop. Lin gave the password to the server. I want a steak cake to go. The server asked how many portions. Lin said she wanted it well done and crispy if possible. The server then led her upstairs. A man wearing glasses asked Lin what information she wanted and mentioned their guild required payment in advance. Before the man could finish, Lin slowly walked forward. She threw a large bag of gold coins on the table. This is 100 million guineas as deposit. Call your boss here immediately. So this is how villainesses act so dominantly. Just to see someone, this woman spent 2 billion in just minutes. Facing the man's silence, Lin asked, is this not enough? The man nervously asked why she wanted to see their boss. Without answering, Lin threw another bag of gold coins. Bring him here first. The man still hesitated, saying, please tell me the request content first. Then I'll go find our boss. As soon as he finished speaking, more bags of gold coins fell. The man was dumbfounded. Holding gold coins, Lin looked down at him and asked, will you bring him here or not? Then the man, hugging the money bags, immediately stood up and asked Lin to wait a moment. Lin sighed, having money feels so good. I've always wanted to experience spending lavishly. Just as she was wondering if the man would run away with the money, he hurriedly ran back, saying he had contacted the boss by phone and it would take an hour. Hearing this, Lin took out another bag of gold coins and said, for every 5 minutes reduced, I'll give one more bag. The man jumped up and ran outside like the wind to make a phone call. Lin was so eager to find this Information Guild's boss because the dress that almost caused her to fight with Alice on the first day was given by this boss. So, I want to see what he looks like. Lin held up the fragrant tea. Just as she was about to taste it carefully, someone arrived at the door. It was a man with striking blue hair. Moreover, he had deep blue eyes. With such an otherworldly face, how could he be just a supporting character? Lin felt somewhat envious of Alice. He had both looks and ability. He was not only the boss of the Information Guild, but also the Assassination Guild. Then Lucas spoke. What did you come to see me for? Lin calmly replied, I just wanted to see what kind of person would be so bewitched by a woman that he'd resort to sneaking around and coercing others. I have nothing to request. Lucas became somewhat flustered. Lin picked up her cloak and stood up, placing the teacup on the pile of shining gold coins. You heard right. That's all I wanted to say. Lucas was even more shocked. Spending so much money just to see me? Lin tossed the coins to him. What else did you think I wanted? All right, you must have earned quite a bit today. Remember to return the dress money to Rosemary. She left with a casual wave. Lucas could hardly believe it. Laban walked in from outside, saying in disbelief, in just a few minutes, she spent 2 billion guineas. This is too extravagant. Then Laban asked, what important request did Lin make? Lucas said she didn't request anything, then gazed at the teacup Lin had used. He recalled that day with Alice, when she looked at the dress in the window with envious eyes. The Duke's daughter loves Rosemary's dresses. That's why she thought my dress looked like sleepwear. Can't be helped. After all, she never befriends people of lower status. At this moment, Lucas felt foolish for believing Alice's one-sided story. Today, he discovered the Duke's daughter was very different from the rumors. If she really looked down on people of lower status, there would be no need to ask him to return money for others. Lucas decided it was time to buy a noble title, as he had fallen in love at first sight. Someone with both money money and ability like this. How handsome. After Leylin left the cake shop, maid Betty asked with a smile, "Did your business go smoothly?" Leylin acted mysterious. "It's better you don't know. You might get hurt." On the way home, sitting in the bumpy carriage, Leylin felt nauseous. She suddenly thought she could perhaps start a carriage business. However, Betty's expression upon hearing this made Leylin confused. But it made sense. The previous villainous Leylin was always enthusiastic before starting businesses. She opened a perfume company, but lost business to Alice's boutique perfumes. Then she predicted chiffon velvet would be trendy that year, but the princess wore Alice's cotton gloves instead. It was a complete loss. Recalling the novel's plot, Leylin sighed at the power of the protagonist's halo. At this moment, Leylin happened to glance outside. She saw Caswin and Alice together. Leylin thought he was just a handsome extra, but he turned out to be a male supporting character. However, they didn't look happy together. Caswin seemed forced. But speaking of which, Alice was really something. First the Crown Prince, then Lucas, and now Caswin. How many fish does she need to catch? So stingy, couldn't she share one with me? That night, Leylin had a dream where she returned to the real world. Before her was teacher Xiaoi, who suspected Xiaojin was anemic when she fainted. He suggested she go home early and visit the hospital. Just as she reached her doorstep, Xiaojin heard shouting from inside. It was her father's angry voice. Xiaojin took out her phone and found a hidden spot. Going in now would surely get her scolded. Just listening to some music would make her feel better. Just hold on a bit longer. Soon, Xiaojin fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, it was already 9 o'clock. When Xiaojin returned home, her family was already eating. She explained she was late because she got absorbed in reading. Her father pointed at Xiaojin and yelled, "Don't think I'll pay for your college. You're just as hateful as your mother." Just then, her brother stood up saying he was going out, and their father's attitude immediately changed, calling him precious repeatedly. Her precious son's mother held Xiaojin's hand. It's mom's fault for being useless. Tears rolled down Xiaojin's cheeks, but she didn't blame her mother. "I'll work harder in life from now on. I won't rely on anyone. So mom, you need to stay strong and live on too." A ray of sunlight fell on Leylin's face. She opened her eyes. That was all from 10 years ago. It seems she's living too happily now to even have a dream within a dream. Just then, the maid Betty carried in a basin of water. Noticing something off about Leylin, she asked what happened. But Leylin said nothing. She just asked Betty to pour her some hot tea. Leylin looked around at her current surroundings. She really hoped this beautiful dream would last. The party invitations for Leylin had piled up like a mountain, but she still felt bored. What Leylin wanted most right now was to play with her phone and watch TV. Times like these were perfect for reading web novels. Suddenly, Leylin suggested to Betty that she wanted to visit Ralny. Betty was confused. "Weren't you not interested in the commoner districts before?" Leylin explained, "I heard it's where wealthy commoners live. It's clean and full of life. I want to look around." Though Betty was confused inside, she appeared very happy outwardly. She went to prepare outdoor clothes and notified the night Leylin about the young lady's secret outing. Though this villainess frequently changed her maids, she always kept Betty, her wet nurse's daughter, by her side. Initially thought to be due to their growing up together, but now it seemed Betty was not only perceptive, but also understood the villainess's preferences. Her adaptability was quite good. Leylin smiled at Betty and said, "Betty, even if you went to modern times, you definitely do well." Sitting in the carriage, Leylin looked outside. This area seemed less prosperous. Betty explained that the commoners here were all driven out after the Ralny district's development. Leylin felt sad. The wealth gap here was so large. Why hadn't she seen such realistic things in other novels? Before she could finish thinking, the carriage gave a big bump. After reaching the Ralny district, Leylin felt carsick. Betty went to buy motion sickness medicine. Leylin sat on a bench to rest. Looking at the puppies on the ground, Leylin found them cute. She picked up a puppy and joked, "Should I take one home? Isn't it said I can take whatever I want?" Just then, someone called out to her from behind. Leylin looked toward the voice. It was Caswin. Why was he here? Caswin explained he was temporarily assigned here. Leylin thought to herself, being from a poor background, he's always being ordered around. Caswin asked why Leylin was here. Someone was looking for the dog. He said she should return it. Leylin held the struggling puppy lovingly. "Of course I'm here. because I'm bored. The puppy kept struggling. As it was about to fall from Laylene's arms, Caswin quickly caught it, fearing she might get hurt. Faced with Caswin's intimate gesture, Laylen blushed and quickly handed over the dog, explaining, "I'm here for market research. By the way, Caswin, aren't you tired from work?" Caswin replied calmly, "As a commoner, I'm grateful to have this job. How could I be tired?" Laylen felt awkward. Why did those words sound somewhat sarcastic? Should she encourage him? She wanted to say, "You look great when you're working hard." But what came out was, "Would you like to come to my house?" But Caswin said, "I know my capabilities. Thank you for your kindness." Laylen continued persuading. In this world, everyone is different. Some people are capable, and relatively speaking, some aren't as much. Don't you feel frustrated when you try hard but can't get a good outcome? Besides, I just thought having a few more people at home wouldn't matter. That's really all. If I've made you unhappy, I apologize. Caswin reached out his hand to help Laylen up. He said there was no need to apologize. I was the one being rude. Then Laylen instinctively pulled her hand away from his. She hurriedly left. When Betty learned about this, she immediately suggested that Laylen should learn how to date. She then acted it out vividly. "If I directly asked someone to come live at my house, they would say, 'Sure, I'll get ready right away.'" Then she asked how long Laylen had known Caswin. Laylen calculated. They talked for 5 minutes last time, and this was their second meeting. Thinking about saying such things to someone she'd only talked to for 5 minutes, her face turned red. It must be because a handsome guy initiated conversation with her that made her lose her mind. Just then, a male voice rang out. "If it were me, I would definitely accept. This is a free stay at the famous house of Duke Candlehaven." "Who is this handsome guy you're talking about? How handsome must he be to enchant you like this? Is he more handsome than me?" Laylen looked up. "Isn't this Lucas?" Lucas was waving at Laylen. Laylen couldn't help but sigh. Is this the novel's world? He's so handsome too. "Laylen, wake up. They're all Alice's men." After calming down, Laylen asked directly, "Why are you here? Are you following me?" Lucas explained it was just a coincidence. "I had arranged to meet someone here, and then I saw you sitting here." Laylen was confused. Could that person be? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Laylen froze. Lucas smiled and said, "See? I wasn't lying." Laylen became flustered. Although this was just a dream, it was too dramatic. Finally getting out for once and running into Alice. "I just came here to relax. I don't want to deal with someone whose eyes light up at the sight of me." The maid Betty and the knights noticed Laylen's predicament. Betty lowered the veil on Laylen's head, while the knights shielded Laylen behind them. This touched Laylen. Everyone was so perceptive. "Thank you." Alice pulled out a chair and said, "Lucas, why aren't you paying attention to me? I thought I had the wrong person. You seem strange today." Lucas smiled slightly. "I was just thinking about something." Alice didn't pursue it further and took out a large box. "This is the dress you gave me last time. I thought about it carefully. It's too expensive. I can't accept it. Though I wore it once, it shouldn't have lost much value secondhand." Lucas replied indifferently, "It's not that much money." Alice's ruby-like eyes gazed at Lucas. "Usually you care about every single MIF. What's different today?" Laylen, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. That explains why he came so quickly that time. It was like speed teleportation. Lucas's voice came again from next door. "Because recently I saw someone who threw 1.89 billion elves around like trash on the ground. Suddenly this amount seems like nothing." Alice covered her mouth and laughed. "Oh my, there's actually someone like that?" The next second she pretended to look pitiful. "I'm so envious of such people." Everyone thought Lucas would comfort Alice, but unexpectedly he praised Laylen instead. Such a person must be very capable. "By the way, about that thing you were worrying about to the point of tears in front of the fountain, did the dress solve it?" Alice hesitantly said, "Actually, it didn't. After all, a caterpillar won't become a real butterfly just by sticking on butterfly wings." Lucas smiled. "What's wrong? Did the butterfly say something?" Alice rested her cheek on her hand and slowly said, "She said I'll never have the chance to wear such dresses again anyway. So I should enjoy it while I can. I'm sorry. I know you helped me kindly because I could never afford such dresses. And you wanted to encourage me." Alice said a lot, thinking Lucas would sympathize with her. Unexpectedly, Lucas sighed. "That butterfly is really remarkable. Though I don't know who they are, only capable people would say such things. If I were as rich as them, I'd definitely be even more extravagant. I also want to experience the life of the wealthy, like throwing 189 million Ginny on the ground." Laylen sighed from the side. This person is so annoying. He might as well just announce his identity. Seeing Lucas not taking her side, Alice became anxious. "Lucas, you seem particularly strange today." Lucas replied nonchalantly, "Don't you think capable people are attractive?" Alice muttered with disgust, "That woman has no ability. She just got lucky being born into wealth." Leyland heard these words clearly. She knew this fact, which is why she remained silent. Right now, she was indeed just a rich kid who lived a life of leisure. Better to leave hardworking people alone. Leyland remembered that Alice owed a lot of debt, and her perfume business only succeeded with Lucas's help. Considering her struggles, Leyland decided to be patient. Suddenly, a loud noise nearby caught Leyland's attention. She looked toward the sound. A dirty blonde boy was being beaten. At that moment, a well-dressed fat man pushed the boy, saying, "Move faster." Leyland was shocked. How could there be such a scumbag here? He scolded the boy. "I paid a lot of money for you, but you're completely useless. I'm willing to take you in. You should be grateful." The boy trembled all over. He kept apologizing. The fat man roared again. "Stop talking. Quickly transform into a beast man and work." Soon, the boy transformed into a beast man. Leyland was surprised. Did he just transform? Lucas came over. "What are you looking at? You didn't even hear me calling you." This startled Leyland. Leyland looked around, asking where Alice went. Lucas told her she had already left. Following Leyland's gaze, Lucas said, "That's from the Beastman tribe. They supposedly vanished hundreds of years ago. Seems they didn't completely disappear. Some people buy beastmen as slaves because they're very strong." Leyland pondered. "Hasn't slavery been abolished for a long time?" Lucas explained, "Because beastmen don't pay taxes, they aren't protected. People can make up any excuse to use them as slaves." Looking at the injured boy, Leyland asked, "What's this about? Do beastmen naturally look like that?" Lucas told Leyland, "Probably because he was good-looking. Rich people fought over him. That's why he was burned to look like this." At this moment, Leyland and the boy made eye contact. She became indignant. He's already too scared to resist, yet they still chain him up. Leyland asked Betty how much money they brought. Betty replied they only had $10 million. Leyland removed her ring and asked Betty to borrow money in the family's name. Lucas was surprised. "You're just giving away something so valuable?" Leyland calmly said, "I trust her, and it's urgent now." "Is this the time to be calculating?" Lucas asked again. "Why do you need money so urgently?" Leyland stood up and said, "Let me tell you, at times like this, it's time to show off wealth, of course." Seeing the handsome puppy being bullied, Leyland chose to stand up. After all, saving handsome guys is everyone's duty. The blonde boy changed back to human form because he was too tired. The angry fat man grabbed him, about to teach him a lesson. At this moment, Leyland walked over elegantly. "I have something important to ask you." The fat man asked confusedly. "You look like a noble lady. What can I do for you?" Leyland smiled and said, "This is absolutely perfect. I saw something shining from across the street, so I came over to ask. Where did you buy that gorgeous dress you're wearing? I've been struggling to decide what style of dress to make. The one you're wearing is exactly what I want, luxurious and fancy. I love it." The fat man's face turned red. "You're being ridiculous. I'm a man." Leyland responded indifferently. "Men can like wearing dresses too. I didn't know your prejudice ran so deep." The fat man angrily threw the boy aside and roared, "Which noble family are you from? How dare you speak such nonsense? Do you understand anything about noble honor?" Leyland's eyes narrowed as she arrogantly replied, "Tandemuin." The fat man froze, stepping back several paces in fear. Leyland repeated, "Why are you so surprised? Weren't you just about to teach me about noble honor? Let me hear about your outdated notion of honor." Now the fat man was displeased. "You're going too far." Leyland helped the boy up and glared at the fat man. "What you did to him is what's going too far." The fat man, thinking Leyland was like other noble ladies, arrogantly said, "He's my subordinate. I don't want to sell him to you as a plaything. Please leave." This completely enraged Leyland. "What plaything? You despicable person. The Empire doesn't allow slavery. His Majesty Emperor Tadrian abolished slavery for everyone's benefit. Everyone should receive His Majesty's protection. The great hero ended the century-long war and raised his sword a second time to liberate the innocent. He didn't do it to see things like this happen." After saying this, Leyland was shocked. These words seem to have been spoken through me by someone else. Could these be the Villainess's memories? The fat man remained obstinate. He sneered. "I took him in, protected him, and helped treat his illness. I did good deeds. This is so unfair." Leylin burned with anger. You're abusing him under the guise of protection. Saving innocent people from scum like you is what any decent person should do. The fat man became nervous. What do you want to do? Leylin pointed and said, I'll buy this child. Name your price. How much do you want? This is what it means to be rich and willful. Just look at Leylin. Seeing Leylin's attitude, the fat man sneered. Is this the noble honor of a duke's daughter? Leylin took the gold coins from her maid. I hate complications, and I have lots of money. Saying this, she suddenly threw 100 million gold coins into the fat man's hands. Seeing the fat man's dissatisfaction, the extravagant Leylin threw several more bags of money. Watching Ginny being thrown around like trash by Leylin, the merchant was stunned. Leylin asked, How much more do you need? The fat man nervously replied, This is enough. Leylin tilted her head and smiled, then hand over the key to the shackles. The merchant trembled as he prepared to hand over the key. Leylin's guards drew their swords and pointed them at the merchant. He was so scared he dropped all the money. Leylin remarked that this show of force was perfect. Then the maid promptly caught the key with a handkerchief. After cleaning it, she handed it over. Leylin unlocked the shackles. Seeing the blond boy could barely stand, Leylin asked a nearby guard to support him. The boy stole glances at Leylin. Leylin asked Betty where the nearest magic shop was. Betty immediately led the way, and everyone hurried there. Lucas stared dumbfounded at the efficient Leylin. The scene changed to Leylin opening the magic shop's door. She shouted, I need the highest grade potions. Leylin kept using potions on the boy. She also asked Betty to find out what that man did for a living. Although Leylin didn't mind spending the money, who knew what evil he might do with it? Leylin poured the last magic potion on the boy's head. Leylin asked Betty if they needed another potion, but Betty remained silent. Leylin followed his line of sight. What divine beauty! The once hideous scars on the boy's face had completely vanished. His golden hair was radiating light. Leylin and Betty were amazed. Did I just encounter an angel? The boy lowered his head with tears in his eyes. Clutching Leylin's dress, he whispered, Thank you so much, and began to sob quietly. Betty was about to stop the boy's improper behavior, but Leylin held her back. She stroked the boy's head, lost in thought. You must have felt the same way I did before. In that hellish life, desperately hoping someone would reach out to help. At that moment, Kashiwin watched everything from outside the window. He marveled at how amazing it was, never expecting to see such a kind and gentle side. Kashiwin recalled meeting Alice. Everything Alice said had resonated with him. His situation was similar to his own, yet he still faced difficulties with a smile and firmly spoke of his dreams. Today's events reminded Kashiwin of Leylin's previous words. He was surprised to hear a noble lady speak about the value of hard work. Kashiwin found it astonishing, because all the nobles he had seen would gnash their teeth and insult commoner knights who entered noble society. They would viciously insult them. He had thought Leylin would insult him for being a commoner. At the banquet, Leylin had shyly said, I think you're handsome, so I wanted to ask if you'd dance with me. Only now did Kashiwin realize those words had been sincere. Kashiwin watched Leylin in the room, gently stroking the blond boy's head. His expression was so gentle and peaceful. Kashiwin suddenly blushed and stepped back. Oh no, this is the feeling of falling in love. Another supporting character successfully conquered. The boy opened his eyes groggily. He found himself lying on a soft, large bed. Leylin gently asked if anything was uncomfortable. The boy quickly sat up, saying he felt much better. Leylin sighed in relief. They were just about to leave the shop when, unexpectedly, the boy had fainted. Fortunately, they brought him back. His face was simply unfair. Leylin asked the boy if he had any family she could send him home to. The boy's heart jumped. Then he looked at Leylin and innocently shook his head, appearing pitiful. The light radiating from him shone on Leylin and her maid. The boy asked Leylin confusedly, Have I just changed masters? Thank you, master. Leylin's heart ached. This child, how long had he lived such a hellish life as a slave? Even his smile depended on her mood. Leylin gently stroked his cheek, softly telling him, I'm not your master. You can live freely now. Go wherever you want to go. I only saved you. I'm not your master. The boy felt unprecedented warmth. Leylin helped him see sunlight again. The boy lowered his head, saying dejectedly, I have nowhere to go, no home to return to. Then he stood up and knelt down, begging Leylin, Please let me stay by your side. Leylin immediately stood up. What are you doing? Get up quickly. The boy trembled and continued, Let me serve you. Because you saved me, I'll serve you for life. He begged Leyland again and again, finally breaking down in tears. Leyland couldn't bear it. She walked forward and put her hand on his shoulder. Look at me. If you have nowhere to go, just stay here. All you need to do here is eat well and sleep well. You don't need to do anything else. After hearing this, the boy looked at Leyland dejectedly. Am I useless at everything? I'm sorry. I'm really useless. Leyland frantically explained. I didn't mean you're useless. The boy looked at Leyland pitifully. Leyland actually wanted to look at his face 24 hours a day. Then she said tactfully, just stay by my side and stop crying. You look better when you smile. The boy glanced at Leyland and happily said, then I'll smile often from now on. Leyland told the boy, from now on, just call me Leyland. Light filled the boy's eyes as he repeatedly said Leyland's name, wanting to engrave Leyland's name in his mind. Leyland helped the boy up. By the way, I don't know your name yet. The boy said his name was Harvey. Leyland smiled and said, please take care of me from now on, Harvey. Harvey stared at the beautiful Leyland, completely mesmerized. Because he was too shy to maintain his human form, he suddenly transformed into a shy leopard. Leyland covered her face in shock. So, I save a leopard? He's too cute. The maid trembled in fear. But Leyland asked Harvey if she could hug him. Harvey nodded, and Leyland gave him a big bear hug. I like you so much. How can you be this cute? The next day, a well-dressed Leyland stood at the doorway, hesitating to enter. Although Leyland had been here for a week, this would be her first time meeting her father. Leyland thought, is father angry because I've been spending money like water these past few days? The maid opened the door, and Leyland walked in nervously. Inside was a bright meeting room. Her father stood straight in the middle, formally dressed. Leyland gracefully curtsied. Her father seemed hesitant to speak, making Leyland feel even more uneasy. The next moment, this handsome and serious man looked pitifully at Leyland and said, are you angry with Daddy? Daddy is so sad. Leyland instantly understood. This master of the Candamevan family, though the leader of the country's wealthiest merchant group, was completely devoted to his daughter. He rushed forward to give Leyland a bear hug. Leyland embarrassedly pushed her father away. Then she sat awkwardly on the sofa and asked, did you need something from me? The Duke smiled and said, you haven't come to see me for over a week. Daddy is really sad. Leyland explained, Father, weren't you very busy? The Duke widened his eyes and said, you called me Father. How did you become so formal after just a few days? You should call me Daddy. Leyland had to explain again. I was afraid of disturbing you. The Duke took a sip of tea. I always have time to hear about my precious daughter's life. Leyland said softly, I thought you would scold me. The Duke asked puzzled, why would I scold you? Leyland tilted her head and said, maybe because I spent money recklessly. The Duke laughed heartily after hearing this. As long as you spend money meaningfully, it's fine. You not only used $2 billion to make connections. The intelligence bribery cost $3 billion, but it brought glory to our family. I think it was worth it. Leyland felt uneasy, even without her saying anything. Every move she made was within her father's knowledge. Leyland looked at her father before her, possessing such great power and wealth. Why was he content to serve under the emperor? Leyland slowly asked, Dad, don't you have ambition? Are you satisfied with your current position? The Duke calmly replied, our family has passed down a saying through generations. Don't take a path that's both hard and unprofitable. Our family has been merchants for generations. We won't give up such wealth just to climb to that position above 10,000 people. Most importantly, being emperor doesn't make money. Then Leyland asked, then why did you agree to my engagement with the crown prince? The Duke said innocently, weren't you the one who cried and insisted that only the crown prince was worthy of you? At that moment, Leyland remembered that this engagement was requested by the villainess herself. If she married the crown prince, as an empress, she would have to do a lot of work. When she could live a life of leisure, why should she do hard labor? Leyland firmly told her father she wanted to cancel the engagement. The Duke was stunned. He stood up abruptly and asked why. Leyland said playfully, how could there possibly be anyone worthy of being my partner in this world? Since there isn't one, I should find someone who is devoted to me, clever and smart, to help me manage the family business. The Duke hurriedly asked if her sudden change of heart was due to the crown prince's recent actions. If you want, I can take care of Alice. Leyland said angrily, Dad, do you think I'm running away? I only now realize how powerful the Kanemevan family is. To abandon such a great family to become an empress who lives for the people would be such a waste. Most importantly, I don't want to do something that's both hard work and unprofitable. The family's power was originally used to satisfy Lanling's desires. Now, even breaking off the engagement wouldn't bring losses to the Duke's family. Moreover, Lanling doesn't love the crown prince and wants to stay away from the female lead. She just wants to enjoy life. Leyland curtsied to the Duke. As she left, her father watched her back, deep in thought. After leaving, Leyland sighed deeply. Finally, it was over. When she turned her head, she was surprised to see Harvey sitting by the door, waiting. Seeing Leyland come out, Harvey quickly stood up and said, "Leyland, I missed you so much." This dazzling radiance almost blinded Leyland's eyes. Leyland asked Harvey why he wasn't in his room. Harvey replied that this was what he should do, as it was his job. Leyland stroked Harvey's head, thinking how cute he was. Harvey said shyly, "My hair is spotty. Is it not pretty?" Leyland smiled and praised. "It's unique in the world, a very special color." Harvey beamed with joy. Then Leyland asked, "Do you want to go for a walk?" Harvey hesitated for a moment. Finally gathering his courage, he asked Leyland, "Can I hold your hand?" At this moment, Leyland's heart was about to jump out. It was like having your idol ask to hold hands. Leyland held Harvey's hand tightly, agreeing without hesitation. Leyland's inner voice screamed, "My baby, sister will provide for you for life." Harvey was so happy his ears perked up, but Betty interrupted them, saying a lady shouldn't casually hold others' hands. Leyland felt disappointed. Living here meant following the rules. Leyland let go of his hand. "Sorry, Harvey. Let's go for a walk another time." Harvey stood there gloomily, stroking the hand Leyland had held. He shot a fierce glance at Betty. Betty was startled. Leyland noticed the awkward atmosphere. She called out to him worriedly. At this moment, Harvey was like an angry leopard. Leyland knew he was unhappy and turned his face towards her. Unexpectedly, Harvey immediately switched to a smile. "Sorry, Leyland. I was looking elsewhere." Leyland comforted him. "There's nothing to apologize for." Harvey held Leyland's hand and said, "Because I belong to you, I should only look at you. Looking elsewhere is my fault." Finally, Leyland decided to go for a walk with Harvey and asked if he needed anything. Harvey replied sincerely, "I only need you." After a while in the garden, Leyland thought she must have been seeing things earlier. How could someone's expression change so quickly? It was like he became a different person. It's strange how he described himself as my possession. The sense of inconsistency Leyland felt from Harvey was because he blindly treated following and pleasing me as his duty. He was like a game character, moving according to predetermined settings. Leyland patted the chair beside her, asking Harvey to sit together. Harvey ran over energetically. After some contemplation, Leyland told Harvey, "You don't need to accommodate me so much. Although I say you should be by my side, you don't have to be here all the time." Harvey's face turned cold after hearing this. He asked why. Seeing Harvey's low spirits, Leyland quickly explained, "I saved you, but not to possess you. I don't want to force you with the debt of saving your life. So you don't need to always follow me. Also, just tell me what you want." After listening, Harvey said, "No one has ever been so kind to me. Only you understand me. What I want is to stay by your side." Harvey let tears roll down his beautiful face, his clenched hands trembling slightly. He said, "Did I do something wrong? Or do you find me annoying? You promised I could smile in front of you." Leyland rushed over and hugged Harvey. "I'm not tired of you. I don't dislike you either. I just said you don't need to be by my side all the time. You could do what you want to do." Unexpectedly, Harvey secretly smiled after hearing this. When Leyland saw his perked-up ears and tail wagging happily, she realized she had been tricked. Then, stroking his fur, she said, "You should go find what you want to do. Understand?" Harvey smiled and mumbled, "Such a kind girl." Leyland didn't hear clearly and asked what he just said. Harvey immediately changed the subject. He shyly told Leyland, "I'll smile more often in the future and take good care of my fur. I won't cause you any more trouble. I'll become what you like." Leyland was speechless. It felt like he missed the point, just like a game character being input with new command words. Harvey put Leyland's hand on his head, nuzzling against it, saying, "Pat my head more." Leyland sighed in relief. Harvey could now express what he wanted. Then she realized she had completely fallen for his beauty. Meanwhile, the Duke observed all of Lei Lin and Harvey's actions. The Duke watched from afar with satisfaction. My precious daughter, who used to only talk about the Crown Prince, seems to have grown up quite a bit. The aide agreed, suggesting it might be because of her recent spinning experiences. Perhaps she's felt the power of the Candemevan family. The Duke smiled slightly. That's why I gave her so much money. Before inheriting my position, she needs to learn the value and reasons for spending. If she had stayed engaged to that bastard, my dream would have been shattered. Surprisingly, she even managed to bribe the boss who was wary of me for information. The aide commented that Lucas probably wasn't someone who could be moved purely by money. There must be something else between them. Then, someone brought up Leilin's rescue of the beast slaves, noting how well it served to maintain noble reputation. The Duke calmly said there were many nobles in disguise at the square, but how many would spend 3 billion Jimmy for beast race slaves? Unexpectedly, my daughter gained attention through such a simple yet effective method. Now everyone knows my daughter is a qualified noble. It's time to look for a son-in-law. The aide reminded him to be careful about one thing when choosing a son-in-law. That was appearance. After all, everyone Leyland associated with was a top-tier beauty. The Duke laughed and said, "There are so many men in the world. There must be someone handsome, capable, and kind-hearted who's worthy of my daughter." Lady Leilin's only hobbies were spending money and attending balls and parties. However, that was all in the past. Neil stroked the necklace on her neck and said, "This is a gemstone my father brought back from the kingdom of Roston." Other young ladies expressed their surprise and envy. Leyland now understood. No wonder there were so many party invitations. It was the elders creating opportunities for young men and women to meet. Neil continued introducing that this gemstone was called tanzanite. Leyland thought it was beautiful and remembered seeing it online. She wanted to buy one later. Accompanied by footsteps, a female voice spoke up. "As far as I know, tanzanite is almost always purple. But Miss Meal's necklace looks more like a sapphire." This comment caused everyone to laugh. The person who arrived was Yuan Elon. Other young ladies defended Meal, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Yuan Elon smiled slightly and said, "I mean exactly what I said." Leyland saw Alice's smile. She felt this was aimed at her again. Yuan Elon continued, "I was fortunate to receive a tanzanite from someone. However, its color is similar to lavender. I heard Miss Meal also brought a tanzanite necklace, but surprisingly it's blue. That's why I'm a bit curious." At this point, Leyland coldly spoke up. "How rude of you." Everyone was at a loss. Leyland said contemptuously, "Why are you standing there? Should I, a duke's daughter, take the initiative to greet you? Perhaps you need to relearn your etiquette." Yuan Elon and Alice gracefully greeted Leyland. Afterward, Leyland mockingly said, "I didn't expect you to be someone who speaks nonsense. I really misjudged you, Miss Yuan Elon." Yuan Elon asked confused, "What do you mean?" Leyland calmly said, "Tanzanite is valued precisely because of its color variations. To be precise, it should be lavender blue. But the deeper the blue, the higher its value." Leyland smiled slightly. "Miss Yuan Elon, it seems the gift you received isn't worth much." At this moment, Leyland remembered that Yuan Elon was the one who helped Alice deal with Leyland. After being left speechless by Leyland's retort, she apologized. Leyland looked at Yuan Elon provocatively. "I'm not the one who should apologize, am I?" Yuan Elon apologized to Meal again. Meal sighed in relief. "It's all right." Leyland leisurely sipped her tea while thinking to herself, "Can they leave already? I just want to rest quietly today." Just then, Alice patted Yuan Elon's arm and gave her a meaningful look. Yuan Elon started provoking Leyland again. "For a duke's daughter who knows and cares so much about jewels, why are you wearing the same accessories as last time?" Hearing this, Leyland froze. No wonder Betty had asked her to buy new accessories, but she had been too lazy to do so. Leyland touched her earrings and said, "Because I like them." Yuan Elon continued, "Wearing the same accessories twice is a disgrace for a lady. Weren't those your words?" Leyland covered her mouth in surprise and said, "The Candemevan family's wealth is indeed impressive. I attended so many parties and never wore the same accessories twice." At this moment, Leyland truly admired her villain sister. What a magnificent woman, wearing different jewels to every party. That's so cool. So amazing. Elon looked at Lei and began questioning. The Duke's family is indeed impressive. Impressive enough to warn Miss Alice not to make the mistake of wearing the same dress twice. But strangely, you yourself wore the same accessories twice? Leyland didn't get angry, but smiled at them instead. Thank you for reminding me, Miss Yuan Elon. I was actually worried about what happened at the party a week ago. I was concerned that noble ladies might become extravagant because of it, so I decided to address this issue personally. Leyland glared at them, thinking to herself that she needed to tell them many people follow her example. My every action influences their behavior, just like how Alice wore the rosemary dress I had prepared. Yuan Elon smiled, as expected of a duke's daughter. It's wonderful that you have such correct thoughts. The next moment, Leyland pointed her fan at her. Miss Yuan Elon, it's not your place to judge whether my thoughts are right or wrong. Before criticizing others' thoughts or actions, first consider whether your status allows you to do so. Then consider whether your criticism is actually useful to others. Finally, think about whether your way of expressing opinions might upset others. Leyland slowly walked towards Alice and coldly said, I hope you remember what I said. Alice gripped her dress in anger. Yuan Elon could only bow and apologize, but still couldn't resist mocking. I'll keep it in mind. I'm just worried that you're too high and mighty to listen to others' advice. Leyland laughed softly. You don't need to worry about that. I can distinguish right from wrong. However, Miss Yuan Elon, you need to improve your judgment of people. I can't believe you not only associate with wrongdoers, but also believe their one-sided stories. I had high hopes for you. What a pity. Leyland showed a smug smile. Then she waved her hand, signaling them to leave and not disturb her pleasure. After they left, the young ladies at Leyland's table began criticizing Alice's impropriety. Actually, Leyland had indeed bullied Alice terribly before, though it was because Alice had seduced her fiancé. Since then, Alice had become a thorn in Leyland's side, constantly being bullied by her. Leyland sat in her seat, lost in thought. I can understand both their behaviors. What I don't understand is, what's the point of fighting like this over a man? Leyland complained helplessly, I really don't get it. Just then, a man appeared behind her and slowly said, Duke's daughter, what do you mean by that? Leyland looked back and was surprised to see it was Lucas. Seeing Lucas, Leyland was confused about when he had become a noble. The next moment, Lucas bowed to Leyland. I am Lucas, fortunate to have been granted the title of Baron by His Majesty. Leyland was surprised. Baron Hales? Lucas flirted with Leyland. You may call me whatever you like. Leyland asked curiously, why are you here? Lucas shrugged, glancing at Alice in the distance, saying, I discovered some suspicious characters and followed them here. Lucas suddenly moved closer to Leyland. I'd like to talk to you about him. Leyland covered her mouth in surprise, thinking, this guy Lucas, how did he escape Alice's net and come to approach me? Leyland smiled slightly. Let's find time to talk another day. Lucas smiled and took his leave. Leyland watched Lucas's departing figure and sighed. The noble ladies started screaming. They eagerly asked, who was that just now? When and where did you meet him? Is he married? Does he have a fiancé? Leyland was dizzy from their questions. These girls were all deceived by his appearance. After the party, Betty excitedly asked, you rarely attend parties. Did you enjoy yourself? Leyland said it was fine, but inside she was dissatisfied. It was just a children's party without alcohol. I don't understand why my sister liked these so much. Just then, a long-haired man at the door chuckled, saying, overly assertive women have no charm. The man in the suit agreed. Are you talking about Duke's daughter Leyland and Miss Yuan Elon? Did you see them earlier? Their competition was like dogs fighting dogs. Well, the Candamevan Duke's daughter is known for being assertive. The suited man waved his hand, saying, I really can't appreciate that kind of woman. I prefer gentle and quiet ladies like Miss Alice. Leyland stood behind them and coldly said, are you suggesting I need to cater to your preferences? The two men were terrified when they saw the Duke's daughter herself. Leyland continued, should my every word and action depend on your approval? The man cowered. We were just discussing proper ladylike behavior. Leyland sneered. So you think I'm not ladylike enough? You really speak without thinking. How can men be so imprudent? If I cut out your tongues for the crime of insulting me, at least you'd make handsome, silent men. Then the guard beside her drew his sword. Pointing at one of them, Leyland mockingly said, are you scared now? Why didn't you think of this day when you were gossiping? I was just having a conversation with Miss Yuan Elon. I don't understand why you'd say my behavior wasn't ladylike. The men's legs went weak. They kept apologizing and begging for mercy. Leyland walked past them, saying contemptuously, I don't fancy you either, so I'll spare you this time. But if you speak nonsense again, you won't keep your tongues. Leyland returned to the Duke's mansion by carriage. Just as she got off, a leopard suddenly rushed toward her. The leopard smiled happily. Leyland smiled and asked, Harvey, were you waiting for me? Let's take a walk before going inside. Betty noticed Leyland walking awkwardly and said, let me get you a comfortable pair of shoes. As Leyland walked with Harvey toward the garden, she thought, even though I was born into a wealthy and powerful family, I still can't avoid being criticized like just now. Even if I struggle to protect myself, this world still belongs to the Crown Prince and Alice. A sharp pain in her feet brought Leyland back to reality. So they sat in the pavilion, enjoying the cool evening breeze. Leyland stroked Harvey's head. She said, I really want to do what I like just like now. Why do people always hurt each other? Hearing this, Harvey suddenly sat up, as if asking if someone had bullied Leyland. Leyland hugged Harvey and smiled, saying, if I don't cause them trouble, would they leave me alone? But thinking of Alice's contemptuous smile made her blood boil. Hell no. She's still talking about revenge today. Since this is all a dream, who cares about help or not? It's decided. I'll destroy them both. Nobles care about reputation, right? Then I'll nail you two cheaters to the pillar of shame. Let you never be able to hold your heads up again. I remember I had a chance to deliver a fatal blow before Leyland canceled the engagement. When did they openly show their affection? Leyland muttered, I can't remember. Just then, Betty gently draped a cloak over Leyland and changed her shoes. Leyland sincerely said thank you. Betty was surprised and said, it's my duty. Leyland suddenly realized, since I'm one of the main characters in this novel, I must have been there when they showed their affection. Before that, I want to enjoy this piece with the people who cherish me. Leyland accepted Lucas's invitation and went to meet him with her maid in night. Seeing the handsome Lucas, Leyland was unmoved and directly asked what was so good about Alice. Lucas pulled out a chair flatteringly, inviting Leyland to sit and talk. He asked her what she thought of Alice. Leyland calmly told Lucas, I want to hear your thoughts first. Lucas replied, I just want to see if our thoughts align. Leyland didn't believe him. After all, in a novel, she knew Alice and the Crown Prince were lovers, yet helped the clueless male lead. Although Leyland was curious about what Lucas would say, it didn't matter if she didn't hear it. Leyland stared at Lucas and said, if you want to know my thoughts, be honest first. Otherwise, we can pretend this never happened. She stood to leave. Lucas anxiously reached out to stop her. He smiled and said, why are you so cold? We're close, aren't we? Leyland smiled and said, I'm not free enough to chat with a man who hides his intentions. Lucas was very frustrated. This woman was so difficult. Then he said, what I meant could be about Rosemary's dress. That day when I went to help her buy that dress, right in the center of the clothing store, I saw the dress you ordered. What a coincidence. Leyland pondered. Alice had been in the counterfeit business. She must have known that Leyland ordered a dress from Rosemary. Lucas believed Alice was using him to defeat her rival. However, Leyland still refused to believe Lucas's words. This frustrated Lucas. He had been so sincere, yet she still doubted his sincerity. It seemed he had to use his trump card. Lucas suddenly stood up. He seriously told Leyland, then let me show you my sincerity. After a while, the waiter brought a bowl of strawberry shaved ice. Leyland asked if it was complimentary. The waiter told her Lucas had specifically paid for it. Leyland said contemptuously, is this what you call sincerity? Lucas cried out in pain. This is made with expensive ice. And look at all those strawberries on top. Do you know how much this cost me? As expected of Duke Candom Evans' daughter, even strawberry shaved ice doesn't move her. The next moment, Lucas whined. Just tell me, what do you really think about Alice? Leyland slowly said, I don't understand why Alice would choose the Crown Prince. I'm so famous. Isn't she afraid of me? Lucas seemed to understand something. If Alice hadn't chosen to be with the Crown Prince, they might not have had any conflict. This was indeed strange. Anyone else, even just to avoid being bullied by the Duke's daughter, would have chosen to stay away from the Crown Prince. But Alice not only provoked Leyland, she also used him to win. Leyland looked at Lucas and asked, don't you like her? Lucas shrugged and said, if I liked her, I wouldn't care about these things. Leyland stared at Lucas. This guy really seemed to not like Alice. Leyland put on her veil hat, preparing to leave. Seeing Leyland about to leave, Lucas immediately stepped forward to stop her. Leyland covered her mouth, wondering internally if after transmigrating, she had also gained the superpower to make everyone fall in love with her. What's next in the plot? Will I steal all the female lead's men? However, Lucas held the strawberry smoothie, pitifully begging, "Won't you finish this before leaving?" It was very expensive. Leyland was completely speechless. What kind of weird man was this? He stormed off angrily. It would have been better if he had fallen for me. At least I'd have the pleasure of choosing a consort. However, Lucas watched Leyland leave with a happy expression. As the saying goes, meeting 3 times is fate. Leyland asked Betty what she thought about this saying. Betty thought for a moment and said, "Does that mean you're fated with all the nobles you met at parties?" Leyland felt embarrassed. Apparently not all sayings were true. Just a few steps after Leyland left, shouting and cursing came from another direction. A man pointed at Cass Wynn, yelling, "You think because I'm dressed like this, I'm a commoner like you? Do you know who I am?" Cass Wynn looked at him and calmly said, "I know you're Baron England. For the investigation, I need you to come to the security office." He reached out his hand to take Baron England away, but England violently swatted Cass Wynn's hand away. "How dare you order me around? Who do you think you are?" Leyland watched the scene with feeling. Sometimes certain nobles do whatever they want just to show their status. That actually makes them seem less noble. Betty thought Leyland would step in to help, but Leyland turned away, saying, "Cass Wynn is performing his duties, and we're not close." This wasn't something she should interfere with. Leyland decided to ignore it and go buy Harvey a gift before heading home. However, at that moment, England suddenly became violent. He slapped Cass Wynn across the face. His cheek instantly turned red. Leyland was furious at this bastard. Cass Wynn clenched his fists, controlling his emotions. England was about to throw another punch. Leyland arrived just in time and grabbed his wrist. Leyland shouted, "Take your hand away," and stood in front of Cass Wynn. England disgustedly pulled his hand away, saying, "Who told you to touch me?" Leyland glared at him. "Who are you?" The guards drew their swords, frightening England. England roared, "How dare you be so rude to someone of noble status?" Leyland mocked, "Oh, so you're a noble? I couldn't tell from your behavior at all." The man tried to maintain composure. "I am Baron England. Nobles usually don't interfere in each other's affairs. I advise you not to get involved." Leyland pointed at herself and asked, "Don't you recognize me? Since you're a baron, you should know who I am. Or perhaps you're not worthy of knowing me. In the entire empire, only one noble has mysterious purple eyes and hair as black as the night sky." The man was stunned. "Could you be Duke Candom Evans' daughter?" Baron England's arrogant flame was instantly extinguished upon seeing Leyland. He claimed it was just a small misunderstanding. Leyland stared at him, demanding, "The royal family's angry knight thinks you're suspicious. Shouldn't you cooperate with the investigation? Don't let one bad apple spoil the reputation of all nobles. If you believe you're innocent, you should cooperate with the security team's investigation to prove your innocence." Cass Wynn bowed to Leyland in gratitude. Leyland thought to herself, "It's great to be able to help a handsome guy. But what's the deal with this baron?" Cass Wynn explained that the man had dined and dashed. England was furious. "A noble willing to eat commoner food. You should be grateful." Leyland looked at Cass Wynn, expressing hope that this person would receive appropriate punishment, adding that today's help needed no thanks. But Cass Wynn bowed again anyway. Leyland turned and walked to Betty's side, deeply regretting having helped. Although she didn't know Cass Wynn well, if he was the type who took pride in his work, he would surely be upset by her sudden interference. Besides, he might never handle problems the way she did. Though Cass Wynn became a knight despite his commoner background, he wasn't nobility. No matter how hard he tried, he would always be just a commoner knight looked down upon by nobles. So when Leyland used her noble status to help him in front of him, it was like saying, "I can easily do what you'll never be able to achieve in your lifetime." Betty, who grew up in this class system, asked, "But you're a duke's daughter. Shouldn't that knight be grateful for your help?" Leyland sighed internally. If that person hadn't struck first, she wouldn't have intervened. How dare he touch that face? A cultural heritage. She then told Betty, "How could I stand by watching someone get slapped in public? I shouldn't expect to get along with him. He always ends up disliking me." Betty asked teasingly, "Isn't it because he's handsome and you want to take him home?" Leyland didn't deny it. "Of course, he's so handsome." However, Cass Wynn had heard every word she said, and his ears turned red. Leyland turned to leave, planning to buy Harvey a gift. "He must be waiting obediently at home for me. If I return too late, he'll surely cry his eyes out." Cass Wynn, standing in the corner, stared at Leyland's retreating figure. A tingling sensation spread through his limbs. He felt he had made another mistake. As a commoner knight, Cass Wynn had both the position of a knight and the convenient commoner status to be used as a pawn. Thus, Caswin naturally became the security team's tool for dealing with nobles. The detained England threw documents at Caswin's face, roaring, "Get someone else! I refuse to speak with someone of such lowly birth." However, knights of noble birth didn't want to get involved in matters concerning nobility. So the best solution was to use commoners like Caswin. For Caswin, being ignored was a daily occurrence. But he was still upset because no matter how badly he was treated, these so-called nobles would soon be released anyway. Nobody cared about his feelings. Caswin stood by the window, recalling Laylene's words. Back then, she had stood in front of him without hesitation, yet felt guilty for interfering, worried it might hurt his poor self-esteem. Laylene made Caswin feel guilty. He had thought she was no different from other nobles, so he had been blaming her internally. But he never expected Laylene to be such a kind person. He had been so narrow-minded. Caswin decided he must tell Laylene his thoughts this time. He couldn't help remembering when Laylene said he was handsome and wanted to take him home. Suddenly, Caswin came to his senses, his face and ears turning red. What was he doing? Meanwhile, at the children's store, Laylene was choosing a gift for Harvey. After picking out a necklace and paying, she left the store to head home. Unexpectedly, she ran into a breathless Caswin who had rushed over. Panting heavily, he shyly said, "I've been looking for you. When I saw you here, I ran over. I have something to tell you." Laylene happily replied, "Go ahead and say it." Caswin hesitated, unable to get the words out. Finally, after a while, Caswin asked, "Aren't you upset?" Laylene was confused. "Upset about what?" "Oh, right. Is your face okay?" Caswin shyly covered his face with his hand, saying he was fine. Laylene stole several glances. "It must hurt being so red." Caswin gathered his courage and spoke again. "I'm sorry. You helped me earlier, but instead of being grateful, I was disrespectful." Laylene blushed and waved her hands, saying, "It's my fault for interfering while you were on duty." Just seeing Caswin's face made her heart race. She should be the one apologizing. What was wrong with Caswin? He kept frowning and hesitating. Was he angry about being slapped? Understandably, getting hit for no reason would be upsetting. Thinking this, Laylene moved closer and encouraged Caswin. "Though it might sound strange coming from me, life isn't always smooth. There will be times of frustration and trouble. If you keep living earnestly, you'll meet people who understand you. And you're already trying so hard. So don't give up until you meet someone who understands you." However, Laylene was internally screaming, "Won't you come to my house?" The next moment, Caswin knelt down. He sincerely apologized to Laylene. "If I'm ever disrespectful to you again, please punish me. Thank you for your care and tolerance. I'll see you next time. Please take care on your way." Then Caswin turned and left. Laylene was deeply moved. So she was that kind of magnanimous, compassionate person. Betty said, "You are indeed very tolerant of that knight." Laylene wondered, was it because he was handsome? But why wasn't she like this with Lucas? Betty strongly agreed about Caswin's handsomeness. Maybe that was the reason. Caswin, who hadn't gone far, stumbled. He held his forehead, torn between laughing and crying. This noble lady was very different from what he had imagined. After buying the gift, Laylene was happily playing with Harvey when she suddenly learned the crown prince had arrived. Laylene, who was leisurely petting her leopard, was furious. Could the crown prince just come over without notice? Betty said, "Usually, one should make an appointment before visiting." Then Laylene instructed Betty to tell the crown prince that she was busy and he should go back. Betty was worried, saying, "But he's the crown prince. I'm afraid this might cause criticism." Laylene smirked and replied, "Haven't I been criticized enough already? I am the Duke's daughter of Candlehaven. Even if he's the crown prince and my fiancée, he can't be this unreasonable." The crown prince who cheated because he was unhappy with his engagement to Laylene. He neither dared to refuse the engagement nor wanted to be the first to break it off, yet always acted arrogantly, thinking he was something special. Laylene had no need to cater to such a person. After hearing this, Betty recalled the crown prince's past behavior towards her lady and became angry too. Laylene pondered for a moment. This scene wasn't in the novel. Why would he come now? Suddenly, Laylene realized why the crown prince might be looking for her. She called Betty back, saying she would see the crown prince. Laylene asked Betty to tell him she needed to prepare. The scene changed. The crown prince, waiting alone, heard footsteps and muttered, "You're late." Laylene appeared with ink-black long hair, wearing a blood-red evening gown, looking magnificent. While petting Harvey, she casually said, "Didn't I inform you in advance?" The crown prince, who despised beast folk, asked, "Where did this beast come from?" Then he slowly turned around, with his blood-red eyes and snow-white hair. For a moment, Lei was stunned. Before meeting the crown prince, Lei had wondered, what if he was a good person? What if he treated Lei well? What if he fulfilled his duties as a fiancé, and she, as a transmigrator, ruined their relationship? While Lei was lost in thought, the crown prince leaned close to Leilin's ear. He lifted her chin and said viciously, "You dare ignore me?" Leilin's expression immediately changed. How dare he treat her like this? Such thick skin. Lei angrily slapped away the crown prince's hand and shouted, "What are you doing?" The crown prince looked at his hand and smirked. Lei was disgusted. What was this man doing? How annoying. Lei sat down at the table, took out a handkerchief to wipe herself, and said, "You should feel fortunate. If you weren't the crown prince, I wouldn't let you off so easily." The crown prince showed a puzzled expression. Lei said domineeringly, "You touched me without my permission. I should have your hand chopped off." She then threw the handkerchief to the ground like trash. The crown prince laughed mockingly. "You're quite something, daring to speak like this before the crown prince." Lei replied contemptuously, "I'm the only one who can speak to you like this." Then she got straight to the point. "So why are you here to see me?" The crown prince smiled. "Weren't you desperately begging to see me before? Why so direct now? How impolite." Before Lei could get angry, Harvey had already started growling. He wouldn't allow anyone to bully Lei. Lei continued, "Do I need to be polite to someone who rudely barges into my home?" The crown prince stared at Harvey, daring to bare teeth at me, just as ill-mannered as its owner. This time, to the crown prince's surprise, Lei didn't immediately apologize like before. Lei coldly spoke, "Crown Prince Pryderi, what business is my manners to you? Or do you think you have the right to manage me?" The crown prince suddenly laughed, muttering, "Is this your new tactic to get my attention? Quite interesting." The crown prince had expected Lei to unconditionally please him like before. He didn't expect this Lei to be so assertive. Lei spoke frankly, "Your Highness, if you have no business here, I'll take my leave." Crown Prince Pryderi stopped her and arrogantly announced that he wouldn't attend the National Day celebration with Lei. Then he smirked contemptuously. Lei glared at him. Was he expecting me to kneel and beg him? Lei said indifferently, "Fine, do as you please. It's none of my concern." Then she picked up the teacup. She poured out the tea, then said, "Now the cup is empty. If you have no other business, you may leave. Drinking tea with certain people is just a waste of my time." She was about to stand up. Pryderi ordered Lei to sit down through gritted teeth. However, Lei simply ignored him and walked straight to the door. Before leaving, Lei left some advice. "If you want others' respect, learn to respect others first." Lei patted Harvey's head and said, "Harvey, let's go." She thought to herself, finally this torturous scene was over. However, the next second Pryderi cornered her against the wall, standing behind her. He whispered, "You're really pushing your luck. You have no right to refuse." For the crown prince, Alice and Lei were different. Lei could stand as an equal to the crown prince, even with higher status. But Alice's status was far below the crown prince. Therefore, the arrogant crown prince didn't want to stay by Leilin's side. That's why he looked down on Leilin so much. Leilin spoke coldly. "Why are you stealing my lines? You're the one pushing your luck, daring to act wild in my house. Are you really this ill-mannered?" Looking at the haughty Leilin, Pryderi felt so humiliated for the first time. He glared at Leilin through gritted teeth. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The door slowly opened. A group of knights and guards stood behind Leilin. Leilin looked at Pryderi provocatively and said, "Please continue." Leilin smiled, wondering what he would do now. Pryderi held back, straightened his clothes, then spoke arrogantly. "If this is your new way of trying to get my attention, I admit." He moved closer to Leilin again, saying, "It's quite refreshing." Then he left carelessly. Leilin stood there stunned. What was that expression just now? Could he think that I was using new tactics to seduce him? How could someone be so narcissistic? Leilin was burning with anger, almost fainting from rage. Leilin held her forehead and told Betty she needed to go out. Betty thought she was going to cause trouble. As she was about to prepare gloves, Leilin said she was just going shopping. Besides, National Day was coming up, so she needed to prepare. Betty was somewhat worried about Leilin. Leilin assured her, saying everything must be done properly. The crown prince would soon stumble at my hands, and then I'll settle accounts with him. Then she instructed Betty to make an appointment at the clothing store. At this moment, Leilin remembered the apology letter from Rosemary's boutique because Alice had worn the dress she had reserved. So today she would go to Rosemary's boutique. At that time, Rosemary was discussing something with Alice. Rosemary was very surprised to see Leilin arrive. She hurried to greet her. Leyland smiled and said to the shop owner, "Long time no see." But Rosemary thought bitterly to herself, "Why do I always run into people I dislike?" Alice muttered quietly, "Why does she look so calm?" Rosemary greeted warmly, "You haven't visited our shop much lately. We thought you might be ill." Then invited Leyland into the shop. Faced with Alice's curtsy, Leyland didn't even look at her and walked straight past. Alice's face instantly darkened. She gritted her teeth but dared not show her anger. Leyland smiled slightly, feeling quite satisfied inside, looking at the visibly displeased Alice. Entering the shop, Leyland asked knowingly, "Has my stolen dress been found?" Rosemary apologized repeatedly. Leyland comforted her, "Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Besides, I can see you've been trying hard to investigate, but I'm a bit worried this might happen again." Rosemary promised earnestly that she would never let such a thing happen a second time. Leyland looked at a certain someone. "That's reassuring to hear, but I prefer more practical silence. I trust you understand my meaning." Rosemary glanced at Alice, who was standing foolishly at the door, and said, "I'll keep that in mind." With Rosemary's status in the industry, she could cause significant impact on Alice's textile business. Leyland put down her teacup and smiled. "Then I'll trust you this time." Then Leyland tilted her head and said, "I see there are other customers." Then, pretending to be surprised, "Oh, it's Alice. I didn't recognize you." Rosemary immediately said, "She's not a customer. Please don't mind her." Leyland was about to give Alice a way out, but she caught sight of her slightly challenging look. Alice walked over, lifted her skirt, and curtsied to Leyland again, then explained she just happened to have business here. After speaking, Alice sat down on the sofa. Leyland spoke coldly, "I didn't tell you to sit down." Alice froze, expressionless. Leyland emphasized in an icy tone, "I said, I didn't tell you to sit down." Alice's current position wasn't due to her abilities, but because Leyland was foolish. In fact, without Leyland's permission, she didn't even qualify to sit. After a moment, Leyland suddenly laughed. "I was just joking with you. With our relationship, do we need to be so formal?" Alice gripped her skirt tightly, suppressing her anger, then thanked Leyland. Leyland turned to ask Rosemary, "Have you finished your business with Alice?" Rosemary replied that Alice had just arrived. Leyland deliberately provoked Alice. "So you're here to buy dresses too?" Upon hearing this, Alice quickly waved her hands, explaining she was just here to chat with Rosemary. Leyland feigned confusion. "What else is there to discuss at a dress shop besides dresses?" Then she said to Rosemary, "After Alice picks her dress, send all the remaining ones to the Duke's mansion." Rosemary asked in surprise, "So many dresses? You want to buy them all?" Leyland spoke casually. "You know, I could buy all the dresses on the continent, so I won't fuss over this one with Alice." These words made the poor Alice feel utterly mortified. After a moment of silence, Alice raised her head with a bright smile, stating that today she really just came to chat with Rosemary. "I've already made arrangements to have a dress made elsewhere," she said with sweetness and shyness. Leyland's expression didn't change at all. Then she said, "There are many beautiful and valuable things in this world. I'm fortunate to have been born with all of these. But human desire is endless. They'll keep pursuing more valuable things. What's trash to some might be treasure to others. So someone will surely pick it up. I'm grateful to those who help me dispose of garbage." Alice was emotional, her body trembling. Then she stood up and said, "I know which jewel is most important and precious to you. And I know you're always worried that jewel will be taken by others. I'm looking forward to the National Day celebration party. Hope to see you there." Leyland suddenly burst into laughter. "Does she think she can steal my spotlight at the party? Just with a crown prince? How naive." Leyland suddenly grabbed Alice and whispered in her ear, "You're so adorable. Thinking you can compete with me. You really believe you can do whatever you want in front of me." I'm also looking forward to this National Day celebration party. Today was the Empire's National Day. He made a grand entrance with his father. Looking at this magnificent palace, it felt quite nice. Due to gender separation, father left first. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Leyland, several noble ladies who were close to her remarked, "You look absolutely gorgeous today." Everyone gathered harmoniously, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, a commotion caught Leyland's attention. The crown prince entered grandly, holding Alice's hand. This sparked widespread discussion. Even as crown prince, he shouldn't behave this way when he has a fiancée. Then the two began dancing, ignoring everyone else. The noble ladies were furious. The Duke's daughter is right here. This is too much. Leyland just stared at them silently. This scene of Alice dancing with the Crown Prince. According to the original story, Leyland would stop those who wanted to intervene and would tell the Crown Prince how much she loved him, while others would mockingly laugh, with no one sympathizing with Leyland. Her eyes met with Alice's. Alice smiled brightly, as if she was the victor. However, Leyland smiled back. Just stealing a man, yet she acts like she's won the world. Alice's dreams are adorably simple. Just then, Lucas appeared behind Leyland. Most people would be angry seeing this. Yet you seem happy. Leyland recognized Lucas just by his voice. Lucas leaned close to Leyland and said, "What do you think of me? May I have this dance? With me by your side, your revenge will surely succeed." Leyland couldn't quite understand Lucas's intentions. Was he planning to use her to get revenge on Alice? She firmly rejected Lucas, saying, "I'm engaged. As long as he's present, I can't dance with others." Lucas smiled and said, "But your fiancé is dancing with someone else." Leyland smiled slightly. "Everything is going as I planned." She observed all interactions carefully. Feeling the Crown Prince's gaze, Leyland moved closer to Lucas. Then Leyland slowly walked onto the stage. She questioned Li Shi and Alice. "Are you enjoying yourselves? You seem extremely happy." The Crown Prince asked mockingly. "Leyland, what are you doing?" Amid surprised looks, Leyland removed her glove and slapped it across Alice's face. "I, Leyland Shah Kandamuan, stake my honor to formally challenge Alice." Alice gripped Leyland's thrown glove tightly. "What are you trying to do?" Leyland stared at her and slowly said, "I've been kind to you all this time, yet you've gotten too full of yourself. Your desperate attempts to provoke me are cute, but you should know your limits." With her new backing, Alice grew bolder. "As the daughter of House Kandamuan, one of the Empire's two pillars, how dare you behave so rudely before His Highness the Crown Prince?" Leyland coldly looked at her and said, "And what about you? Do you think your lowly birth gives you the right to act so presumptuously?" Alice's face turned red, stuttering without forming a complete sentence. Seeing her like this, Leyland laughed. "You said I was being rude. Do you know why I dare to be so bold?" Leyland smiled brilliantly. "Because I am the Duke's daughter, Leyland Shah Kandamuan." Seeing Leyland's aggressive stance, the Crown Prince quickly snatched the glove from Alice's hand. He stepped forward and put the glove back on Leyland, whispering in her ear, "Leyland, I advise you to back down." Then he grabbed her wrist forcefully and said menacingly, "Don't make me angry anymore." Leyland told him to let go, but Li Shi remained unmoved. Leyland smiled and said, "I did warn you." People below had started gossiping. "The Crown Prince is so violent. He's so disrespectful to women." In this situation, I wouldn't be surprised if the Kandamuan family called off the engagement. Leyland pulled her hand back and mockingly said, "You're really stupid." Then Leyland looked at Alice again. "As the daughter of Duke Kandamuan and the Crown Prince's fiancé, I have something to tell you. You've been slandering my reputation. How do you plan to make amends? But I'm generous. I'm willing to respect your noble status, so I'm giving you a chance to prove your innocence. You'll accept, won't you?" Leyland had already calculated everything. Training knights requires a lot of money, but Alice's family would never spend a fortune on a knight for dueling. "Alice, I'll destroy your reputation." Seeing Alice's silence, Leyland stroked her hair and slowly said, "If you lose the duel and become a noble who can't defend her honor, you probably won't dare prance around in front of me anymore." Alice turned away, refusing Leyland's duel. Leyland leaned close to Alice's ear and said, "Accepting the duel is better than losing everything. From today on, I won't go easy on you anymore." Li Shi finally understood Leyland's intentions and said, "So that's why you agreed so easily that day." Leyland smiled contemptuously. "You've finally figured it out? There are more interesting things to come. Should I ruin the Conrad family today? Or would you rather watch me chop off her beautiful limbs?" These words angered Li Shi again. He quickly pulled Leyland away, standing between the two. Leyland smiled calmly. "Your Highness, don't be so agitated. You're both at fault here. I will surely present you with a fitting gift. So please, before I take action." Before she finished, Leyland grabbed his tie and said harshly, "Let go of me." As the two faced off, the Empire's other duke, Isabel, head of the Carolau's family, was watching everything. Duke Kandamuan also stepped forward to separate them. He wouldn't tolerate such unreasonable behavior, especially when it involved his precious daughter. Li Shi looked at the two dukes before him and shouted, "Are both dukes here to insult me today?" Isabel angrily said, "She is your fiancée, Lady Canamuin. You cannot insult her like this. Lady Leylin, I am willing to be the witness for your duel. Moreover, since this duel concerns family honor, you cannot seek outside help. You can only rely on your family's strength." Isabel's words hit Alice hard. Then Isabel bid farewell and left. Lishi looked at Leylin and said, "Now your wish has come true. Are you happy?" Leylin retorted, "Aren't I being kind? With my status, I could have done much worse, but I chose to be merciful. So please don't provoke me anymore." After saying this, she left with her father. Her father looked at the crown prince and Alice, declaring to his daughter, "The Canamuin family won't let this matter rest." This warmed Leylin's heart. It's good to have a caring father. Meanwhile, Lucas below was once again captivated by Leylin's powerful charm. Leylin sat alone, lost in thought on the empty terrace. Just then, a voice came. "Why are you here alone, looking all melancholic?" Leylin was startled, thinking it might be some ghost or monster. But in the next second, a hand reached in from outside the railing. Leylin fell to the ground, scared out of her wits. Lucas poked his head out and said, "You always get scared by me. But sorry, I wanted to chat with you, but had no way to knock and come in." Leylin understood. If a man entered normally, it would be easily misunderstood. Seeing Leylin's silence, Lucas pretended to be hurt and said, "If you want to be alone, I'll leave." His beauty was irresistible. Leylin blurted out, "It's fine for you to stay here." Leylin looked down and asked, "How did you get up here?" "It's several stories high." Lucas helped Leylin up. No offense, but that was dangerous. The atmosphere suddenly became intimate. Music started playing around them. Lucas held Leylin's arm. Leylin, captivated by his beauty, unconsciously twirled around with Lucas. Lucas said gently, "Please sit, Lady Duke. Your heels are so high, your feet must hurt." Leylin asked why he came here. Lucas countered, "Am I not allowed to come? I just wanted to see you. I thought if you told me to leave, I would, but you didn't." Leylin asked, puzzled, "Do you need something from me?" Then Lucas became shy and said, "Actually, I want to get to know you better." Leylin said coolly, "Is there any need for that?" The wind blew through their hair. Lucas looked down at Leylin, their eyes meeting. Lucas smiled and said, "You're really hard to figure out." As soon as Lucas finished speaking, Leylin dismissed him. "If there's nothing else, please leave. I want to gather my thoughts alone." Lucas nervously said, "Wait, I have something important to tell you." Leylin felt he was just making excuses. In her mind, Leylin began organizing today's events. Neither the Crown Prince nor Alice had taken any action against her. This improper behavior was now public knowledge. They couldn't possibly be so calm. Or did they have confidence in solving this problem? This novel was about Alice returning to the past. Could she have known what would happen today? Maybe she saw the original plot in the future, knowing this would end as just a farce, and that she would be the ultimate winner, so she felt absolutely certain. The pain in her hand made Leylin irritated. The most incomprehensible was the Crown Prince. That guy was actually the male lead. What was the author thinking to write such an absurd novel? Leylin suddenly remembered the novel had plot twist as a keyword. Could there be other paths for Alice in this matter? Lucas looked sincerely at Leylin and said, "I remember what I wanted to say. Are you just going to ignore the person who treats beast folk as slaves?" Leylin expressed that she was also troubled by this issue, but had no solution. Lucas tilted his head. "So, you're someone who follows plans? Why not be spontaneous like before?" Leylin said contemptuously that even with her wealth, she didn't want to waste it on that scoundrel. Lucas suggested using power to suppress such villains. Leylin asked, "How should I do it?" Lucas replied, "I can help you, but I want 10% of whatever we take from him." Leylin was curious and asked how he would help, but Lucas just hummed and said mysteriously, "You'll know soon." Leylin muttered, "I was thinking about how to deal with that person. Since you want to help, I'll accept." Lucas looked at the contemplative Leylin and said tenderly, "You know you give off very contrasting impressions. You look very cute right now, like an innocent little sister who knows nothing of the world. But sometimes you're like a real Duke's daughter. These two sides of you are really special." Just then, the music started playing again. Lucas stood up from the sofa, adjusted his clothes, and said to Leylin, "May I have this dance?" Leylin asked, "Why are you so insistent on dancing?" Lucas looked at Leylin sincerely and said, "I want to know if my feelings will change after dancing with you." However, Leylin walked past Lucas, heading straight forward. "Are you going to dance here?" Lucas replied, "Well, we can hear the music here." Leyland said if others saw them, they might think they were secretly dating. Lucas grabbed Leileen's hand. "So what?" The Canamevan lady was angry about her fiancé's affair. "So what's wrong with her being with the handsome Viscount?" Leyland looked up at Lucas. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became intimate again. As the music played, and they began to dance, Leyland suddenly stopped. Lucas anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" Leileen's eyes wandered as she said it was nothing. She was just tired. Lucas keenly noticed something. He grabbed Leileen's hand. He asked worriedly, "Why didn't you say anything earlier? It must hurt so much with such an injury." Lucas realized, "Is this why you're hiding here alone?" Leyland turned around and said coldly, "I'm not in pain, and I'm not hiding. I just want to be alone." She turned to leave. Leyland didn't want Friedrich to notice. She was afraid. But after just 2 steps, a warm coat was draped over her shoulders. Leyland turned to see Lucas had already jumped onto the railing. Lucas playfully said, "You just don't want others to see your vulnerability, right? Why are you so proud? Is it because you're the Duke's daughter? Whether you're being naive or proud and stubborn, I like both sides of you." After saying this, he jumped down. Leyland nervously looked down. He had vanished. Leyland was stunned. "What does he like about me?" Meanwhile, Lucas, who had jumped down, was hiding in the garden, embarrassed by what he had just said. This man who only cared about money had now fallen in love. Lucas recalled the scene on the balcony when he invited Leyland to dance. Leileen's sweet smile made Lucas blush. He muttered to himself, "I'm not a child anymore. Holding hands isn't a big deal." Coming to his senses, Lucas realized he had taken Leileen's glove. He said worriedly, "Her wrist must be hurting. I want to escort her home, but what do I mean to Leilin right now? We're not even that close." Lucas felt a pain in his heart. "Next time we meet, our relationship must progress further." Lucas was determined to cross the line Leilin had drawn. To make Leilin show her vulnerable side to him, rely only on him, and think only of him. But since Leilin always asks what business he has, he shouldn't expect too much. Lucas tightly gripped Leileen's glove. He could hear his heart beating clearly, then gently kissed the other side of the glove. Friedrich was summoned to the meeting room by His Majesty. Just as he reached the door, he saw the Duke. After Tandem Duke's brief bow, he shot an angry glance at him, which made Friedrich somewhat displeased. Friedrich entered the meeting room. A glass full of red wine smashed against the wall behind him. Emperor Edwin was furious. "Do you know what you've done? Your fiancé's family controls the Empire's lifeline. You have no right to insult them like that." Friedrich retorted, "Why should the royal family care about their family's face? We are royalty," Edwin countered. "You think being royalty makes you superior to them? The Carolaus and Tandem families built the foundation of this empire. They possess military might and wealth, yet still loyally serve the empire. To think I made such an ungrateful person the crown prince, one who dares to disregard these 2 great families. You only defeated others because Lady Canamevan chose you." He froze, as if hearing Leileen's voice beside his ear. "Your position as crown prince is entirely thanks to Canamevan. Without me, you would never have become crown prince. You neither have the royal purple eyes and blonde hair like His Majesty, nor are you as capable as your brothers. The only thing you possess is that useless pride." Edwin sat down and said, "The partner you need to respect is the Canamevan child. You must take responsibility for your choice." Friedrich walked out in a daze, Leileen's mockery still echoing in his mind. "You heard what His Majesty said? I advise you not to provoke me further. Otherwise, even this nominal position of crown prince, you won't be able to keep it." Leileen's mocking laughter echoed in Friedrich's mind, leaving him unsettled for a long time. Leilin attended the public festival with Betty and Harvey. There were street performances along the way. Suddenly, Leilin noticed something bright nearby. They looked up and saw that familiar figure. It was Cassivan, still as handsome as ever. Leilin noticed a little boy beside Cassivan. When the boy turned around, he looked exactly like Cassivan, as if cut from the same mold. Just then, Cassivan also noticed Leilin. Leilin felt shy and mumbled from behind Betty, "I was just focusing on watching the show." Cassivan approached, asking dejectedly, "Am I disturbing you?" Leilin quickly denied it. Then she saw the little boy beside him. Surprised, she asked, "Cassivan, are you already married?" After all, they looked identical. I've been admiring a married man all this time. How sinful. Cassivan was stunned. He slowly said, I'm not married. This child is my younger brother. Leyland felt relieved. At that moment, the little boy cried into Cassivan's arms. Cassivan explained, sorry, my brother is shy around strangers. Leyland panicked. Did I scare him? How should I interact with children? Suddenly, Leyland had an idea. She bought cotton candy from a nearby stall. Would you like to eat cotton candy together? Cassivan looked at Harvey and his brother in the distance, sighing. They seemed to be having fun. Leyland unconsciously replied, yes, but stopped herself mid-sentence. She had almost called him husband because the atmosphere felt like that of an old married couple watching their children play. Cassivan felt guilty, thinking he had caused trouble for Leyland. Leyland waved her hand, saying, how is this trouble? I offered them the cotton candy willingly. Seeing them happy makes me happy too. Cassivan looked at Leyland sincerely and apologized. However, Leyland had already started thinking about the original story's plot. According to the original story, Alice met Lucas and Friedrich during the festival. There was also a blonde knight on a white horse, and even a magician. This should have been her luckiest time for romance. Cassivan wasn't even one of Alice's potential suitors yet. Just then, Cassivan asked, how do you find this festival? Is it different from noble parties? Looking at the harmonious scene before her, Leyland said, it's indeed very different from noble parties. There's no ballroom here, yet they can dance freely in the square. They look really happy and free. After saying this, Leyland froze. Had she ever been free herself? Leyland suddenly realized that whether in dreams or in novels, she had never lived according to her own will. She could remember bits and pieces of other things, but memories related to the crown prince remained elusive. Leyland felt there must be a huge secret hidden within. Although she could act freely now, perhaps I'm just a puppet on strings. Seeing Leyland's serious expression, Cassivan extended his hand, saying, would you like to dance with me? Just follow the atmosphere. Don't worry about specific moves. I'm here with you. There's nothing to worry about. Leyland reached for Cassivan's hand, smiling and saying, that sounds reliable. As the music started, she began dancing lightly under Cassivan's lead. Leyland felt like she could fly. A gentle breeze passed by, making Cassivan look like an angel descended from heaven. Captivated by his beauty, Leyland blurted out, who are you really? Cassivan smiled slightly. I'm Cassivan, a commoner knight from the 12th Knight's Order. At the square, Leyland's glossy black hair attracted everyone's attention. People thought she was from the Carolow's family and kept inviting her to dance. Leyland didn't refuse and happily danced with them. Worried that Leyland might get too tired, Cassivan suddenly picked her up, making her scream. Her face turned red as an apple. This is too close. She felt he could hear her heartbeat. After carrying Leyland away from the festival center, Cassivan put her down. Leyland softly asked, how did you manage to get through the crowd? Cassivan apologized, saying, I thought this would be faster, so I took the liberty. Leyland shyly brushed her hair. If I really felt offended, I would have pushed you away already, so no need to apologize. Cassivan stared at the beautiful Leyland, stunned. Then he asked, may I ask you a question? Leyland readily replied, what would you like to know? After hesitating for a moment, Cassivan asked, I heard you haven't danced with anyone except the crown prince. So what did it mean when you looked at me at the banquet? Leyland replied shyly, because I wanted to dance with you. Cassivan asked, confused, why? Leyland felt somewhat dejected, because this dream will eventually end. She wanted to dance with this handsome man in her dream, but couldn't say that. Looking at Cassivan's sincere eyes, Leyland asked back, is that not allowed? Did you feel offended? Cassivan clenched his fist and firmly said, absolutely not. I just felt that as a commoner, I'm not worthy to stand beside you. Looking at the dejected Cassivan before her, Leyland slowly spoke. These words might sound strange to you, but I still want to say them. Leyland held Cassivan's hand. I believe relationships between people have nothing to do with status or position. As long as two people understand each other and feel comfortable together, they can be friends. So we can be friends too. Cassivan stared at her silently. Leyland said awkwardly, these words must sound strange coming from me. Leyland felt sad inside. After all, she came from a society without status and class restrictions. However, to her surprise, Cassivan took her hand. Then kneeling on one knee, he asked, may I invite you to dance at the next banquet? Faced with Cassivan's invitation, Leyland was at a loss. Seeing no response, Cassivan felt anxious. Are you unwilling? Leyland waved her hands frantically. I thought you didn't like me anymore, since I meddled and offended you earlier. Cassivan said guiltily. I really regret it. I was too insecure before, so I didn't realize what a radiant person you are. Leyland was amazing. Who knew she could smile so purely? But this way, Leyland felt like she had become the protagonist of this novel. Meanwhile, a blond man was also in the square. Alice smiled slightly. Holding the man's hand, she said, Sir Knight, I have a favor to ask of you. Alice looked at the man with innocent eyes. Can we meet the day after the festival ends? Leyland was invited to her idol Carolau's home. Just as she was about to open the door, she bumped into Carolau's. Leyland hurriedly bowed, stuttering nervously. Carolau's smiled and welcomed Leyland. Leyland was very happy to see Carolau's in person again. Carolau's gently asked, Who did you inherit your hair color from? Leyland replied, I inherited my hair color from Grandmother Caro. Carolau's realized, oh, so you inherited Aunt L.A.'s hair color. Last time when I saw Duke Candamevan, he seemed to use appearance magic. Leyland was confused. What's appearance magic? Carolau's explained. You were born in Candamevan, yet you have the Carolau's family's black hair and royal features. Many people would question your bloodline. Your father, fearing you'd be hurt, used appearance magic to change your looks. Leyland was deeply moved. Her father had changed his appearance for her. Carolau slowly said, I admire your actions at the founding party. Then he asked Leyland, Do you know about a woman called a hero? Lia Elisehan Carlos. Leyland said, I only know she killed the tyrant Baymond and changed many systems and laws for women. Carolau's looked at Leyland, asking, Do you know why she killed Baymond? Hundreds of years ago, a 100-year war began. It only ended when a female hero appeared. But after the war, the men who were forced to serve as soldiers returned. They felt that during their absence, women had taken all their power. The men wanted to reclaim their former rights and receive compensation for conscription, while the women worked hard to keep their positions. They respected and understood each other. The hero praised by the people was actually a woman. As the founding emperor, Baymond couldn't tolerate his power being taken by a woman. So Baymond falsely accused her of being a witch and sentenced her to burn at the stake. Afterward, he began an indiscriminate witch hunt. From then on, people never spoke of women's rights again. After some time, another hero named Lia Elise Carolau's emerged. She took up her sword and struck down Baymond, finally ending it all. Then Carolau's looked at Leyland. I saw your behavior at the banquet. It made me feel very satisfied. Only then did I realize how greatly Li Shi had wronged his fiancée. Don't women deserve honor too? Once engaged, both parties should respect each other. But the male nobles don't see it that way. They can have lovers while women must endure. Then he reminded Leyland, however, there are some things you need to understand. Although Miss Conrad did wrong and damaged your reputation, it takes two to tango. Leyland smiled and said, I know. I'll make him pay appropriately. Carolau's praised Leyland. You're so clever. I believe you can handle this well. Your actions that day surely made many noble ladies very happy. But you could only do that because of your high position. Leyland lowered her head, thinking about how in this era, her actions were unthinkable to others, who would instead feel ashamed if their partners cheated. Carolau solemnly asked Leyland, May I ask you for a favor? I will soon pass my title to my son and return to the capital. Can you stand up for the weak like I do? Leyland understood that even if she hadn't been there at that time, Duke Carolau's would have stood up anyway. He was a true noble. Leyland suddenly felt ashamed. As a noble herself, she hadn't fulfilled her duties, only indulging in beautiful dreams. Leyland stood up firmly and said, I definitely will. Carolau's held Leyland's hand. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Then, Carolau's continued, I'll have my son serve as witness for this duel. Suddenly changing the subject. Would you consider marrying my son? Because I like you so much. I really want to keep you by my side. As they chatted, it was time to say goodbye. Leyland had wanted to just enjoy this beautiful dream, but now she felt she couldn't continue like this. She needed to start studying properly. Having made this decision, Leyland was now on the verge of tears, her head about to explode. Betty sympathetically suggested, Why don't you take a break? Leyland didn't choose comfort, as she had much to learn. Betty reminded her, the duel with Miss Alice is approaching. Leyland's spirits lifted. The time for revenge was coming soon. After dealing with Alice, the Crown Prince would be next. She'd be very busy then, so she had to study hard during this time. Leyland instructed Betty to bring all documents about the Candamevan territory. Betty asked, puzzled, Why do you suddenly want to learn about these things? You used to love shopping, but you haven't gone lately. Leyland told Betty she just felt she couldn't waste time like before. After all, I'm the Duchess of Candamevan, so I'm looking for what I should do as a duchess. After leaving, Betty reflected, the young lady has changed so much. But no matter what, I'll definitely do my best to help her become duchess. Betty found the steward and explained the situation. The steward was immediately excited and said he would have the materials sent to the young lady quickly. In her room, Leyland felt completely exhausted. Just then, Harvey, having changed clothes, appeared at the door. Leyland stretched and asked why Harvey had a book. Harvey said it was from Leanne. Leyland was touched. So you're studying too? What's this book about? Seeing Harvey's awkward expression, Leyland went forward to comfort him. Remember what I said? If you have something you want to do, just tell me. Harvey lowered his head and said, Leyland, I want to learn to read. Leyland replied enthusiastically, no problem. I'll find you a teacher. We'll study hard together. Harvey promised to work hard, silently vowing to protect Leyland. In the afternoon, someone reported that young Master Carolowes had arrived. Leyland was surprised time had passed so quickly. Then she asked Lucy, how's the Crown Prince doing? Lucy replied, I heard he hasn't left the palace since National Day. Leyland smiled slightly. So the Crown Prince is that thin-skinned? What's the public opinion about him? Lucy explained that people mainly questioned whether someone who couldn't handle such matters could become the next emperor. Leyland was angry. Is this something that can be handled? Are they saying it's okay to cheat as long as you don't get caught? It seems if I don't take action, this matter will just pass. Lucy continued. As for Miss Alice, almost all noble ladies are ostracizing her. They condemn her immoral behavior at every gathering, big and small. The noble women want to use this opportunity to completely eliminate such improper conduct, and Miss Alice has become their target. Leyland smiled. So the Crown Prince is hiding and won't go out, while Alice can hardly appear in social circles. It seems after today's duel, I'll be completely free. As Leyland was about to leave, Betty hurriedly said, I haven't finished preparing you yet. Leyland looked at Betty lovingly and said, I'm already beautiful enough. You don't need to put so much effort into this. What if I look too beautiful and dazzle young Master Carolowes' eyes? The reception room door slowly opened, and Carolowes smiled, saying long time no see. Leyland froze. Memories from before flooded her mind. This young Master Carolowes had apparently confessed to Leyland before. This feeling was so strange. She then greeted him. Carolowes laughed heartily. You're still so formal, but I'm really happy to see you. Beldard stared at Leyland and said, we haven't talked for so long. Don't you welcome me? Leyland got goosebumps. Beldard felt hurt. You're really showing your disgust on your face. Leyland took out a mirror to look at her stiff expression. This was probably a conditioned reflex. Leyland forced herself to remember what had happened with him. At a previous ball, Leyland had erupted at Beldard. Young Master Beldard, as a noble, please show me some respect. Beldard retorted, why don't you just be casual with me then? While Leyland was lost in thought, Beldard slowly said, you're still that rigid noble. Leyland angrily walked up to him. You're so rude. Knowing someone doesn't want something, why do you force them to change? Facing Leyland's scolding, Beldard happily said, you used to ignore me completely, but now you're actually confronting me directly. You're really not an ordinary woman, strong, reckless, and proud. And amazingly, you never backed down before me. Leyland countered firmly, you're not an ordinary man, either unreasonable, thick-skinned, and never backing down before me. This response stumped Beldard. He hurriedly asked Leyland to sit down and explained that his previous words weren't meant to mock her. Then he scratched his head and apologized shyly. He added, could you reconsider that matter? Leyland said she didn't remember. Beldard found it strange. Wasn't a marriage proposal something memorable? Leyland finally understood why her body instinctively disliked him. Beldard persisted. Please reconsider. Leyland refused without thinking, saying she preferred gentle and romantic men. Beldard confidently said, isn't a man's man like me good enough? Seeing Leyland's dissatisfaction, Beldard suddenly had a bad feeling, knowing his mother would scold him again at home. Beldard felt troubled. The people he liked either hated him, had boyfriends, or had girlfriends. Finally finding someone he liked, yet they were too timing. Beldard sighed. I don't have high hopes. I just hope they won't be intimidated by the Carolowes family name. Just then, someone reported that Miss Alice had arrived at the dance hall. Beldard was excited, curious to see what someone who coveted another's fiancée looked like. Leyland smiled slightly. Then let's go see together. Beldard took Leyland's hand. Of course, that's exactly what I was waiting for. Then they went to the training ground. Seeing the orderly knight formation, Beldur joked, "Are you planning to return the humiliation you received from her with interest?" Leyland smiled slightly, saying, "I didn't plan anything so dramatic. This is all father's arrangement." Beldur looked up to the other side. He saw a nervous-looking Alice. However, what he didn't expect was, this woman was the one who kept saying Sir Knight, and she was the mysterious noble lady who had made his heart flutter by showing her innocent side in front of him. Upon seeing Beldur, Alice said, "Sir Knight, so you're from the Carolow's family? You had blonde hair before. Are you here to help me?" Beldur smiled slightly without saying a word. Alice expressed her gratitude. However, the next moment, Beldur coldly said, "No, I'm here as a witness and judge for this duel, to pass judgment on your improper behavior." The dialogue between Alice and Beldur surprised Leyland. She hadn't expected them to know each other. Suddenly, it dawned on Leyland. So Beldur was also one of Alice's backup plans. No wonder Alice hadn't made any moves before. Leyland thought to herself, she's really something, finding such powerful backing so quickly. Just as Leyland was about to mock her, she noticed Beldur glaring at Alice with murderous intent. Fearing trouble, Leyland immediately stood in front of him and said, "Young Master Beldur, please calm down." However, Beldur seemed not to hear and roared, "You use people. That's despicable." Seeing Beldur so angry, memories from Leyland's body suddenly surfaced in her mind. Back then, Beldur had questioned Leyland with cold eyes and thrust his sword at her fiercely. Instinctively, Leyland grabbed Beldurd's collar and shouted, "Stop it!" Then she stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. "I'm fine, just startled. I thought you were angry enough to attack." The knights at Alice's training ground saw this. They quickly drew their weapons and surrounded Beldur. Beldur was surprised and apologized to Leyland. Seeing the dejected Beldur, Leyland slowly said, "I'm really fine." Then she turned away. The pain in her heart bothered her. Could those have been Leyland's memories? Leyland sat down to watch how Alice would handle Beldurd's questioning. Alice immediately claimed she was wrongly accused. Beldur asked mockingly, "Isn't it improper to appear with someone who has a fiancé?" Alice began her tearful offensive, saying, "The crown prince forced me. I had no choice. I couldn't refuse his invitation." Beldur coldly replied, "Then do you think you have the right to insult Lady Candamuin? Moreover, after knowing I'm from the Carolow's family, you still tried to get my help. Furthermore, this is a duel where the Duke's daughter has staked her reputation. What were you thinking?" Alice was now speechless. Beldur continued, "All this time, you've been slandering the Duke's daughter. I've been turning a blind eye. I know you flirt with men everywhere and scheme behind people's backs. I didn't care about your status. I just like your innocent look when talking about your dreams. I didn't mind you meeting various men because I thought it was all to achieve your dreams. I thought you lived honorably, but you tried to use me to win this duel. Unfortunately, I won't let you have your way this time, and you dare insult the heirs of two ducal families. Even I want to challenge you to a duel." Before Beldur could finish, Alice quickly grabbed his arm, begging, "Sir Knight, please. Didn't you say you'd support me forever?" Beldur said regretfully, "In this duel, you must face the consequences of your improper actions." Beldur shook off Alice's hand and walked toward Leyland. He quietly told Leyland, "Please keep this matter secret. Otherwise, my mother will throw me out of the house." Leyland thought for a moment and said, "Then consider you owe me a favor." Beldur scratched his head shyly and said, "Make that 2 favors. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that in the reception room. Shouldn't have proposed to you so casually. He spoke ill of you before me, and I silently approved his behavior. I'm truly sorry." Before Beldur could finish, Leyland smiled slightly and said, "It seems I'll be getting a lot of help from the Carolow's family in the future. You don't need to feel sorry, because I'll collect everything back with interest." Seeing Leyland's magnanimity, Beldur laughed. "Who would have thought that by coming here as a judge, I'd end up owing you 3 favors? I'm not needed here anymore. Honestly, I don't want to stay." Leyland replied, "Thank you for your help today." Beldur turned to leave. Alice watched as he walked away from her without any hesitation. Alice angrily clutched her dress, muttering, "How could you do this? Why are you doing this? Leyland, why are you interfering with me?" Looking at the dazed Alice, Leyland questioned, "Is there anyone left to help you now?" Alice trembled with anger. She gripped her skirt tightly. Leyland approached Alice and said softly, "Let's end everything here." The next moment, Alice frantically grabbed Leyland. "What scheme are you plotting? Why are you doing this?" Don't you have things you want? Two knights immediately came over to restrain the emotionally unstable Alice. Alice's sudden action nearly made Leyland fall. Leyland was very angry inside. How dare she be so rude to me? As for what I want, I just want you and the crown prince to stay away from me, Betty angrily said from the side. This woman dares to be so disrespectful to the young lady. Leyland was actually still thinking about how to handle this. If she just let Alice go, she wouldn't mind. But if she did that, people would surely mock her for being a pushover. Leyland suddenly remembered that she was supposed to be the villainess. She then instructed Betty to notify all clothing stores in the capital to stop using Alice's fabrics. Otherwise, they would be considered enemies of Candymuin. Alice asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" Seeing Alice still being so disrespectful, Leyland continued, "Also contact her perfume shop suppliers. I'll buy all their inventory." Alice struggled, calling Leyland's name repeatedly. Leyland approached her and coldly said, "Alice, you still don't understand the situation, do you?" However, Alice sneered, "If you dare do this, the crown prince won't let you off." Before Alice could finish, Leyland continued instructing Betty to buy all of Alice's houses and evict everyone living in them. Now Alice became anxious and said, "You should still have feelings for the crown prince. I know everything. Without him, you can't get anything you want." But unfortunately, the current Leyland was different. At this point, Leyland had confirmed that Alice had indeed been reborn. However, the future she foresaw would all be rewritten. Next, Leyland casually took out a promissory note and said, "Taking out a loan isn't bad. Transfer all her family's debts to my name." Alice declared that Leyland was crazy. However, Leyland mockingly replied, "You're the crazy one. How dare you be so presumptuous with me? Did you think I would tolerate you?" While Leyland said this, she actually hoped Alice would quickly apologize so she could let her go. Unexpectedly, Alice broke free from the knight's restraint and charged headfirst at Leyland. The pain in her abdomen made Leyland completely furious. She immediately slapped Alice. With cold eyes, she ordered, "Make her kneel. I see you still don't understand the situation." Betty came over and grabbed Alice's hair, forcing her to the ground. Leyland slowly approached Alice and said, "Alice, you lost today's duel. You've become a woman who did improper things, and my reputation has been restored. Everything ends here." Alice looked at Leyland in terror. "Why have you changed? What are you unsatisfied with? Why do you want to change the future?" Leyland looked at Alice with a slight smile and said, "It seems your mind is still not clear. Cut off one of her legs. Or would you prefer your family's destruction? Your choice. Would you rather be a cripple or have your family destroyed and everyone become commoners?" Alice was completely terrified. However, Leyland gave her a third choice. "If you don't want either option, then you'd better show me some respect." Alice looked up at Leyland's face. It reminded her of the time before her rebirth, when she was a maid at the Candymuin Duke's mansion. Then Alice respectfully said, "Lady Candymuin, I have offended you. Please forgive me." Seeing her goal achieved, Leyland ordered someone to help her leave. Then she told Betty that everything she said earlier was void. Seeing Leyland's magnanimity, Betty felt somewhat angry. "What deep grudge does Alice have against you?" I couldn't understand anything she was saying earlier. Leyland was also puzzled, thinking back to Alice's words. It seemed Alice thought Leyland had some purpose in pursuing the crown prince. This appeared to be the reason why Alice always wanted to defeat her. But what past grievances did they have that made her treat Leyland this way? Then thinking of the crown prince who acted like a clown, being manipulated by Alice, losing everything for so-called love, what a fool. However, what puzzled Leyland was what the original Leyland wanted. And what had she done in Alice's previous life? Now Alice had been judged for taking what belonged to others. Leyland wondered what punishment the crown prince should receive. Should she be more willful from now on? Then Leyland gently picked a rose. The fragrant flower helped her make up her mind. She ordered Betty to prepare the carriage. Leyland would go to the palace to end everything herself. She wore a bright red dress with a black lace hat, looking extraordinarily elegant. Meanwhile, the crown prince had been drinking heavily due to the cheating incident. A servant came in to announce that Lady Candymuin requested an audience with Li Shi. The crown prince was surprised. He He hurriedly dressed and went downstairs to meet Leyland. Leyland spoke first. I've thought long and hard, but I really don't know what I should take from you. Lishi once again resumed his previous arrogance. You think you can take anything from me? Then Leyland solemnly declared, I, Lilintia and Candymuin, hereby announce the termination of our engagement. This shocked Lishi. He said contemptuously, Is this how you should speak to me? Holding a wine glass, Leyland coldly replied, Even if you're the crown prince, you can't look down on me. I am Lilintia and Candymuin after all. After a moment of silence, Lishi stood up to leave, saying, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Leyland shrugged, appearing indifferent. It doesn't matter if you didn't hear. I can't find any reason to continue this engagement, so I've decided to break it off. Lishi stood frozen. Didn't you say you loved me? Leyland calmly replied, I don't love your highness at all. Lishi emotionally repeated, You're lying. You always said you. This made Leyland lose patience. One would think you loved me so much. She grabbed a large bottle of red wine and drank half of it. Then approaching Lishi, she said, You should thank me. I could have broken off the engagement that day and let everyone see. But due to the Duchess's intervention, I missed the opportunity. I'll send the documents over immediately when I return. Please handle them promptly. As Leyland turned to leave, Lishi angrily slammed the table. Why did you suddenly change your attitude? You were so good to me before. Was it all just to suddenly kick me aside like this? Leyland leaned in, wiping the wine from Lishi's hand with her handkerchief, softly saying, I've really had enough of you. I won't help you anymore. I'm taking back everything I invested in you. Then she suddenly leaned close to Lishi's ear and said, The reason is, I've had a change of heart. Lishi tightly grabbed Leyland's arm, begging her not to leave. Then he pulled hard. Suddenly the atmosphere became ambiguous. This made Lishi think Leyland still had some feelings for him. However, laughably, Leyland gave a cold smile and said, Don't misunderstand. I've never loved you. At this point, Lishi had forgotten his pride and said to Leyland, You must be the one who loves me. Leyland, if you need respect, I can give you that. If you want me to break up with Alice, I can do that too. Do you want to hear sweet words from me? Or do you want something else? Leyland reached out to caress Lishi's face. Will you give me anything I want? Lishi smiled and said, You can try asking. The next moment, Leyland gently pressed her hand against his mouth, saying, You don't need to do anything. Just stay put. I told you not to provoke me anymore. From now on, the Candymuin family will no longer support the crown prince. So I'm calling off this marriage. After breaking off the engagement, Leyland felt refreshed. She was about to leave with Betty. Lishi tightly grabbed Leyland's hat from the side. He roared, Leyland, you can't leave like this. You can't leave me. The sudden outburst made Leyland tremble slightly. Memories that shouldn't exist flashed through her mind. In these memories, Leyland and Lishi seemed deeply in love. Leyland was shocked, unable to believe the previous response. This made her feel very uncomfortable inside. Lishi slowly approached Leyland and said coldly, Without my permission, you can neither act freely nor run away. And you certainly can't look down on me. Leyland smiled contemptuously. It seems my punishment was too light. If you think being crown prince means you can treat me however you want, then I'll pull you down from that position and trample you under my feet. Leyland's words filled Lishi with grief and anger. How dare you be so insolent? Lishi seemed to emit a magical force. It made Leyland breathless, and the hat in his grip burned. The next moment, Belderd stepped in front of Leyland with his sword. Belderd glared at Lishi. I'm really disappointed in you. I never thought the crown prince would trample on others like this. However, Lishi laughed and said, I'm just disciplining someone who challenges royal authority. What's wrong with that? This disgusted Belderd. So, he had been serving someone who was so arrogant. Lishi thought Belderd had been bought by the Candymuins with money. Seeing Lishi's continued aggression and refusal to admit fault, Belderd ignored him. He gently picked up Leyland and warned Lishi as they left. This matter would not be easily forgotten. As the three left the reception room, Leyland suddenly whispered, Put me down. Belderd replied, Bear with it a little longer. We'll be at your home soon. The next moment, Leyland suddenly opened her eyes wide and said, I was just pretending earlier. At this time, some commotion could be heard from the crown prince's palace. Leyland wanted to increase the number of witnesses to make the situation more favorable for herself. So she said to Betty, Betty, I'm feeling very unwell. I trust you. Then she immediately collapsed on the ground. Betty rushed forward, shouting loudly, Are you all right? Seeing people coming from the crown prince's palace, Leyland gave Betty a subtle hint. Betty understood and continued crying loudly, Lady Candymuin, please wake up. After being bullied like that, How could she be all right? Lady Candymuin has suffered so much. The Crown Prince has gone too far. This left Belder dumbfounded on the side. Your performance is a bit awkward. Then people from the Crown Prince's palace came over, asking what had happened. Leyland quietly instructed Betty to hand her over to Belderd. Seeing Belderd still standing there stupidly, Leyland opened one eye, frantically hinting at him. Belderd was startled. He hurriedly picked up Leyland and left. Seeing the plan succeed, Leyland breathed a sigh of relief. However, she felt extremely tired. She didn't even have the strength to open her eyes. Leyland slowly raised her hand. Tightly gripping Belderd's collar, she said, I have a favor to ask. If I sleep for more than 6 hours, tell the Duke that during my sleep, everything is up to him. That person must be brought down. Belderd looked at Leyland, sleeping peacefully in his arms. He said softly, Don't worry, I'll definitely relay your message to him. After returning from the prince's residence, Leyland remained unconscious. Upon learning this, Duke Candymuin disregarded etiquette and directly entered his daughter's chamber. Looking at Leyland lying in bed, the Duke was heartbroken. He hurriedly asked what had happened. She had gone to break off the engagement. How did she return unconscious? Belderd, as the only witness, slowly spoke. The young lady was attacked. She fainted shortly after the conflict with Li Shi. I couldn't prevent it. I'm sorry. Duke Candymuin gently patted Leyleen's hand. Then he stood up and said, You don't need to apologize. Tell me everything you know about what happened. After their conversation, the Duke wrung the towel forcefully and said viciously, I really want to tear that bastard Crown Prince to pieces. Then he gently wiped the sleeping Leyleen's face. At this time, Belderd spoke up. Lady Leyland asked me to relay a message to you. If she doesn't wake up for more than 6 hours, she hopes you can bring that person down for her. The doctor beside them indicated that Lady Leyland wouldn't wake up anytime soon. The Duke knew well that the longer this matter dragged on, the more likely it would be buried. Then he gently said to Leyland, You can rest assured. Don't be angry that you couldn't handle it personally. Just as the Duke was about to leave, Lucy stopped him. Lucy whispered in the Duke's ear, The palace is in chaos now. Many palace servants say they saw the young lady faint after leaving the Crown Prince's reception room. Leyleen's move surprised the Duke. He hadn't expected that even when barely able to move, she still managed to faint in front of people. Duke Candymuin swore in his heart, If I can't bring that fellow down as my daughter wishes, I'll renounce the Candymuin name. Meanwhile, Leyland slowly opened her eyes. However, she found herself in unfamiliar surroundings. Just as she was about to get up and leave, a pair of warm hands embraced her and held her in their arms. While gently patting her shoulder, they softly said, Yes, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. I was too weak. Leyland felt an unprecedented warmth. She put everything else aside, planning to just sleep like this. Just then, a pair of fists broke through the space. Then someone emerged and said fiercely, You think I gave you this body just so you could sleep? Leyland was startled when she saw her true self. The original Leyland raised her arm and said, Get yourself together. Then she slapped the transmigrated Leyland. This made Leyland in the real world sit up immediately. Feeling the stinging pain on her face, she realized it wasn't a dream. She had actually been slapped. Then she discovered that Harvey was by her side, keeping her company. Looking at the sleeping, little milk leopard Leyland, she felt very warm inside. So she hugged Harvey tightly and went back to sleep. The next day when Leyland woke up, she found her body had no strength. Betty said, You've been sleeping for 2 whole days. Leyland was surprised. This was ridiculous. She still needed to personally bring down the Crown Prince. Then she hurriedly tried to get up. At this moment, a group of maids blocked Leyleen's way, telling her to continue resting in bed. Betty smiled eerily and said, You absolutely cannot get out of bed before the examination is complete. Just then, the Duke arrived. However, he looked tired and disheveled. The doctor beside drew blood from Leyland. The Duke said seriously, If I let that bastard off this time, I'll renounce the Candymuin name. Leyland shared her father's thoughts. Therefore, she felt she shouldn't waste time here. But everyone now only cared about the examination results. Leyland emphasized again that she was fine. The doctor whispered in the Duke's ear, The young lady's condition has improved, but it's not suitable for her to get up and move around yet. Leyland became anxious hearing this. I don't have time to lie here. I feel so embarrassed. I said I would bring her down personally, but now I can only lie in bed. The Duke gently patted Leyland, comforting her. Overwork and depression are illnesses. If you promise to rest well, I'll let you get out of bed, okay? Seeing her father's concern, Leyland felt very touched. At this time, Lucy came to report that a letter had arrived from the palace. The Duke got up to leave, reminding Leyland to take good care of her health before going. Leyland finally relaxed. Then, feeling hungry, she ordered Betty to prepare food. By evening, Leyland lay in bed feeling depressed because she had no idea how things were progressing. So what Leyland wanted to know most now was what had happened these 2 days, about the Crown Prince's deposition case, and where the people's hearts lay in this country. But as she thought about it, she got hungry. Leyland had been drinking only porridge all day. Just then, she smelled something delicious. Leyland got out of bed and opened the balcony window. Unexpectedly, she saw delicious food before her eyes. Leyland was so moved she cried. It seemed even heaven felt sorry for her and prepared these delicacies. At this moment, a light chuckle broke Leyland's fantasy. The person who came was Lucas. Lucas laughed and said, "You're still the same as ever." Then he pretended to knock on the door, saying, "Guest, your steak and cake are ready." Leyland glanced at the guards below, then stepped forward shouting, "Sir Lien, there's a suspicious blue-haired person here." But when she turned back, the person was gone. This made Leyland feel embarrassed, so she let Lien leave. Just as Leyland was sighing that it was another dream, Lucas suddenly appeared. "You're too much." This startled Leyland. Then, pointing at him, she said, "Do you want to walk out yourself or be dragged out?" Lucas smiled slightly. "Do you really want me to leave? You surely can't bear to see me go." Then he strode towards Leyland's chamber. Inadvertently, he noticed Leyland's handwriting. Lucas explained to Leyland, "This country has never had a deposed crown prince, nor has it ever experienced a rebellion. No matter what happens, the people will trust the royal family 100%. Even when diseases spread and orphans filled the streets, the people never complained about the royal family. And now, rumors spread that the Duke's daughter is vicious and lives extravagantly. There are stories about how the crown prince tearfully broke off the engagement." Leyland was very angry hearing these rumors, thinking how the rumors didn't match reality and only benefited the royal family. This might be the royal family's information control. Lucas and Leyland said in unison, thinking the same thing. Then Lucas extended his help to Leyland, saying, "But with my help, you'll definitely succeed in your revenge." Lucas laid out a table full of snacks. Leyland ate with relish, muttering, "Everything tastes so good." Lucas looked at Leyland before him, asked, "What are your plans now?" Leyland calmly said, "I want to pull Lishi down from his position as crown prince, but I don't know how to do it now. If only there were historical cases of deposed princes to reference." Then she got up to find her father to help gather intelligence. Lucas took out a stack of small cards, smiled and said, "Why look far when it's near? Just ask me. There's no information in this world I don't know." Leyland took these cards and looked at them. She found exactly the information she needed. The royal family had a turbulent history, and the reasons were quite simple. Leyland asked puzzledly, "The royal family and nobility have long been at odds. Why do people still trust them so much?" Lucas explained, "The royal family and the two Duke families maintain good relations on the surface. But things will be different now. After all, your father is really angry. He personally went to see the emperor and said in front of many people, as long as Lishi remains crown prince, the Kandamuan family won't step foot in the palace. Along with countless nobles, they're pressuring the royal family. Even the minor lords who don't attend noble meetings are expressing dissatisfaction with the royal family." And with an expression I've never seen before in my life, he said, "Does he take my daughter for a fool? How dare he treat my precious daughter so carelessly? I will never forgive him." At this point, Lucas laughed. Perhaps only the Duke would dare speak to the Emperor like that. This made Leyland feel very encouraged inside. Then Leyland made up her mind. She would compile everything Lishi had done to her and spread it throughout the empire. This would make her an enemy of the royal family, putting her in a very dangerous position. Leyland seriously asked, "Lucas, how much can you help me?" Lucas smiled and said, "You know, sometimes the royal family and Kandamuan also buy information from me. As long as the price is right, there's no reason to refuse. I never lose in information warfare. So how much are you willing to pay me?" Before Leyland could answer, Lucas smiled slightly and said, "I'm just kidding. You just need to accept it." Leyland was somewhat confused. At this moment, Lucas knelt on one knee and said, "I will help you accomplish all this. I'll handle collecting and spreading information myself. You just need to command me. Only you can command me. Leyland smiled wickedly. How can you say such terrible things? The most terrible thing. Isn't it a deal without a price? Leyland gently lifted Lucas's chin and said, You're the boss of information bribery. You can consider this an investment in me. If you cooperate well, I'll share the profits with you. Lucas smiled back. You're so reckless. I really can't handle you. Then Leyland stood up and said, Looks like I need to prepare a deposit first. There's a bad guy who took my $3 billion and won't even pay interest. I need to catch him. Lucas offered to handle it himself, but Leyland refused. She indicated she already had someone suitable in mind. This made Lucas somewhat unhappy, but he still provided Leyland with free information. It was the address of Heinz' illegal casino. Lucas said gently, Whenever you need me, I'll open the balcony door. I can appear anytime. That should comfort you, right? Just as Lucas was about to leave, Leyland called out loudly, Don't sell good information to the Emperor. After all, we're on the same side now. Lucas laughed heartily after hearing this. Since we're on the same side, does that mean we can meet often from now on? This response surprised Leyland. However, Lucas didn't say more and jumped down from the balcony. Watching his departing figure, Leyland smiled slightly. I think he's the reckless one, isn't he? Leyland went to the 12th Knight's headquarters. She found Taswin. Taswin asked puzzledly, Duke's daughter, why have you come? Leyland replied, Though it's sudden, I have something to ask of you. Can we talk? Handsome knight? Taswin asked, How have you been lately? I know it might be nosy of me, but I heard rumors. They say the Crown Prince wants to break off the engagement with you. I'm worried you might be heartbroken. Leyland shrugged and said indifferently, Have you also heard about the vicious Duke's daughter who lives extravagantly and acts recklessly? Taswin firmly said, Those are all false. You're definitely not that kind of person. Leyland smiled slightly. Don't believe those rumors. I was the one who actively broke off the engagement with the Crown Prince. Taswin smiled back. I only believe what you say. Afterward, Taswin changed into casual clothes and joined Leyland's group. He shared his investigation of Heinz. Heinz not only used people as slaves and gave out high-interest loans, but those who couldn't repay would be sold illegally. Moreover, he would take any woman he fancied home, including married women and even children. Leyland was surprised. With so many crimes, why hasn't the security team arrested them? Taswin was also helpless, because we can't find evidence. We've raided Heinz' illegal casino before, but they escaped just as we arrived. Then he asked Leyland why she wanted to catch him. Leyland angrily said, I heard he used my money to open an illegal casino. I'm furious. I want to save those who suffer because of him. If the state won't handle it, then I'll eliminate him myself. Then she had Betty bring out the documents. Inside were Heinz seals that Lucas had prepared for Leyland. Leyland felt somewhat apologetic inside, feeling she was always being helped by Lucas. After settling the $3 billion debt note, everyone arrived at the illegal casino's location. Leyland took the lead, wanting to investigate. The guard, seeing a woman approach, immediately grabbed Leyland's wrist and said, Are you here to repay debt, or are you today's merchandise? The next moment, Taswin took action. He slammed the disrespectful fellow hard against the wall, then asked, Why did you entrust this matter to me? Actually, Leyland hated seeing him looked down upon for his commoner status and wanted to give him a chance to achieve merit, but she couldn't say that. After thinking for a moment, she said, Because I believe only you can handle this task. Is that reason enough? Taswin smiled gently. That's enough. Inside the casino, Heinz was pressuring those who couldn't repay their debts. He planned to sell their daughters as merchandise. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open. Leyland said in disgust, What a nauseating smell. Seeing the Duke's daughter arrive, Heinz was confused. Leyland sat down and said, Do you really not know? Pay me back right now, you bastard. As Heinz tried to play dumb, Betty immediately pulled out the promissory note. Heinz was dumbfounded. He didn't remember ever stamping it. Leyland said contemptuously, The monthly interest is 50%. It's been exactly 3 months today, so pay me back with interest. Heinz angrily shouted, But you never lent me that money. Leyland roared back, Who do you think you're yelling at? Then she violently threw a nearby vase at Heinz. How dare you yell at me? And you dare use the Duke's money to open an illegal casino? Just wait to be arrested. Heinz was completely desperate. Seeing Leyland only brought 1 attendant and 3 guards. He called for his men, planning to eliminate Leyland's group. At this moment, Taswin drew his sword. He took down all those with ill intentions. Leyland glared at Heinz. "You dare raise weapons against a Candamevan lady?" Heinz looked at Leyland in terror and said, "What did I do wrong? Can a duke's daughter just bully common people as she pleases?" Leyland was speechless. "Why are villains so shameless? What's wrong with me, a duke's daughter, declaring you guilty? The Empire will judge your specific crimes. Sir Taswin, I leave the aftermath to you." Taswin knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "As you command, Duke's daughter." Lucas, who was observing, saw the matter perfectly resolved. He turned to leave, but Taswin noticed him. He felt something was off about this person, so he hurriedly gave chase. But he couldn't see anyone. After Lucas left, he mused, "I wondered why she didn't come to me. So she wanted to give all the credit to the commoner knight. Though he's slightly inferior to me, I must say, Lady Leyland has no resistance to handsome men. I'll spread a nice story about him, as promised." Then he snapped his fingers. 5 cloaked children appeared. Lucas said softly, "Let's spread this interesting story everywhere. Lady Candamevan punished Heinz, whom even the royal family couldn't handle, and will save all those indebted to him. Yet that damn crown prince dared to criticize the angel-like duke's daughter in public. Let's work hard to tell everyone about this." He then pulled out a bag of money. But the children said, "In exchange, you must come play at our orphanage today. We won't charge for this small matter. You're always helping us anyway." This touched Lucas. Then, patting one boy's head, he said, "You don't need to think that way. Then I'll leave it to you." The children were happy and promised, "Leave it to us." After giving instructions, Lucas thought about Taswin. Could it be the Duke's daughter likes that pitiful look? After some time, all of Heinz's crimes were made public. Praises for Lady Candamevan spread among the common people. At this time, Leyland was having coffee with Betty by the street, listening to people's complaints about the crown prince and the royal family. This made Leyland feel extremely satisfied. All her stress vanished. Betty was surprised at how quickly the news had spread. This made Leyland feel somewhat guilty. After all, she had been constantly receiving help from others. Even the Candamevan name was borrowed from her father. Looking at the dejected Leyland, Betty asked, "Would you like to become the Candamevan family heir?" Leyland thought for a moment, "Since I don't have to marry the crown prince anymore, if I want to stand as an equal with Rishi." Then she stood up excitedly and said, "I need to talk to father. I want to become the Candamevan family heir and face him fair and square." Betty looked at Leyland's high spirits and felt happy as well. The two left together, but neither noticed Alice nearby. At this moment, Alice was trembling with anger. She muttered to herself, "I paid such a high price to come back. Does he think it ends like this? But all other paths are blocked. What should I do?" Then, the image of a magician appeared in Alice's mind. Alice said with a sinister smile, "That's right, I still have one path left." The day after deciding to become the heir, Leyland went to see her father personally. At this time, Leyland was very nervous, and Harvey, who learned of this news outside the door, resolved to become someone who could protect Leyland, so he wanted to ask Lien to teach him swordsmanship. On the other side, waiting for Leyland, was a very happy Duke Candamevan. The table was full of cakes and snacks. Leyland asked in surprise, "What's all this?" Duke Candamevan said tearfully, "I never thought you'd come to see me on your own. I'm so happy." Leyland was speechless. Her father knew, even though she hadn't given advance notice. Then Duke Candamevan spoke. "So, what brings you here?" After a moment of silence, Leyland asked, "Father, have you heard the rumors about me in the Cavan Empire?" Duke Candamevan casually mentioned the current favorable stories about Leyland circulating in the Empire. However, Leyland wasn't proud at this moment and looked seriously at her father. Duke Candamevan praised Leyland, saying, "Though I never taught you, you're truly remarkable to spread news throughout the Empire so quickly." Leyland clenched her hands and explained to her father, "None of this was achieved by my own power. I hate my incompetence. During my illness, I heard you did many things. As the leader of the Emperor's faction, you approached the noble faction to bring down the Crown Prince and launched political actions. I admire your ability to directly pressure the royal family. So, I want to show you my abilities too. Please consider making me the Candamevan family heir." However, Duke Candamevan didn't agree. This surprised Leyland. Duke Candamevan said seriously, "You've had everything since birth and caused pain to others. That was wrong. I covered for your actions because I love you. That doesn't mean I'll make you the Candamevan heir." At this moment, Leylin was determined to change herself. She stood up and said solemnly, I don't intend to ignore my mistakes. I want to carry this burden and change myself. I don't want to use the Candamevan name to hide my incompetence. I want to become the Candamevan heir. Please allow it. Then she bowed deeply to her father. Duke Candamevan helped Leylin up and spoke earnestly. You must first show me results that can convince me. Then we'll discuss the matter of inheritance. Leylin was very happy that her father would allow her to become the heir. Duke Candamevan smiled and said, being able to receive help from others is also a kind of ability, so you don't need to bear the burden alone painfully. I hope you'll remember this, my proud daughter. Looking at her caring father, Leylin couldn't hold back her tears and cried emotionally in her father's arms. Meanwhile, Harvey and Lien began sword practice near the park. Harvey couldn't handle Lien's fierce attacks at all. Plus, Harvey had been feeling them all over lately and couldn't use his strength. But the next moment, he lost control of himself. He transformed into a beast man and sent Lien flying. Lien, lying on the ground, was surprised by Harvey's unusual condition. At this moment, many small animals surrounded Harvey and were all showing goodwill towards him. It seemed Harvey wasn't an ordinary beast man. The day after Leylin's negotiation with the emperor, all empire newspapers published news about the crown prince's removal. The royal family also apologized to the Candamevan family, and the new crown prince would be the recently of age Prince Hopad. At the coronation ceremony, the emperor passed the royal symbol to Hopad, officially appointing him as crown prince. Leylin asked surprisingly, is this all? How boring. Her father, standing beside her, agreed that it was indeed boring. Leylin continued asking, what is Prince Rishi doing? Candamevan thought for a moment and said, I heard he's mentally unstable, so he's been confined to his room. I plan to have a private chat with His Majesty and Carolaus before entering. What are your plans? Leylin smiled slightly and said, I should let everyone see me looking heartbroken, as the rumors suggest, before leaving. Candamevan and Leylin exchanged smiles. As expected of my daughter. Then I'll see you at home later. After her father left, Leylin showed the expression she had practiced in front of the mirror yesterday, appearing pitiful and garnering sympathy. The people at the banquet indeed started taking Leylin's side, criticizing Rishi. Leylin secretly laughed. Although tired, she thought she should keep up the act a bit longer before going home to see cute Harvey. Suddenly, Belred appeared before her, startling her. Belred couldn't help but laugh. I saw you secretly laughing just now. Congratulations on your successful revenge. Seeing you like this puts me at ease. Leylin remembered when Belred took her home last time. She then sincerely thanked Belred, but he dismissed it. Instead, he said it felt great to see Leylin again. Leylin asked, you must be very busy today, having to protect the new crown prince until his inauguration. Belred said seriously, this is the Carolaus family's duty. It's nothing special. Leylin suddenly thought Belred looked quite handsome like this. Then she secretly determined to work hard and become the Candamevan family heir. Leylin suddenly glimpsed Casvin leaning alone against the wall. I heard you got a chance to join the top 10 knights. Why did you refuse? With luck, you could have become a noble family's knight. Seems you don't have such ambitions. Casvin blushed and shyly said, because there's someone I want to serve. Leylin stared at his beautiful face and said, though I don't know who it is, I'm really envious. I'll cheer for your sincere feelings. I hope your wish comes true. Casvin smiled slightly and said, thank you for saying that. I hope to properly greet you after my wish comes true. The day Harvey had to leave Leylin finally came. They both forced smiles and bid each other farewell. Leylin watched as Harvey drove away into the distance. Betty sighed and said the mansion would probably become very quiet from now on. Leylin put her hands on her hips and said, Harvey is working so hard, I can't just stand here doing nothing. Betty, help me pack up. I'm going to the magic tower. I want to take this opportunity to work hard and earn more money. When she arrived at the magic tower, the mages welcomed Leylin with highest honors. Igreen smiled slightly. Miss 5 billion, you're here. Leylin replied helplessly. Can you please stop mentioning that cursed 5 billion? Igreen laughed and said, the amount is so shocking, it just rolls off the tongue. Leylin slowly said, I came because I heard there are many new proposals for the ballpoint pen business. Igreen replied, it's still in the development phase. You didn't need to rush over. Leylin clenched her fists. I want to participate too, to give you some ideas. My mind and heart are in chaos right now. That's why I want to work. I'm not here to rush you, so please don't send me away. Igreen gave her silent approval. The two sat on the sofa looking at documents. Leyland suddenly asked, "Do you know about the Beastmen?" Igreen casually replied, "Beastmen? We mages are experts on that." Leyland suddenly moved closer to Igreen and asked loudly, "What do you mean by experts?" Igreen explained, "During the 100 Years' War, the Emperor ordered mages to eliminate the Beastmen. The mages at that time killed countless humans and Beastmen. During that process, the Beast King seems to have died too. We're now searching for the new Beast King." Leyland asked skeptically, "The mages killed the former Beast King. Why are you looking for a new one?" Igreen slowly said, "We've always carried the burden of our past sins. So, we decided to protect them. Beastmen are a race that exists around their king. We must find and protect him before the royal family discovers him." Leyland didn't understand. "What does this have to do with the royal family?" Igreen continued explaining. "Beastmen being treated as slaves was by the decree of successive emperors. The royal family feared the Beastmen's power would threaten their position, so they wanted to use mages to eliminate them and control those who were weakened. Therefore, we must find the new king and protect him. Let him become the core that unites the Beastmen." I've said so much at once. Would you like some peach juice? Leyland took the cup and sighed. Various things have made my mind so confused, but after drinking something sweet, I've regained some strength. Then Igreen asked, "Why are you asking about Beastmen?" Leyland replied helplessly, "I didn't expect it would be such a long story." Then she asked somewhat embarrassedly, "Do Beastmen children not want to live with human guardians?" After thinking for a while, Igreen said, "Without a king, they generally don't want to leave their chosen master." Leyland, feeling anxious, continued asking, "Then if they express wanting to leave, what could be the reason?" Igreen looked at Leyland with some contempt. "Young Duke, you're not treating Beastmen as slaves, are you?" Leyland stood up excitedly. "Of course not. What kind of person do you think I am?" Igreen continued, "Then there must be some trigger that made him decide. But what exactly it is, I don't know." Hearing this from Igreen, Leyland became even more concerned about why Harvey left her. Suddenly, Igreen warned Leyland, "The royal family knows you're here with us. This magic tower cannot be entered without royal permission, but you came in. This means someone is monitoring you." Leyland sat uneasily, asking in horror, "Why would the royal family do such a terrible thing?" Igreen didn't answer, just took out the appreciation plaque from before. "If you don't want anyone to know your whereabouts, please use this to come here secretly. To provide some service to my partner, I've temporarily moved its location. I hope you'll continue to support the Magic Tower's business, Lady Tanamain." Outside the Uwaylan mansion, two guards stopped Alice, saying, "Lady Uwaylan cannot be seen without a prior appointment." On the other side of the door, Uwaylan and many ladies watched Alice's embarrassment. How can someone be so shameless? Yes, isn't it amusing? Facing their mockery, Alice gritted her teeth and endured. "This level of disregard doesn't bother me. At least Uwaylan knows my importance. He cares about my existence. If you had recognized me that day at that time, I wouldn't have become like this." Previously, Alice's family was poor, though they were nobles. They only had their title left, leading to increasing expenses but no income. Alice, unwilling to live like this, decided to save money and start a business. However, no proper family would accept her as a maid without an official letter of recommendation. Despite being a noble, Alice could only work as a servant in the Tanamain household. Due to her special status, she was bullied and mocked by other servants daily. Alice's attitude was firm. She knew she was different from them. She was born a noble. It didn't matter if no one recognized her. Alice, in a disheveled state, prepared to return to her room. At that moment, Leyland approached and said, "Your manners are quite good. Your walking posture is proper, and your gestures are very elegant, just like a noble lady." Alice was flattered. "You're too kind." Leyland continued praising, "Amazingly, your way of speaking is also very refined." Leyland leaned in and asked, "What's your name?" Alice carefully answered, "My name is Alice." Leyland smiled and said, "That's a beautiful name too. Am I taking up your valuable work time?" Alice was excited. She couldn't believe Lady Leyland recognized her noble background. "Among so many servants, she only spoke to me. If I have a chance to meet her again, I must greet her more elegantly, like a true noble. Then perhaps Lady Leyland would take me as her personal maid. Then maybe I could live a better life than now. Live that glamorous life where everyone acknowledges me." Alice put on a necklace from the counter, her expression changing. "Maybe I could become like the Duchess too." At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Alice hurriedly caught up to greet Lady Leylin, then performed an elegant, noble curtsy. Alice greets Lady Leylin. Faced with Alice's enthusiasm, Leylin responded only with coldness. When the maid inquired, Leylin coldly replied she didn't know her. Alice was shocked. She clearly recognized me. She even asked for my name. Why would she pretend not to know me? Back to reality, Alice received a letter from Rishi. That evening, when she met Rishi, Alice hugged her tightly and said, "I really missed you." Rishi gripped Alice firmly, asked, "Alice, would you really go through fire and water for me?" Without hesitation, Alice agreed. Rishi continued coldly, "Then just do as I say. You're the only one who can do this." At this point, Alice just wanted someone to acknowledge her existence. She could do anything, even if it meant becoming someone else's pawn. Leylin said reluctantly, "Harvey, study well." Harvey smiled back. "Leylin, be careful at the hunting festival." Leylin replied enthusiastically, "I'll catch more of the chickens you like." Harvey smiled gently, expressing his anticipation for Marquis Bika's hunting grounds. A cold wind blew, and Leylin sighed that in such weather, one should be sleeping in. Then, Mill came to greet her. "The riding outfit suits you well." Leylin smiled. "Even dressed like this, I'm just following the knights around." Aisha suddenly said, "I heard Her Majesty the Queen's chronic illness has flared up and she's bedridden." Leylin thought, "Rather than her body, I think her mind is more problematic." Aisha continued, "They say her condition worsened after the incident with Rishi." Neil interrupted, "Even if people say unpleasant things to you, please don't take them to heart." Leylin smiled and replied, "I see. Thank you for letting me know." Then they parted ways, returning to their respective tents. Leylin knew well that the incident Aisha mentioned must refer to Rishi's broken engagement with her, and his removal from the crown prince position. Just as Leylin was about to return to her tent, Ballard suddenly called out to her, "I didn't expect you to attend the hunting festival." Leylin was also surprised. "Shouldn't you be busy protecting Crown Prince Hopard?" Ballard explained, "I'm only responsible for temporarily protecting His Highness during the investiture ceremony and training knights. Staying home all winter is quite dull. I'm also curious about how the hunting festival is conducted." Leylin was speechless. The continent's finest knight, hailed as a reborn hero, participating in the hunting festival. "Are you planning to kill all the beasts?" Ballard laughed, saying, "I'll know when to stop." Just then, Duke Carolow's rode over on horseback. "I didn't expect to meet you here." Duke Tandemain excitedly said, "Who do we have here? If it isn't my century-old rival Duke Carolow's. You're so busy, yet you have time for this?" Leylin looked at them both, puzzled. Duke Tandemain continued, "I won last time, didn't I? This is troublesome. I accidentally hurt Duke Carolow's strong pride last time." Duke Carolow's retorted, "You only won in numbers last time by mobilizing all your knights. But in quality, you never surpassed me." Ballard, standing nearby, explained with a smile, "Don't worry too much about it. This is their way of expressing friendship." Then Ballard said seriously, "I heard there are some fierce animals at the hunting festival. Would you allow me to assist you in hunting?" Leylin replied, "No need. As you can see, we brought many knights with us. I appreciate your kindness." Ballard didn't insist further. "Well, that can't be helped." Leylin turned her head and suddenly noticed a brightly shining knight. Surprisingly, it was Cassivan, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Cassivan was also very happy to see Leylin. "Lady Duchess, how have you been?" At the hunting festival, Cassivan met Leylin again. Cassivan led his horse and said, "I'm in charge of guiding the prey here." Leylin was surprised. "Why are you doing these tasks? Why aren't they using their own knights instead of calling you here?" Cassivan shrugged. "The family's discrimination means they don't want to do this kind of work." Ballard stared intently at Cassivan. He vaguely saw the aura emanating from Cassivan's body. Ballard smiled coldly, muttering to himself, "Is this person a commoner knight? Why does a commoner knight have the same aura as me?" At that moment, a knight called Cassivan away. Cassivan said to Leylin, "This is the entrance to the deep forest. You can enjoy riding your horse freely. I'll go drive the prey over here." Leylin waved and said, "Thank you, Cassivan. See you later." With the sound of horns, the hunting festival officially began. Leylin said to Betty, "Go back alone. The tent is too far. I'll have someone escort you back." Just then Lien brought the horse over. Leylin said, "Please take Betty back to the tent." Lien's face immediately turned red. Leylin instructed Betty, "Make sure to stay close to Mill." Betty replied, "I understand. Please bring back lots of prey." Leylin mounted her white horse, looking spirited at that moment. However, the white horse kept sniffing the grass on the ground, as if something was attracting it. At the hunting festival, some were focused on hunting, while others were engaged in romance. Only Leylin, with her impressive group of knights, remained stationary. A knight approached and asked, "Lady Duchess, are you having any problems?" Leylin replied, "It's nothing. Why don't we just catch 5 prey and head back?" The knight responded, "I think that's too few." Leylin smiled indifferently. "They'll think I couldn't catch any anyway." The knight immediately ordered, "Everyone, hunt near the Lady Duchess." Then he seriously said to Leylin, "We'll try our best not to embarrass you." Leylin felt helpless. Our people really don't know when to stop. Just then, Leylin's white horse inhaled some white powder substance through its nose. The white horse then went berserk and galloped forward madly. The knights immediately gave chase upon seeing this. Leylin held onto the reins tightly in fear. She kept calling out to the white horse, but it couldn't hear her words. In the nearby bushes, a drawn bow was already aimed at Leylin. Fortunately, the sword only pierced through her hair. But just then, the white horse suddenly stopped running. The person hiding in the bushes stood up and aimed their bow at Leylin. Leylin watched as the arrow flew rapidly towards her. She could only shut her eyes tightly and pray for someone to save her. Fortunately, Ballard arrived just in time and split all the arrows with one shot. At this moment, Leylin's family knights also arrived. "Lady Duchess, the assassins who attacked you have escaped." Upon hearing this, Leylin said anxiously, "We need to catch at least one." But thinking carefully, how did they know I would encounter such an accident? Did they deliberately lure me here? Who could have done this? Was it the emperor who dislikes me, or the bedridden queen? Or was it Rishi, who was stripped of his crown prince status due to our broken engagement, or perhaps Alice? As Leylin thought about this, her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, Ballard quickly draped his coat over Leylin. "Lady Duchess, are you injured? Do you have any idea who might have done this?" Leylin thanked Ballard for coming and instinctively hugged herself. Ballard noticed this detail. Then he said gently, "Don't worry too much. I'll protect you." When the Tandemain family knights arrived, Leylin quickly asked, "Lien, did you catch the assassins?" Lien replied guiltily. They all fled as soon as they saw young Master Carolaus. Still unsatisfied, Leylin said, "Send the knights to chase after them first. With Sir Ballard here, you don't need to worry about me." Ballard asked with concern, "Is anyone injured?" Lien looked back at the knights and said, "Yes, but the injuries aren't serious. Just a few knights got hurt accidentally and need immediate treatment." Then Leylin took out her personal key. She had Lien distribute it to the knights for treatment. At this moment, the white horse Leylin was riding suddenly became agitated. Ballard quickly dismounted to calm it down. He then discovered drugs in the horse's mouth and nose. He looked up and asked Leylin, "It seems someone's targeting you. Can you guess who?" Leylin replied regretfully, "I have no idea." Ballard felt some regret. "I should have pursued them to the end." Just as Leylin was getting off the horse, there was a sound from the nearby bushes. Ballard immediately drew his sword and roared, "Who's there?" It was Cassivan, dragging out a blood-covered assassin. "I caught one of the assassins who tried to attack you from afar." Ballard suddenly stood in front of Leylin and pointed his sword at Cassivan. "Who exactly are you?" he demanded. Seeing this, Leylin hurriedly said, "What are you doing? Put your sword down." Ballard didn't comply and continued seriously, "Even the Duke's knights couldn't catch the assassins, yet you caught one so easily by yourself. Isn't that strange?" Cassivan calmly replied, "I was just lucky." Ballard laughed coldly. "Even if I cut off your head, you still won't tell the truth." Ballard's sword moved closer to Cassivan's throat. Seeing the situation escalating, Leylin stood in front of Cassivan. She said seriously, "Cassivan is an imperial knight. We knew each other before. If you have questions, you can ask them later. But now is not the time." After a moment of silence, Ballard sheathed his sword. People who heard about the assassination attempt began arriving. Leylin apologetically said to Cassivan, "Things are a bit chaotic now. I'll definitely repay you for this favor later." Cassivan smiled and replied, "I only did what I should. If you wish to praise me, I'll gladly accept it." After things settled down, Leylin asked Lien, "Did anyone approach my horse while I was in the tent?" Lien recalled, "Several ladies came by saying she was cute and petted her." Leylin continued, "Collect the powder from the white horse's nose and the ground. Then have Marquis Bika's seal off the hunting grounds. Ballard, looking at the heavily breathing white horse, said, "My lady, this horse probably won't survive." After a moment of silence, Leyland said, "Please make its passing comfortable." Leyland closed her eyes tightly, feeling scared about the incident. She might never dare to ride a horse again. The investigation revealed that among the ladies who approached the white horse, only the maid of Marchioness Shaman had the same powder. This powder was a forbidden drug that caused severe poisoning reactions. After hearing the investigation report, Leyland said, "The white horse started searching the ground to inhale more powder." Duke Tandemain angrily said, "The ambush happened where the powder concentration was highest, so they must have deliberately lured my daughter there." Marchioness Shamans made claims she knew nothing, saying she only met an acquaintance while running errands and exchanged greetings. Tion's investigation also showed that the maid hadn't purchased any forbidden drugs. In the end, Lei Lin and others still didn't know who the real mastermind was. Ballard impatiently said, "Damn it, we can't tell who's friend or foe now." Leyland agreed with Ballard. The Tandemain family had always been Imperial supporters. Therefore, the culprit might be Marquis Bika, who hosted the hunting event. However, the current suspect was the Imperial supporting Marquis Shaman's household, so it was difficult to determine the true culprit. Who was it, and what was their purpose in creating such chaos? The investigation into the assassination attempt made no progress. So Leyland took a carriage back to the Duke's mansion. Due to the severe shock, although the carriage was uncomfortable, but Leyland still fell asleep. However, she had a very strange dream. In the dream, Leyland called out loudly to Lihi. When she turned to look, she saw Lihi arm in arm with another woman walking into the banquet. Facing everyone's mockery, the Leyland in the dream remained unmoved. She shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you standing here like an idiot?" But the original Leyland couldn't hear her voice, only hearing the surrounding ridicule. She was confused. Was this still the evil Leyland she knew? Just then, Lihi separated from that woman and entered a room alone. Leyland hurriedly followed. She stood there stunned, not understanding what was happening. Lihi asked, "What do you want from me?" Leyland calmly asked, "Are you satisfied with ignoring me in front of all those nobles?" Then slowly approached Lihi. "No matter what you do, I'll always stay by your side, so please don't worry." Li directly pushed away Leyland's hand. "Don't underestimate me. I am the future emperor, and you're just a tool I'm using to become emperor. So don't act like you know everything." Leyland smiled slightly, saying, "I know the throne is prepared for you, and I'm just a stepping stone for you to ascend to the throne. So Lihi, even if you humiliate or ignore me in front of others like today, it's fine." Lihi grabbed Leyland tightly, asking, "I can do this, right? After all, you'll always love me." Leyland looked at him coldly, then pushed him away, saying, "I will always stay by your side, helping you become a brilliant emperor. See you next time, my love, my everything, my Emperor Prydrich." Leyland returned to the Duke's mansion, then dismissed all the maids. She angrily knocked everything off the table, as if wanting to tear something apart. After a moment of silence, Leyland said through gritted teeth, "Madman, you're just my pawn, yet you're getting ahead of yourself. Prydrich, something like you wants to be emperor?" Then picking up a book from the floor, she sneered, "If that fool wasn't so easy to manipulate, I wouldn't have chosen him. Try becoming emperor if you want. I'll just keep supporting from below. After all, I'll be the one laughing in the end." She didn't understand what the original Leyland wanted to do. Just as she was about to tap Leyland's shoulder, the Leyland in the dream suddenly turned to look at her, asking, "Who will stand at the top of this country in the future?" At this moment, the real Leyland suddenly sat up, coughing continuously. She muttered while trembling, "What's going on?" Before she could finish wondering what Leyland wanted to become, the original Leyland appeared before her again and said, "I once wanted to become the person standing at the top, and I finally achieved it." Lihi was a good pawn, though the ending wasn't very good. It's very easy for an empress to become regent. The original Leyland smiled unusually sinisterly, emanating an aura that made the current Leyland feel afraid. But seeing the words "season end," I became even more afraid. Who was behind Leyland's current assassination attempt? Why did the original Leyland appear at this time? Let's look forward to the next season. The Villainess is happy today too. Season 3 is finally coming. In our last season, we talked about Leyland being attacked at the hunting grounds, then being awakened in her dream by the original protagonist. After the original protagonist's barrage of words, Leyland was at a loss. She asked in surprise, "You did all this? Your real purpose was to become regent?" You don't really love Lee? The original protagonist sneered. I'm not foolish enough to derail for mere love. Neither are you, right? Leyland questioned. Why don't you achieve all this yourself? The original protagonist explained. A person can only have one soul. If someone suddenly makes time flow backward, what would everything become? If we return to the past, the experienced future will disappear, and future experiences will remain in your subconscious. So now I advise you to only look at what I show you. The original protagonist reached out to Lei Lin, but was blocked by an invisible wall. In other words, even if the original protagonist wanted to achieve it herself, she couldn't enter Lei Lin's body. The original protagonist was somewhat helpless. She left some gifts for Lei Lin. They were in the study's desk drawer. The original protagonist told Lei Lin to use that to force the royal family into a corner. Lei Lin felt deceived. She felt the original protagonist was just using her. She just wanted to return to her original world. The original protagonist glared at Lei Lin, saying, "Where else do you want to return to? Lei Lin is you, not me." After saying this, the original protagonist disappeared with a smile. Lei Lin couldn't understand what she was saying. She just wanted to be a duchess who could enjoy life. Just then, a sound came from outside the window. Lei Lin went to the balcony and saw a bluebird. Then Lei Lin realized it was sent by Lucas. She then took the envelope. The letter was full of Lucas's care and concern for Lei Lin. She felt somewhat guilty. Looks like I made him worry. Then she wrote a letter and sent it back. On the other side, Lucas was very happy to receive the letter. Although the place he was in was rather grim, Lucas knew the poison came from here, so he had to find out who was behind it. Just as he was about to continue interrogating, someone ran out of the house. Lucas was quick. A dagger grazed past that person's throat. The man drew his sword and charged at Lucas, but his attack was quickly blocked by Lucas. Then Lucas threw a heavy punch, knocking the man to the ground. Lucas asked, "Tell me quickly who your master is." The man remained silent. Lucas stepped on his chest. The man cursed, "You madman." Lucas wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "I have indeed gone mad because of someone lately. You'll come with me. I can finally go see the Duchess now." The original protagonist left Lei Lin a gift that could defeat the royal family. So the next day, she went to her study. Lei Lin nervously prepared to open the drawer. But no matter how she pulled, it wouldn't budge. Unexpectedly, there was a magic barrier on it. This made Lei Lin even more curious. What could be inside? Lei Lin gave up on the mysterious gift and prepared to find Lucas. After all, she hadn't seen her partner for a long time. Just as Lei Lin opened the door, Lucas appeared handsomely before everyone. Lei Lin stammered, "Long time no see. Have you been busy?" Lucas complained with a pitiful face, "You're the busy one. I've been here all along, waiting for you to come find me." Just as Lei Lin was about to explain, Lucas gently took her hand. He said softly, "You look well. That's wonderful." This made Lei Lin's heart beat faster. Looking at the exquisite cake Lucas prepared, Lei Lin's eyes sparkled. Lucas teased, "Don't you think this is like a date?" Lei Lin took a piece of cake and handed it to him. "This must be delicious." Lucas sighed, "Duchess, you're so heartless." Lei Lin was actually feeling shy inside. Then she composed herself and said, "About the ballpoint pen incident last time. If it weren't for you, Alice would have almost stolen my business project." "Thank you," Lucas said gently. "Seeing you so happy makes me happy too. I want to show you something first. Come with me." While Lei Lin was thinking, "Can I finish the cake before we go?" Although that's what she thought, her body honestly followed along. Lei Lin arrived at a dungeon. Inside was the mercenary leader who had framed Lei Lin. The substitution technique had leaked from this mercenary group. Lucas took out a card from his coat pocket. On it was a portrait of the client. He was Leahy's attendant named Heroine. Lei Lin recalled seeing this person somewhere before. It was when Lei Lin asked Leahy for money last time. Heroine was the one who delivered the money. Lucas continued, "Although we don't know the specific reason, he has resigned now." This guy also revealed another lead, but that's not confirmed yet. Lei Lin could easily guess that it must have been Leahy who ordered it. But with just this evidence, the royal family wouldn't easily admit it. After all, even for a deposed crown prince, the royal family wouldn't let him affect their lives. After obtaining this intelligence, Lei Lin didn't plan to stay long. She wanted to interrogate the person who tried to assassinate her at the hunting event. Then she formally expressed her gratitude to Lucas. Watching Lei Lin come and go in a hurry, Lucas smiled self-mockingly. "I worried for nothing. Someone who almost lost their life is so calm. She's really unpredictable." The return path was dark, making it difficult for Leyland to walk. Just then, Lucas appeared beside Leyland. For interrogating assassins, I should be more skilled than the Duke's knights. Take me with you, Leyland explained, but that person is locked in the underground prison of my father's villa. If you go there, my father might be startled. Lucas opened the dungeon door. The light that came through let Leyland see his attire clearly. Leyland was about to ask something. Lucas smiled slightly. The Intelligence Guild leader is at your service. Let's go, Lady Candamevan. The assassination attempt on Leyland was actually related to Alice again. In the last episode, we mentioned that Lucas provided leads about Leyland's attacker. Learning that Leyland had caught the assassin, Lucas wanted to help with the interrogation. So he tidied up his appearance and returned to the Candamevan Duke's mansion with Leyland. The Duke impatiently asked, "You want to enter the underground prison of the villa with my little Lynn?" He then took out the son-in-law requirement checklist and compared it. Lucas perfectly met all the essential requirements. The Duke agreed with a beaming smile. When Leyland arrived at the underground prison and asked if they had learned anything, she received a negative answer. Leyland was anxious. They needed to get answers quickly before any evidence was destroyed. Lucas volunteered, "Let me handle this." Leyland asked quietly, "What exactly are you planning to do?" Lucas confidently replied, "Don't worry, interrogation is my specialty." Shortly after Lucas entered the prison, muffled crying sounds came from inside. After a while, Lucas walked out with a smile. "Duchess, can we talk somewhere private?" They went to the balcony in Leyland's room. Lucas began, "I found out the client's identity." Then he took out a portrait. Leyland didn't recognize this person. Lucas continued, "I'm certain Prince Leahy is behind this, because this person was also a royal attendant, though he's left the palace now. There's also someone else you know well, Alice, who often opposes you." The assassin said that when Prince Leahy's attendants commissioned them, they were always accompanied by a pink-haired woman. And it wasn't the attendants who ordered your assassination. It was the pink-haired woman, though I'm not sure if that's true. This made Leyland very angry. She decided to ask Alice personally about her motives. Currently, Leyland had already broken off her engagement with Leahy, which should have been what Alice wanted, but she still wanted to kill her. Moreover, the original owner knew some future events that only the transmigrated Alice would know. These things were too strange. They arrived at Alice's residence. Leyland was surprised by how dilapidated the house was. Upon opening the door, the inside was a mess. It looked like no one had lived there for a while. After looking around, Leyland said, "Looks like all valuables have been taken." Lucas searched through documents nearby. He said, "She's left the Empire. Most likely went to either the Milo Kingdom or Bitero Kingdom." Leyland had no clue about these matters. But since other kingdoms were willing to accept Alice, it must be Leahy's doing. They must be plotting something. But why did Alice want to kill me? Leyland began to reflect, wondering if she was responsible for making Alice that way. Lucas gently consoled her. "They're the bad ones. Why are you blaming yourself?" Leyland said seriously, "Whatever the reason, I'm not kind enough to forgive someone who clearly wanted to kill me." Lucas held Leyland's hand and said, "Speaking of bad personalities, no one can compare to me. So don't go soft on them. I'll find Alice. Don't get discouraged. Just keep being yourself." Leyland felt both happy and touched. Leyland returned to the Duke's mansion. Olivia greeted her saying, "Miss, there's a guest waiting for you. He's with the knights at the training ground." Suddenly, shouts from the knights could be heard. It turned out Bellard was sparring with the knights. Just then, a wooden sword stuck into the board behind Leyland. Leyland angrily said, "Bellard, you came without notice and you're bullying our knights. Are you looking for a duel?" Looking at the enraged Leyland, Bellard hurriedly said, "This is a misunderstanding, Duchess." So what was Bellard here for? In the last episode, we mentioned that Lucas volunteered to help Leyland find the mastermind behind the assassination. After returning to the Duke's mansion, she found that Bellard had come without any notice. Leyland was furious with him. At this moment, Duke Carolaus approached and kindly asked, "Maid, are you all right?" Leyland replied with a sincere smile, "Thanks to your concern, I'm fine now." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Duke Candamevan needed to have a detailed discussion with Duke Carolaus. Leyland got straight to the point. "Young Master Bellard, why are you here?" Bellard said somewhat embarrassedly, "I came to see you and ask for a favor. Could you help convince the commoner Knight Cassowin to join our family's knight order?" Leyland was surprised. "Why take Cassowin? You threatened him with your sword last time." Bellard explained, "After that incident, I practiced with him. He's very strong. It's a waste for him to remain just a commoner knight. That's why I want to recruit him." Leyland asked thoughtfully. Don't you mind that he's a commoner? Bellard said seriously. I don't think status matters. On the battlefield, whether commoner or noble, we're all comrades fighting side by side. Emperor Cardrian said talent shouldn't be restricted by status. This is my life principle. Leyland teased. It's precious to hear such words from you. Bellard laughed. Is it strange? I often hear such comments. Leyland smiled. I think it's cool. You'll definitely become an excellent fourth princess of Carolaus. Then Leyland changed her tone, but convincing her won't be easy. I invited her to be a knight at the Duke's mansion before, but was refused. I don't understand why she hides her strength. I think rather than being a commoner knight, being ignored or doing menial work, becoming a noble of common birth would be better. Bellard explained. Maybe she doesn't want to leave this place. Leyland didn't understand this explanation. What does becoming a noble have to do with leaving? Bellard continued. In this era, when commoner knights show decent ability, they're given appropriate status and assigned under border counts. At the borders far from the capital, only commoner knights fight with their lives. None of them are of noble birth. Leyland understood now. Even if commoners become nobles, they still face discrimination. So Cassowin doesn't want to become like that. I guess I was meddling unnecessarily. Bellard said. She said she has things to do, so she doesn't want to go to the border. Anyway, I want to help her. Leyland smirked. Did you develop a male friendship after fighting? Bellard thought and said, if I have to say, it's because of you. Anyway, I'll leave this to you. Leyland readily agreed. At this moment, a maid brought a blanket and draped it over Leyland. Looking at Leyland, Bellard fell into reminiscence. After he extended the invitation to Cassowin, Cassowin remained calm and declined the offer. No matter what Bellard said, Cassowin wouldn't budge. So he said very seriously, I have someone I want to protect, though they're proud and hard to understand. I can't forget them. I want to send a capable person to stay by their side. Cassowin slowly stood up, said, I also want to serve such a person. There's someone who stays grounded. So I want to improve my strength through my own efforts. I hope you understand. Seeing Cassowin's determined eyes, Bellard realized, this guy is actually a love rival. Leyland said to the daydreaming Bellard, I still have unfinished business. I'll go first, Bellard said with a silly smile. Don't forget to ask her. The more I think about it, the more satisfied I am. This made Leyland somewhat disgusted. They didn't get along before. Could they be dating now? After entering the room, the maid brought out Miss Mill's long-awaited letter. While opening the letter, Leyland muttered, After all, I can't leave everything to Lucas and do nothing myself. I should use my own connections to investigate rumors, preferably ones related to Rich. Leyland confidently said to the maid, Let's prepare to meet Miss Mill. In the last episode, we mentioned Leyland's good friend Mill had information about Rich's feelings. So after getting dressed up, Leyland took Betty and departed in a carriage. The bumpy carriage ride made Leyland curse. I really want to get rid of this carriage. Every ride leaves my whole body aching. Betty calmly replied, But noble ladies have always used these. Leyland's spirit ignited. If this world can't create better carriages, then I'll have to do it myself. Soon, they arrived at the Mill family residence to attend Mill's mother's party. Mill's mother came out with a beaming smile to welcome them. Leyland responded very ladylike, then quietly asked Mill, Is there something behind me? I feel like everyone is whispering. Mill hurriedly explained, Don't mind it. Everyone's just being cautious. The culprit from the hunting festival hasn't been caught yet. The Charmin and Beta families have power and influence, so they easily escape trouble. But if it's an ordinary family and you point at them, they'll be completely branded as criminals. Leyland only then realized, Is my influence really that big? This is troublesome. I rarely attend parties, and wanted to chat with more people. But no matter which group Leyland approached, everyone quietly moved away. Leyland felt dejected. Mill comforted her. If that incident hadn't happened, everyone would be rushing to talk to you. So please don't be too sad. Then continued. The previously launched products were very popular. Everyone is curious about the upcoming products. Leyland thought Mill must have made a lot of money, considering her own share was already a huge sum. I need to settle accounts at the Magic Tower first and discuss the carriage project. At this moment, Aisha and Philo approached. Facing their warm greetings, Leyland happily said, I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Then Aisha spoke. The Queen's health seems to have gotten worse. I heard she's returning to her homeland for treatment. She must be homesick. When Leyland thought of that crazy woman, she got goosebumps. Isn't it a more serious illness? this. Leyland wondered why the queen would return home after the royal bestowal. It seemed too coincidental, so she asked Mill, which country is the queen from? Mill answered, the kingdom of Renesia, next to the kingdom of Bitro. Leyland suddenly had a bad feeling. She felt she needed to investigate this. The next day, Leyland came to the Magic Tower. This is the Magic Tower settlement. All this is thanks to the Magic Tower's efforts. I also want to discuss the next product. I have a good idea. The Tower Master interrupted. Has your health improved? If something happened to the court lady, it would be difficult for us. I thought we might never see you again. Leyland said seriously, don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Igraine smiled. Then I'm relieved. Leyland suddenly asked, can you give me some medicine that's good for beastmen? Igraine calmly said, so that egg from before is hatched. Leyland excitedly gestured. He's grown so much, and his physique has improved. But last time he went home saying he felt unwell. I'm worried the sudden changes made him weak. Igraine said, we can make it now. Please wait. Then instructed Belle to prepare the medicine according to the prescription. Then Igraine continued, based on the current situation, I think that child might be the king of the beastmen. Leyland anxiously asked, if he really is, what will happen? Igraine replied, the beastmen will gather around their king, and the king will lead them to establish new territory. In other words, that beastman might leave. While Leyland was lost in thought, Igraine said, let's continue discussing work matters. Then Leyland absent-mindedly presented her new project. Her mind kept wondering, is Harvey really the king of the beastmen? How could such a pure angel possibly be? Though now that he's grown up, maybe he really is. But my adorable baby, how did he suddenly become the continent's #1 male beastman? How can I accept this? In the last episode, we mentioned Leyland went to see Tower Master Igraine to discuss new business plans, but unexpectedly learned Harvey's true identity. If true, he might leave her behind. Leyland returned to the Duke's mansion, suppressing her anxiety. I heard too much at the Magic Tower. My head hurts. Betty concernedly said, I'll prepare some hot tea for you. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Harvey anxiously asked Leyland, are you all right? Did you get motion sickness from the carriage? You look terrible. Leyland forced a smile. I'm fine. But is it okay for you to run out of school like this? Harvey said pitifully, I missed you so much. Today's a rest day, so I came back. Leyland continued asking, haven't you encountered anything unusual lately? After thinking for a moment, Harvey said, I took an exam. Leyland asked indirectly, nothing like suddenly having animals gather around you? Since you came all this way, let's have some tea together. Then she instructed Betty to bring tea to the courtyard. But Harvey's expression seemed somewhat lonely. After arriving at the courtyard, Harvey gentlemanly pulled out a chair. Then he took out his report card from his coat. Seeing the excellent grades, Leyland couldn't help but praise him extensively. Harvey shyly said, because I promised to repay you. Leyland was somewhat confused, but Harvey remembered clearly. When Leyland saved him back then, he was determined to repay her. At that time, Leyland said that if Harvey could achieve good grades, that would be repayment enough. Harvey took those words to heart. After hearing Harvey's explanation, Leyland laughed heartily. This repayment exceeded expectations. Then Harvey said concernedly, actually, when I heard about the hunting festival incident, I was very worried. Leyland continued, so that's why you came to see me? You should be busy adjusting to school life. Don't worry about me. Harvey moved closer to Leyland, continuing, I was afraid you were hurt somewhere. I was both worried and sad. I almost lost you. Unable to hold back anymore, Harvey took off his coat, then turned around saying, I want to make you feel better, just like before with the petting. Leyland shyly covered her eyes, saying, what kind of dangerous thing are you saying? As your guardian. As Leyland slowly opened her eyes, she saw a tail swaying in front of her. Now transformed into a leopard, Harvey explained, I was afraid transforming would tear the clothes. They were a gift from you after all. Leyland stroked Harvey, saying, warn me before transforming. You scared me. Harvey leaned against Leyland's legs, saying, just like before, pet me while mumbling about your troubles. Leyland laughed. Then after a moment of silence, continued, actually, I was very scared too. After all, I had finally experienced what happiness is. I thought I was going to die like that. Worried everything would end. Just thinking about that time makes my hands tremble involuntarily. But being helpless against such threats was really frustrating. Paying them back double would suit my personality better. There's someone who treats my matters as his own, always standing up for me. But his actions really put me at ease. When I need him, he'll always unconditionally stand by my side. So I'm fine. Harvey sincerely said, I'm glad there are many people helping. Leyland stood up saying, It's getting cold. Let's go inside. After getting dressed, Harvey prepared to leave, since he only came out on a temporary permit and needed to return quickly. Leyland reluctantly pinched Harvey's cheeks, saying, "Thank you for coming to see me today. I'll do my best." After Harvey returned to Candom boarding school, 3 beastmen came to greet him. They had gathered oppressed beastmen from various regions, just waiting for Harvey's command to leave human society. But Harvey was determined. He didn't want to leave immediately. At this time, the cat beast man Nulis said, "Then we'll take the Candom Duchess with us. Although I hate humans, we can take that woman with us." These words triggered Harvey's fury. He angrily warned, "If you dare try anything behind my back, I absolutely won't let you off. I know what you want, but I don't know what choice I'll make. So just wait quietly." Everyone bowed respectfully, saying, "As you command, our King Harvey." After accepting Belayard's request, Leyland prepared to meet Caswin the next day. Late at night, Caswin couldn't sleep. He was practicing swordplay alone. He recalled his confrontation with young Lord Belayard, who repeatedly urged him to show his true strength. Just as he infused magic into his sword, preparing to unleash his full power, the next moment his sword was knocked away. Belayard said mercilessly, "Your swordsmanship has gone astray. What a waste of your talent. Logically, at your age, being able to use magic freely would make you a genius anywhere. So why are you hiding your strength? What are you afraid of?" Back to reality, Caswin struck down hard, but he ended up waking his younger brother. Caswin said gently, "It's very late. Leon, you should go to bed." But Leon asked, "Brother, will you leave like father did? If you're not here, I'll have to protect mother." Caswin stroked Leon's head, saying gently, "I'll always stay by your side." Early the next morning, Leyland came to visit. Caswin's mother came out to greet her, surprised to see it was the Candom Duchess. Caswin noticed the commotion at the door and hurried to check. Leyland, imitating her father's tone, said, "He rejected all my conditions. I swear by the name of Candom, this matter cannot just end like this. I must negotiate with him personally." It had taken Leyland great effort to stop her father. Leyland continued, "Long time no see. Can we talk?" After Leyland sat down, Caswin asked concernedly, "How is your health?" Afterward, they both fell into silence. Suddenly, Leyland asked, "Do you hate me?" This startled Caswin. Leyland explained, "You not only refused to join our family, but also declined promotion and even rejected my father's reason. If you don't hate me, none of this makes sense." Caswin frantically explained, "I just did what I should do. Just having your approval is already more than I could ask for." Leyland said with frustration, "But I don't think you're someone without ambition. There must be another reason." Caswin hurriedly explained, "It's not like that. No matter what achievements I make, I'll always be a commoner. I'm content being a common knight. If nobles take notice of me, I'll be sent to serve under the border states. The people I want to protect aren't at the border, but here." At this moment, Leon's appearance interrupted their conversation. Leyland said, "So you're doing this for your family?" Caswin explained, "My father was a very skilled mercenary. He taught me swordsmanship. After nobles noticed my father's excellent swordsmanship, he became a subordinate of the border earl. To improve our family's life, father decided to achieve merit and gain noble status. But after 4 years, he disappeared without a trace. That's why I'm content with my current position. Only this way can I protect those I want to protect." Leyland said calmly, "Do you think staying in the 12th Night Squad like this will let you protect everything you want to protect?" Caswin remained silent. Leyland continued, "Young Lord Belayard is the Empire's only swordmaster. He can surely help you greatly." Caswin said with determination, "There's someone I want to follow, so I want to prove myself in the upcoming sword tournament. The sword tournament is held every 5 years in the Empire. The champion can choose whom they want to follow and swear loyalty to them. If I can win, I'm willing to dedicate everything to that person." Leyland interrupted, "Then you should all the more meet with young Lord Belayard. The choice is in your hands. Even with others' help, success is still achieved by oneself. It's a good thing when people want to help you, just like how you helped me." Caswin finally opened up and took the letter and pocket watch. Seeing the content on the envelope, Caswin was stunned, never expecting the Duke to pay such attention to a commoner. At this time, Leon came out shouting, "Mom says if you keep refusing like this, she'll kick you out of the house." After hearing this, Leyland said with a smile, "Your family would say such things." Caswin decided to take the chance. Then he said gently to Leyland, "Thank you. I absolutely won't disappoint you." Leyland smiled and said, "Do your best. I look forward to your performance." After learning that Alice was behind everything, Leyland was very angry. Lucas volunteered, saying he would help find Alice's hiding place. Unexpectedly, Lucas had secret connections with Alice. That night, Lucas disguised himself and came to the Bitero kingdom. Following the hints in the letter, he found Alice's residence. Upon seeing Lucas, Alice said tearfully, "You really came to save me." Lucas smiled and said, "Of course I had to come, considering who asked for me." Alice complained pitifully. "Besides running away, I had no other way to escape that woman. Alone in a foreign country, I really couldn't hold on anymore. That's why I called you. After all, you're on my side." Lucas asked seriously, "Your prince failed. Knowing this, why do you still stay here? What task did that person give you?" Alice said pitifully, "For a woman with nothing like me, wanting to stay in a foreign country, there really aren't many choices." Lucas asked patiently, "I need to know the specific situation to help you. I came specially to help you. Don't you trust me?" Alice spoke, "I need to control the merchant groups and nobles of the Bitero kingdom. Lucas, I hope you can have people spread rumors that I'm the richest person from the empire. I'll use this to do business here. By any means necessary, I must establish good relationships with this country's nobles, make them purchase weapons and military power until war could break out without arousing suspicion. That way, I can return all the humiliation I suffered to that woman. I can definitely reach the empire's peak, because I clearly remember everything that woman did." Then Alice hugged Lucas tightly, saying, "Only you understand me. She just had a lucky birth, while we fought our way to this position with our own strength. Do you remember the founding party?" Lucas smiled contemptuously and said, "Of course. How could I forget such a miserable day for you?" Meanwhile, Candamuin reported to his father about Leyland's capture, stating they had found the mastermind behind the assassination. Duke Candamuin angrily said, "Tell me immediately who it is. I'll make sure they lose their heads." Leyland asked her father to calm down. The main culprits were Prince Rishi's former attendant and Alice. They had already left the empire. The secretary nearby said, "As far as I know, 4 people resigned from their positions as Prince Rishi's attendants, and the 2 attendants who weren't accused are currently not in the Kevin Empire." Leyland added, "I heard these 4 attendants escorted Alice to the Bitero kingdom, then they split up to different countries." Then she took out Lucas's latest intelligence report and continued, "They're in the Bitero kingdom, Milo kingdom, and Padian kingdom. Additionally, they sent a team to Linesia." Candamuin pondered, "International activities. Mere attendants couldn't do such things out of personal desire. This is typically how royalty attracts external forces and provokes war. If that's true, then they must be acting under Congresi's instructions." Leyland continued, "This is intelligence provided by the Intelligence Guild's Grand Master. Alice has copied our products and is currently conducting business openly in the Bitero kingdom. I heard she's particularly focused on getting close to major clients in Bitero." Candamuin asked puzzledly, "Those are magical products. Mages only exist in the Kevin Empire." Leyland wasn't sure either, but said she would personally ask Magic Tower Master Jen later. Duke Candamuin continued, "No matter how good a project is, it can't suddenly attract discerning nobles in other countries without reason, unless someone is helping them behind the scenes." The secretary quickly added, "We've discovered that Prince Rishi has been continuously transferring funds to Bitero recently." Leyland worriedly said, "So their supporter is Rishi. What exactly does he want?" Candamuin smiled. "Once we know the flow of money, we can predict the near future. The Bitero kingdom will declare war soon." The secretary explained to Leyland, "The Bitero kingdom has recently purchased large amounts of weapons and chemicals. Surrounding countries have also bought 3 times more chemical and weapon-related items than usual." Candamuin stood up saying, "Now that we know their goal is to start a war, we absolutely cannot sit idle. Based on when they declare war, we can more accurately judge what they want." Seeing her father leave, Leyland anxiously asked, "Father, how do you plan to handle this?" Duke Candamuin patted Leyland's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry. I absolutely won't let my precious daughter be in danger again. I'm going to have a good talk with the Emperor, who couldn't control his own son, to prevent war from breaking out." Duke Candamuin went to the Kevin Empire's royal residence. Based on the information he had, he reported to the Emperor item by item. But the emperor impatiently interrupted. I've heard enough of your absurd claims. Even if 3 kingdoms attack together, my country won't have any problems. I understand you want to find a scapegoat because your daughter almost died. But are you trying to insult the royal family with these groundless matters? Kandamuin continued to persuade patiently. I know it's hard for you to understand, but the truth is quite obvious now. The unusual movements of Prince Rishi's attendants and his partner Alice's business ventures in the Bidero Empire. Prince Rishi must be behind all this. He must have some scheme in mind. I'm just worried he might rebel. However, the emperor objected. I think it's the Kandamuin family that's planning to rebel. Duke Kandamuin looked at the emperor in disbelief, then righteously said, My daughter barely escaped from assassins with her life. She was clearly caught in a power struggle, but for the sake of the royal family, we let it go without investigation. If that's the case, shouldn't you at least be wary of the dangers I just mentioned? Is it so hard to be cautious of Prince Rishi? The emperor impatiently said, You dare desecrate the God-given royal bloodline. I cannot accept such behavior. As you wished, Rishi became the former crown prince, and Kandamuin became an unshakable house. This makes me suspect your daughter's incident was your own doing. Duke Kandamuin could no longer contain himself. Do you think I'm mad enough to gamble with my daughter's life? One of the masterminds behind my daughter's assassination was that woman who's involved with your worthless son. If anything happens to my daughter in this war, I will never forgive you. The emperor sighed softly. You dare speak so insolently to the emperor. It seems your family has become too arrogant. Duke Kandamuin said helplessly, Do as you please. Even if rebels kill you, it's none of my concern. The emperor said contemptuously, Let me give you some advice. Watch your daughter carefully. I think there might be something wrong with her mind. She might end up like her mother, suddenly hanging herself. Duke Kandamuin coldly asked, What did you say? The emperor ignored him and stood up, saying indifferently, I know you like to make things bigger than they are. The royal family's tolerance of your arrogant behavior, since you turned my son into the former crown prince. It ends now. Kandamuin gritted his teeth and said, Then let this empire fall miserably before everyone's eyes. Damn you. The emperor retorted again. Trees that grow wildly block the sky and destroy the forest. However, it's difficult to root them out quickly, so we must let them wither and die first. Meanwhile, Leyland arrived at the magic tower, but royal guards blocked her from entering. Although Leyland used to come here frequently, she was no longer allowed. The soldier kindly advised, These are royal orders. Please comply. Leyland challenged, What if I don't comply? Are you going to arrest me? The soldier glared at Leyland, saying, Then you certainly won't meet a good end. This attitude angered the Kandamuin family knights, who immediately wanted to draw their swords. But Leyland stopped them. If I can't enter here, I have other ways. She then returned to Duke Kandamuin's mansion. Finding Egolin's medal, Leyland teleported and rushed to explain. But she found everything in chaos. What happened here? Where's Belcher? Egolin, holding back his grief, said, I never thought the magic tower I've desperately protected would fall. Making money without royal permission, spreading improper thoughts among mages in the Kevin Empire. All the mages, including Belcher, were arrested on these 2 charges and taken to the royal prison. Leyland couldn't believe the royal family had become so harsh. In the last episode, we talked about how Leyland came to the magic tower, only to unexpectedly learn that all mages had been arrested. And the reason was supposedly for helping her make money. The magic tower master said, helplessly, The royal family sent many people here. They questioned why you've been coming to the magic tower lately and searched the entire place. Leyland calmly asked, So how did you respond? Egolin continued, I said you came to the magic tower because you were unwell and found us while seeking treatment. I even forged many documents as evidence and submitted them. Leyland looked at the sorrowful Egolin. Why are you trying so hard to protect? Egolin explained, I did this only to sever your connection with the magic tower to protect the mages. Leyland said emotionally, This is all because of me. I'll rescue the mages. Egolin said without any hope, Please don't get involved anymore. Provoking the emperor won't do any good. I can only wait quietly and hope everyone returns safely. Leyland asked, puzzled, Why are you so unwilling to directly confront the royal family? Egolin said desperately, You think no one has reached out to help us like you have in these hundreds of years? Some wanted to use us, others wanted to help after learning the truth, but they all disappeared without a trace. because none could defeat the royal family. Thanks to you, we earned 5 billion and enjoyed ourselves. These are beautiful memories for everyone. So please don't come to the magic tower anymore. Facing Egolin's expulsion, Leylin demanded loudly. You think they'll release everyone if we just stay quiet? What if they find an excuse to imprison them for life? But Egolin said emotionally, this isn't your concern. There's no need to involve you. I'll handle it. Please leave. Leylin righteously said, of course it's my concern. The people who help me are being treated like slaves by the royal family. How can I, as their employer, ignore this? Give me some time. I will definitely rescue the mages. Then she teleported back home, not giving Egolin a chance to persuade her. At that moment, a note floated down. After reading its contents, Egolin sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Leylin hurriedly searched for her father. Just then, Kandamuin called out loudly for Leylin, then said furiously, I can't believe I served such a person as emperor. That fool has a head, but doesn't think. Better to remove it altogether. To calm her father, Leylin and Kandamuin went to the rose garden. Kandamuin said irritably, the emperor's become paranoid. Because the former crown prince's scandal was so big, he's trying to cover it up. Leylin quickly asked, how does he plan to handle the rebellion? The royal family is in danger at this rate. Kandamuin continued, he doesn't care about the empire's safety, only his power. I can't believe I served such a petty person as emperor. Now Leylin understood why the mages were imprisoned. They were made scapegoats for Rishi's alleged rebellion. Kandamuin stood up, saying, although we can escape, the mages might really be executed for treason. Leylin said angrily, for hundreds of years, the royal family has covered up all their crimes, making people believe their bloodline is noble. They blamed all the people suffering on the beastmen, and pushed all responsibility for wars onto the mages. Kandamuin continued, but Kandamuin remained silent because nobles are the biggest beneficiaries of the royal family's existence. That's why the emperor was so harsh with me, Leylin. Dissatisfied, she said, the mages did nothing wrong. I actively sought them out for help with my business. Yet they're charged with treason just for that. Before Leylin could finish, Kandamuin smiled and said, we don't need to stay silent. Our family has always been merchants at heart. We only called ourselves subjects of the empire to make more money. If we give up this title, everything can be resolved. We can live well on our own anyway. It wasn't the empire that accepted us. We chose the empire. If we go elsewhere, they would probably be happy to have us. Moreover, if we organize our territory and business circles before leaving, the entire empire will fall into chaos. They dare say my daughter is mentally unstable? I'll show that dog a thing or two. Leylin laughed at her father's angry words. Then, holding her father's hand, she said with determination, let's show them Kandamuin's choice. To teach the arrogant royal family a lesson, the Duke resolved to demonstrate the power of the Kandamuin family. Just disappearing from the empire for a month will cause unrest. Leylin said earnestly, we can't let the common people suffer because of our fight with the royal family. Those captured mages might be used as sacrifices, so we must be careful. Duke Kandamuin calmly said, we'll only target the nobility. Leylin smiled upon hearing this. How about blocking the trading ports? For centuries, the Kandamuin family has held exclusive rights to the empire's trade. We only need to block luxury goods. This will have minimal impact on commoners, but will cause noble dissatisfaction. Duke Kandamuin praised proudly. As expected of my daughter, so clever. The next day, Duke Kandamuin personally announced, telling the managers that port operations would cease completely, sending them on vacation, and that he would strengthen security in the area. Watching the Duke walk away, two people were puzzled. Kandamuin, who would do anything for profit, was actually closing trading ports regardless of losses. Someone nearby reminded them, don't you know? The Duke's daughter was nearly assassinated at a royal event, but the culprit hasn't been caught. When the Duke demanded the emperor catch the criminal, he was accused of planning it himself. Only then did the two understand that Kandamuin and the royal family had become adversaries. Leylin calmly asked, is this the last port? The Duke smiled and said, now no luxury goods will enter the empire. Leylin continued, though nobles planning parties will be upset in the short term, without suppliers, high-priced underground trading will spread. Eventually, all nobles will suffer. Duke Kandamuin sneered, the entire empire will suffer. As Kandamuin's distributors closed one by one, many people became dissatisfied. People began discussing. They say Kandamuin won't import anything anymore. Then someone shouted, I heard Kandamuin will go abroad after settling their business. One noble said in horror, Is this true? This empire has been sustained by Candymuin's money. Can we still live normally here after Candymuin leaves? Thus, rumors of Candymuin's possible departure spread among the people. All major merchants and Candymuin's employees were trying to stop the conflict between the royal family and Candymuin. But they couldn't understand why the royal family wasn't begging Candymuin to reconcile. Meanwhile, Duke Candymuin's secretary reported price increases. In just 2 weeks, luxury goods prices increased tenfold. Other nobles requested daily meetings with the emperor. Leyland was puzzled. The reaction is faster than expected. There should still be plenty of stock in the market. The duke smiled and said, I spread rumors that Candymuin would go to other countries. Didn't I say? We didn't choose the empire. The empire chose us. Candymuin is the empire's source of income, and money is its lifeline. The entire empire will soon fall into anxiety. The nobles won't just wait for the royal family. Then he burst into laughter. 1 month after the Candymuin incident, the Bytro kingdom declared war on the Kevin Empire. The royal family was in chaos, facing questions from many ministers. Emperor Kevin could only remain silent. At night, Kevin angrily pounded the table. He roared, that damned Candymuin, parasiting under the royal family's sacred bloodline, becoming a noble, now dares to rebel. The royal family is divine. We absolutely cannot be defamed, so I must destroy Candymuin. Before he finished speaking, Leisure requested an audience from outside and then entered. Hearing this voice irritated Kevin. He shouted louder, I don't want to open the door. Leave me alone. Leisure calmly said, when the royal dog bites its master, naturally other dogs must be used. Chaotic times need heroes, just like during the 100 Years' War. The highly honorable Carolaus would never betray the royal family with Candymuin. As long as Carolaus stands with the royal family, the empire will surely have peace for 100 years. As for the troublesome Candymuin, let's do as they wish. Kevin flew into a rage upon hearing this. He grabbed a nearby wine glass and threw it at Leisure. Isn't all this because of you? Candymuin Duke said you tried to assassinate his daughter and plot rebellion. Whether this is true doesn't matter. What matters is the royal family's reputation was almost damaged. And now you tell me to do as Candymuin wishes? You truly don't respect me. Leisure calmly explained, I've already been deposed. Even if you imprison me, the royal family's reputation won't be damaged. That way, Candymuin will get what they want. They'll stay at the blessing. Kevin thought, following Candymuin's wishes and imprisoning Leisure wouldn't be difficult, as long as the news didn't leave the palace. Then he coldly said, you may leave. Leisure walked out, appearing unusually calm. At this moment, he only wanted to regain Leileen's love and hold her in his arms again. 1 month after the Candymuin incident, the emperor secretly summoned Duke Candymuin and the court lady. Before starting the conversation, the emperor asked with a serious expression, is the Candymuin family really planning to leave the Kevin Empire after settling their business? You haven't conspired with the warring Bytro kingdom in all this, have you? To suppress her father's anger, Leyland quickly said, this is completely false information. This incident only occurred because my father was ill and temporarily negligent. The emperor glanced coldly at Duke Candymuin. He said in a low voice, I can't handle unpleasant words. It causes nervous exhaustion. Leyland continued, you should know clearly that Bytro Kingdom's declaration of war has nothing to do with Candymuin. If we had planned this, my father wouldn't have come to see you last time. Instead, he would have left without a word. However, Emperor Kevin said, I think Candymuin might have suddenly chosen to ally with Bytro to gain more leverage. Bytro declared war not during the sword tournament, but 1 month after the Candymuin incident. Isn't that surprising? Leyland felt annoyed inside. Was he trying to frame Candymuin as traitors for the sake of royal reputation? As if guessing Leileen's thoughts, he calmly said, you don't need to be so vigilant. I'm just telling you what was said at the Noble Council. I've decided to follow your suggestion and confine Leisure to his room before the sword tournament. Perhaps I was too confident in the Kevin Empire's power, which led to my overexcitement. I apologize for not heeding your advice earlier. I hope the royal family and House Candymuin can return to their former relationship. Seeing the emperor about to leave, Leyland quickly said, I want to discuss the magic tower matter with you. Please release the mages imprisoned in the royal prison. Even if they have connections with Candymuin, they haven't committed any crimes. Kevin impatiently said, this incident and the magic tower matter are separate issues. I cannot grant your request. At this point, Duke Candymuin interrupted, they helped treat my daughter's illness. How could I possibly ignore their situation? We can't you and owe the mages a favor. I hope you can grant my daughter's request. Kevin hesitated for a moment before saying, can you guarantee to stop using them for your ventures? To save those innocent mages? Although Leyland was displeased inside, she agreed. The next morning, the Emperor announced that he would send bellied Carolaus to deal with Bitro. People cheered for the Emperor and hero Carolaus, becoming incredibly confident. But Belid's heart had changed. Meanwhile, Magic Tower Master Igraine was organizing documents. The mages released from prison suddenly appeared and rushed toward Igraine. Just as Igraine was confused, Leyland spoke. Didn't I say I would rescue them all? Sorry for making you suffer. I promise this won't happen again. Looking at the tired Leyland, Igraine snapped her fingers, then handed her a self-made electric blanket. She explained, following your notes, I managed to succeed. I subconsciously believed you when you said you could save everyone. Trusting you was worth it. Thank you so much. Other mages also expressed their gratitude to Leyland. However, Leyland said helplessly, I got you out on the condition that I won't deal with the magic tower anymore. So I probably can't come to the tower again. Igraine seriously asked, will it be dangerous? Is there anything we mages can help with? Leyland scolded righteously. What are you thinking? What if you lose the Emperor's trust again, trying to help me? Igraine couldn't persuade Leyland. Then she formally requested approval, using imperial etiquette. After kissing Leyland's hand, she said with determined eyes, we mages will help Lady Leyland. Please allow us. Leyland was startled by Igraine's sudden action. Which empire's custom is this? Igraine innocently replied, this is how approval was requested 200 years ago. I'm sincere. Please allow us to help. After some internal struggle, Leyland sighed helplessly. You've shaken my resolve. In that case, I won't refuse. After all, my strategy needs the power of mages. Please help me. I'll do my best to protect the mages. Igraine smiled. Other mages followed suit. They voluntarily wanted to help Leyland. Leyland smiled and said, then I'll be counting on you again. In the Bitro Kingdom's noble mansion, Alice looked at the magnificent jewels and mountains of wealth before her. This was the life she had dreamed of, yet her heart felt no joy. These things weren't enough to make Alice happy, because she didn't have much time left. Her hands were gradually disappearing. Looking at Leisure's comforting letter, Alice knew Leisure would abandon her to be with Leyland. But unfortunately, this time Alice also needed Leyland. To survive, Alice needed Leyland's soul. Just then, a mage broke through the window. The man said calmly, that man you called has left here for the Kevin Empire. Alice stood up saying, well done. Next, Lucas's presence might interfere with your actions. We'll soon get what we've dreamed of. The man asked confusedly. I know, Alice, but what should I do? Alice said emotionally, you must kill Leyland at the sword tournament. As long as she lives, all my plans will turn to nothing. At this rate, I might die. Please, Xianan, help me. Xianan embraced Alice and softly comforted her. Don't be so chaotic. I'll help you achieve your dream. Please trust me. Even if time flows backward, our love won't change. At this moment, Xianan's hands were also slowly disappearing. It seemed to be a backlash caused by triggering some kind of taboo. Meanwhile, after getting help from the mages, Leyland learned about a mage who could use forbidden black magic. This person was called Xian Nanshi, the most talented among mages. Dissatisfied with the current situation, they were dedicated to practicing forbidden magic. However, Leyland wasn't sure if the mage helping Alice was Xian Nanshi. She could only consciously increase her vigilance towards this person. As for other matters, she would think about them gradually. At this moment, Leyland was sitting in a carriage, heading to Lucas's cake shop. Leyland confidently asked Betty, how do I look today? Betty excitedly replied, you look very radiant today. However, Leyland felt somewhat uncomfortable. I'm just delivering a gift. Why am I so nervous? After being informed by the front desk that Lucas allowed her free access, thinking Lucas hadn't returned, Leyland directly pushed open his door. However, what met her eyes was Lucas's half-covered body. Lucas thought it was Laban, so he didn't mind. After a moment of eye contact, Lucas screamed, Duchess, why did you suddenly come? Leyland asked with a red face. When did you return? After a while, when both had calmed down, Lucas complained pitifully, Can't believe I was seen naked. Leyland argued. I swear I only saw a tiny bit. Then Lucas got to business. Not just foreign nobles. People within the Empire are also involved in Alice's plan. I remember their faces and names, so we must capture them alive as witnesses during the sword tournament. Based on current trends, a rebellion will definitely occur. After receiving Lucas's intelligence, Leyland continued asking, did you see any magic stones used to create magical items around Alice? Lucas indicated he hadn't seen any, then said seriously, she plagiarized your magical works and took action, which means there must be a mage helping behind the scenes. If even I couldn't discover them, it means that person is being very careful. Then pointing at the item Leyland brought, he asked, what exactly is that thing beside you? Leyland said, this is a gift for you. It's called a blanket. It's dangerous outside for the big battle. Then she let Lucas lie on it to feel it. The next moment, Lucas felt such warmth and comfort that he didn't want to get up. Seeing Lucas's satisfied expression, Leyland asked, how is it? Not bad, right? Lucas looked at Leyland before him and softly said, don't you want to try lying down too? Leyland calmly replied, it's too narrow. Lucas continued, I think it's fine to lie down. Besides, someone who makes products should experience them before selling. Leyland stopped him in time. I've already confirmed it. Stop playing tricks. At this point, Lucas put aside his playful manner and said seriously, I have something important to tell you. Sending Swordmaster Carolaus to the border must also be part of Alice and Leishure's plan. Their goal is to occupy while there's no strong defender in the palace. This sword tournament will be very dangerous. You might get seriously injured. Are you really okay with this? Leyland just smiled slightly and said, don't worry. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. You need to be careful too. Lucas asked, should I come back on the day of the sword tournament? Leyland said seriously, didn't you say only I can command myself? Leyland hopes you can stay in the Bytro Kingdom. You need to stay in that place I can't go to, helping me collect information. I'll need those things soon, so don't worry. Just focus on your own tasks. I'm leaving now. Use that thing well. After all, it's an exclusive gift I specially made for you. Watching Leyland gradually walk away, Lucas fell into deep thought. Just then, Laban came in and asked, how much are you charging for this information? Lucas suddenly asked, do you know what pure love is? You probably don't know. Someone as money-loving as you will never understand it in your lifetime. Laban angrily mocked. Is that something you should say? Someone who would marry hundreds of times for money is suddenly talking about romance. Lucas retorted, this is my first time feeling this pure emotion, wanting nothing more than to stay by their side. How interesting. Go expand the intelligence network. Collect information from all kingdoms. I'll need it later. Someone who could enjoy life as a billionaire is being cornered step by a scheming woman. To prevent the Empire's invasion and ensure her own safety, Leyland had already begun preparations. After asking Lucas to monitor Alice's every move, Leyland immediately returned to the Duke's mansion. After receiving Harvey's concerned letter, Leyland was worried about how to reply. She couldn't just tell him she was nearly assassinated. Unknown to her, a little bird outside the window recorded everything. After writing some comforting words, Leyland adjusted her outfit and headed to Duke Carolaus's mansion. As soon as Leyland arrived at the entrance, she was shocked by the enthusiastic welcome. Leyland felt helpless, thinking they should keep it low-key. At this time, Bellard came specially to welcome Leyland. I've been waiting. Kashiwin is at the training ground. I'll take you there. On the way to the training ground, Leyland indirectly said, I heard you're going to fight against the Bytro Kingdom. Everyone believed in Carolaus, who inherited the hero's bloodline. Looking at Bellard's distracted appearance, Leyland wanted to comfort him, but could only say, be careful. After a moment of contemplation, Bellard said, when I'm on the battlefield facing enemies, thinking that I'm killing someone else's family and friends, I really want to throw down my sword and flee. At least in that moment, I don't feel like a hero, just a killer. Those meaningless wars where only saints and losers are remembered. I really don't want to experience them again. Only then did Leyland understand how cruel war was. Looking at the dejected Bellard, although Leyland wanted to say if it's so painful, then choose to leave, she couldn't say it. After all, that would harm the Empire's citizens. What could she possibly say to Bellard? At this moment, Bellard noticed Leyland's difficulty. Although I say this, I don't hate my current position. As a descendant of heroes, I should bear everything for the Empire's citizens. No matter who steps up, we all need to fulfill this duty. It just happens that I'm the one in this position now. At least here, I'm not a killer, but a hero protecting this land. Sorry for making you worry, but thank you. Leyland was stunned for a moment, then said gently, "I'm also emotional. As a citizen of the Empire, I'll wait for Hero Bellard's triumphant return." At this time, Kashiwan was meditating intently at the training ground. Hearing familiar footsteps, he instinctively glanced over. Seeing it was really Leyland, Kashiwan was overjoyed and hurried to greet her. Then both curiously asked, "What brings you here?" Faced with their questioning, Leyland became somewhat flustered. Then, deciding not to beat around the bush, Leyland seriously said, "Kashiwan, I hope you won't participate in the sword tournament. Think carefully. I won't have the capacity to protect you." This shocked both Kashiwan and Bellard. Kashiwan asked, "You know it's dangerous that day, yet you're still participating?" Leyland replied, "Of course I will." Kashiwan firmly said, "Then I have no reason not to participate. If there's danger, that's even more reason to be there. I don't know why you're telling me this, but if I know you're in a dangerous place, and I chose to run away, that's when I would truly regret it." Although Leyland wanted to persuade Kashiwan, she couldn't say in front of so many people that there would be a rebellion at the sword tournament. At this moment, Bellard interrupted, "Let's start training. First, run 100 laps around the training ground." Bellard watched Kashiwan's departing figure and said, "He's the man responsible for protecting you while I'm away, so you don't need to worry too much." Unable to persuade them both, Leyland had to let it go. At this time, the bird that had been eavesdropping flew back to Canamwen Academy. It reported to Harvey that danger would occur at the sword tournament that Leyland was about to attend. He had been traveling between the Magic Tower Intelligence Guild and Duke Carolause's mansion, seemingly preparing for something. Harvey smiled helplessly. "You tell me not to worry, yet you're doing dangerous things behind my back." At this time, many beast men gathered around Harvey. Then Harvey stood up and ordered everyone, "Gather again at the sword tournament in a week. If anyone tries to harm Leyland, tear them apart." Next episode's climax. The sword tournament is approaching. Let's meet again next time. To prevent the Empire's downfall, Leyland rushed about making preparations. Now she returned to the Duke's mansion with an exhausted face. She didn't even have the energy to try on her newly ordered clothes, immediately ordering Betty to call Lien over. Looking at the dazed Leyland, Betty was very worried but couldn't offer help. Bellard's earlier words about being a hero made Leyland realize the weight of his responsibility. He could be called an exemplary leader. What would the real Leyland and Rishi be like? Although I haven't seen Leyland and Rishi's reign, it must have been a mess. Leyland looked up at her reflection in the window and muttered to herself, "You want to use me to return to the regent position. Maybe you really hope Rishi's rebellion succeeds, but I won't let you manipulate me anymore. I will destroy your position, making it impossible for you to enter the royal family. Neither you nor Rishi deserve to be rulers. If you're unhappy about it, then send me back to my original world." Leyland organized her thoughts. First, Rishi would rebel at the sword tournament in a week. His targets were the Emperor and herself. The nobles and their knights and the tournament participants, there must be many powerful ones. The enemy surely wouldn't want unnecessary conflicts with them. They would concentrate their firepower on their targets. She could use this to minimize casualties. But undeniably, the Emperor was tacitly approving this rebellion. This meant if they acted according to their own plans, they might be falsely accused as traitors. Even if the Emperor could sacrifice his life for the royal family's face, she had no reason to risk her life. At this moment, two blue birds carrying a bag were knocking on the window. It was intelligence collected by Lucas. Inside were information and portraits of the rebels. Seeing Lucas's encouraging words in the letter, Leyland's confidence grew. After a while, Lien arrived tardily. Leyland quickly took her to the magic tower. To prevent innocent sacrifices and protect her loved ones, she needed Lien to lead the mages to fight alongside Candomwen's knights. A week later, on the day of the sword tournament, Leyland assigned tasks to the knights at her family's training ground. She ordered them to quickly find and control the people in the portraits, and to stall Ephiel, the sword master from the Milo kingdom, as much as possible. Leyland seriously added, "You need to remember one thing. Never mind the Duke and me. We are absolutely safe. The knights responsible for protecting us only need to put on a show. Please don't get hurt, and definitely don't sacrifice yourselves, or your pay will be deducted." Although the knights didn't quite understand, they all agreed in unison. The sword tournament arena was bustling with people. It was Leyleen's first time attending such a grand event. However, her eyes kept searching for Kashiwan. Leylin knew Kashiwan wouldn't lie to her, but still hoped he wouldn't come. At this moment, Duke Carolaus appeared beside Leylin and asked, "Do you have someone you're supporting? You seem to be looking for someone. Bellert's recent apprentice-like protege will also be competing. He asked me to tell you that you can look forward to that person's performance." The news of Kashiwan's participation gave Leylin mixed feelings. Just then, Emperor Kevin and Prince Hopat arrived. Kevin gave Leylin a cold glance. Leylin wasn't intimidated and returned the same look. As the competition officially began, Kashiwan finally appeared, watching him enter the arena with vigor. Though Leylin was worried, she was still happy. Duke Candamwin said quietly, "There are rumors that you introduced him to Lord Bellert. Even if it was just at young Master Show's request that convinced him, for that person, it was an opportunity gained because of you. He probably wants you to see this more than anyone else. It's truly a pity." After the host announced the official start, Leylin said calmly, "The competition has begun. Shouldn't we leave too?" Duke Candamwin smiled and replied, "Yes, now we should really focus on watching." Then Leylin took out a magical device. After a brief flash of light, Leylin and the Duke's figures gradually became blurry. After a while, their images stabilized. How will Leylin handle this crisis? Let's find out next time. To avoid assassination, Leylin used a magical device to project her image. She then took the Duke to the magic tower pillar before Igraine. Leylin asked excitedly, "Has the magical suggestion been activated?" Igraine replied, "The illusion magic is maintaining well. As long as no one speaks to or touches the illusion, it won't be exposed." At this time, through Igraine's receiver came Lien's voice, saying that Lien and others had secured all enemy positions and were just waiting for Leylin's order. Leylin immediately ordered them to execute the battle plan and asked Igraine, "Can you use magic to show us different parts of the scene?" Igraine waved her hand, and images from all over the tournament grounds appeared. They could even zoom in on the images. The Duke suggested, "Many nobles have contact with Rishi, but we still need to determine who's under his control." Leylin responded with determination, "I won't let anyone who rebels against me and the Emperor escape." Meanwhile, the images showed that one group had successfully captured their target. Leylin said confidently, "Bring it on. I'll catch you all." On the other side, Kashiwan was fighting with a contestant in the tournament. He quickly noticed something was wrong. Kashiwan questioned, "I've never heard of another sword master in the Empire. Who are you?" The man tugged at the bandages on his face and sneered, "You're quite perceptive." This person was Ephiel, the sword master from the Milo Kingdom. The man stopped pretending and directly used his awakening power. He charged at Kashiwan again, shouting, "The operation begins." The Emperor and Prince were still watching from the stands, unaware that the knights behind them were getting restless. They wounded the Emperor's personal guards. The Prince was stunned by the guards' screams. Emperor Kevin merely glanced indifferently, watching the intense battle behind him. He said viciously, "Such insignificant people dare to toy with the royal family." Meanwhile, a group of would-be assassins rushed out towards Leylin's stands. At this time, Kashiwan only noticed the commotion from the emperor's and noble seats. Ephiel said calmly, "This is endless. I was going to spare your life if you didn't interfere." To probe this person's intentions, Kashiwan asked, "Is His Majesty's life what you're after?" Ephiel sneered, "Maybe they are, but I'm not. I heard she's an annoying noble lady. Even from afar, one can tell she's beautiful. What a shame, but my client wants her dead." Then Ephiel infused his sword with magical power. He then threw it with full force towards Leylin's direction. Just when he thought success was certain, Kashiwan blocked it with his body. Ephiel said in surprise, "You could block my sword? I hadn't heard you were a sword master." Kashiwan looked at him coldly, saying, "You dare speak of harming the Duke's daughter in front of me. I won't allow you to take another step. Bring it on." But what Kashiwan didn't know was, the real Leylin was already orchestrating everything from the magic tower. Leylin had captured all the rebellious nobles. Just when she thought she could finally relax, she saw Kashiwan fighting desperately. Leylin watched as he gradually fell into danger. She urgently asked Igraine to send her back. Igraine calmly said, "Even if you go back, you can't do anything. You'll only get in their way." Leyland realized her impulsiveness and could only silently pray for Kashiwin to escape quickly and not lose his life. Looking at Kashiwin's battered state, Efil said, "Time to end this. I don't have time to play with you." Kashiwin was very aware of the gap between them, but he couldn't let this man go. Otherwise, Leyland would be in danger. Am I unable to protect her this time too? Must I watch helplessly as Leyland dies? Is it going to be like this again? Have I failed to protect her before? Did I lose her at some point in the past? This feeling of losing a loved one is too painful. I desperately want to protect her. I don't want to experience this again. If given another chance, I can surely protect her. I won't let myself regret again. At this moment, Kashiwin's inner power fully awakened. With one swing of his sword, he blinded Efil's eyes. Efil screamed in pain. "You bastard! You've been hiding your true strength." He no longer cared about maintaining a sword master's dignity and charged forward recklessly. However, the next moment he was cut in half by Kashiwin. Kashiwin successfully turned the tide. This time, he finally protected Leyland, but the price paid was enormous. Kashiwin could no longer support his exhausted body and collapsed heavily to the ground. How will Leyland handle the aftermath of the sword tournament? Let's find out next time. Kashiwin, with his determination to protect Leyland, successfully awakened. He severely wounded Efil, the foreign sword master. Leyland, watching from the magic tower, although Lien and others had captured all key personnel and were awaiting further instructions. At this moment, Leyland was in no mood to give orders. The Duke comforted her, saying, "Don't worry. I'll do everything to save that knight. You need to focus on completing the task at hand." Leyland gently touched Kashiwin's image and said, "Thank you." Then Leyland regained her composure and began giving orders systematically. "Stay alert, Lien and everyone. With Partian's forces, the rebellion isn't over yet." On Leyland's side, just as she finished speaking, many soldiers appeared at the sword tournament. They raised their swords and charged towards the emperor. Hong shouted, "Kill the emperor! The revolution begins now." After seeing this in the projection, Leyland ordered Lien and others to stay away from the emperor's position, saying there was no need to interfere with these people. Igraine asked puzzledly, "Aren't you going to protect the emperor?" Leyland sneered. "His Majesty has many excellent knights around him. He should be fine. But if something happens to him, it'll be troublesome. Let's wait until he's a bit scared before rescuing him." Lady Lien, first evacuate the civilians to the venue. However, at this moment, many archers appeared on the roof. They aimed their arrows at the Duke and Leyland's rear position. The civilians in the audience hadn't fully retreated yet. As the arrows were released, the massive volley of arrows made it impossible for Lien and others to dodge. Just as the arrows were about to hit Leyland's projection, Harvey arrived just in time with the Beastmen. He knew clearly that the Leyland behind him was fake. But if Leyland had arranged this, there must be a reason. Regardless, he had only one thing to do. That was to protect everything Leyland wanted. The archers were only shocked for a moment before continuing to shoot at Leyland. Harvey quickly caught the arrows with his hand, then threw them back at the enemy with force. With just one strike, he pierced through an enemy. Seeing this, the soldiers on the ground diverted some forces to deal with Harvey. However, they were only there to be beaten. Just then, Harvey sensed an extremely unpleasant presence. At this time, Kevin at the Emperor's seat stared at Harvey, muttering, "These lowly beastmen actually protect Karen Mewen. I thought they only bought off the Intelligence Guild. Didn't expect they had hidden weapons too. These guys will interfere with my writing of royal history. How annoying." The scene shifted. When Leyland saw Harvey appear at the sword tournament, her heart couldn't remain calm. At this time, Lien reported again, "The Beastmen are helping us. If you tell us which nobles are involved in the rebellion now, we can arrest them on the spot." Leyland was very worried inside, fearing Harvey would get hurt like Kashiwin. Igraine calmly said, "Don't worry. Awakened Beastmen almost never lose in fights against humans. That Beastman has the blood of fierce beasts flowing through him. Their power rivals sword masters." Leyland countered. "Then why are they facing the crisis of extinction?" Igraine continued, "Even the strongest beastmen have weaknesses, and their weakness is magic. As long as they don't face off against mages, they won't get hurt, so you don't need to worry." After dealing with the soldiers on the ground, Harvey looked at the archers above and decided to abandon defense for offense. Then Harvey ordered Nuala to protect Leyland. Then with one powerful leap, he jumped in front of the archers. However, at this moment, a green-haired man suddenly switched positions with the archers. He had actually used magic. Harvey couldn't dodge in midair and could only face this person. It was Xianon, the genius mage from the magic tower. He coldly said, "Mere beast men, how dare you act so brazenly here? I have business with your master. Get out of my way." As the situation becomes more complex, how will Leyland conclude this? Let's find out next time. Just when Harvey and others thought victory was in hand, the sudden appearance of the mage shattered their illusions. Harvey was blasted away and falling rapidly. Fortunately, a flying beast man caught him in time. At this moment, two ravens flew quickly towards the mage. "This is the mage who killed our brethren. Tear him to pieces." Shinon smiled disdainfully as powerful magic surged forth. Harvey hurriedly tried to stop them. "Everyone, don't attack. Surround him instead." However, it was too late. The two beastmen who attacked Shinon were already severely wounded. Shinon looked down and said, "Do you think you're a match for me? You bunch of lowly creatures. Know your place. Fire the arrows." Then, Shinon cast explosive magic on each arrow. Many beastmen were wounded under this dense barrage of attacks. The beastmen protecting Harvey pleaded, "Lord Harvey, please escape. We'll hold him off here." Harvey ignored them, focusing only on recovering from his injuries. Meanwhile, Leyland in the magic tower was surprised that a mage was involved in the rebellion. Who is this person? Igraine didn't answer. The previous magic tower master had specifically warned him before death. Magic has the power to destroy this world. Therefore, future generations will surely forget our crimes and try to resist. If we make the same mistake again, mages will never escape the prison of being sinners. At this moment, Igraine was filled with rage. The magic tower had endured for 100 years, finally seeing hope, only to be ruined by this person. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Just then, a magic sword shot towards Leyland. Harvey protected her just in time. As time passed, the situation became increasingly dire. Many beastmen began to feel fear. Nuala shouted, "Stay focused. Everyone protect Lord Harvey. We've already lost our lord, Yarman, and Lord Shio. We cannot lose Lord Harvey too." Hearing the beastman's words, Harvey's heart was filled with unwillingness. "I cannot lose the companions who joined this battle with me. I must protect everyone." His desperate desire for power caused Harvey to awaken once again. He launched a surprise attack at Shinon, but it was seen through and dodged. Shinon continuously attacked Harvey, who had transformed into a leopard with magic. However, though the attacks hit, they had no effect. Harvey seized the moment when Shinon was lost in thought. He struck fiercely with his claws. Shinon was hit hard and crashed onto the floor. This strike left him unable to resist. The rebellious soldiers were completely terrified. The beastmen and knights all breathed sighs of relief. Harvey, wearing a cloak, approached Shinon and asked, "Why did you target Leyland? Answer me." Shinon remained silent. Harvey threatened, "If you don't answer, I'll kill you." At this moment, Shinon used his last bit of magic. He shot a magic blade towards Leyland. Just as his plan was about to succeed, he muttered, "I will complete my mission." Harvey knew clearly that the current Leyland was just an illusion, but his body moved instinctively, fearlessly shielding Leyland. Just as Harvey was about to perish, Igraine brought Leyland to the battlefield. Shinon recognized the familiar figure. He knew Igraine had arrived. Igraine coldly looked at Shinon, as if looking at a dead man. How will this battle conclude? Let's find out next time. Just as Harvey was in critical danger, Leyland arrived with Igraine to save the situation. Shinon said calmly, "I didn't expect you would break the magic tower's taboo." Igraine didn't say a word. He directly shot a magic beam that hit Shinon's shoulder. This space was already under control of Igraine's magic array. He knew his defeat was inevitable. At this time, some common people outside saw another mage arrive and thought they came to save them. However, some shouted angrily, "They massacred people during the 100 Years' War. Why weren't all mages executed?" "It's because the royal family kept them that such dangerous things happen again." Igraine clenched his fists, not knowing how to respond to these accusations. Just then, Leyland spoke righteously. "Magic Tower Master, you came to protect our Kevin Empire. I'm truly moved. That person is an evil mage who sided with the rebels." The Magic Tower knew about this and couldn't bear to see the Empire fall apart, so they chose to intervene. "I don't know how to repay this kindness." Under Leyland's guidance, Everyone realized they had misunderstood this mage. Leyland continued praising. For me and the Empire's people, the Magic Tower fought against traitors, and today protected the Kevin Empire alongside the Beastmen. Seeing Leyland timely resolve this crisis, Igraine smiled with relief, thinking he hadn't misjudged her. But just as his resolve wavered, Shinon broke free from the magic array and escaped. Then Igraine said to Leyland, "The Magic Tower will treat the Beastmen here. Though this child is severely injured, his life isn't in danger. You can rest assured." Leyland suppressed her emotions and thanked him. Igraine smiled and replied, "Didn't I say? The Magic Tower will do anything for you." Under Igraine's skillful magic control, all the injured beastmen were slowly recovering. Looking at the wounded Harvey, Leyland thought to herself, even though we were so close, and he knew it wasn't really me, why did he still desperately protect that fake me? This fool. Seeing the beastmen were safe, Leyland hurried to the severely wounded Caspin's side. Lien reported, "His shoulder is severely injured. If we want to save his arm, we must get treatment quickly. Please keep talking to him. Don't let him lose consciousness." Before Leyland could speak, Caspin said apologetically, "I'm sorry." This left Leyland at a loss, thinking, "I'm the one who should apologize. This time I succeeded in protecting you." Then he picked up his sword from the ground and swore to Leyland, "I swear, I offer this sword carrying my heart, soul, and body to you. I swear to serve you wholeheartedly with this sword bearing victory and honor. I hope you'll allow me to stay by your side." At this moment, Leyland saw Caspin's sealed memories. In the past, Leyland sat on the throne while Caspin blocked Bullard. Bullard coldly mocked, "You've gone mad. Even your supporters have betrayed you." Leyland calmly replied, "I merely chose my own path. Even if this path leads to everyone's condemnation and ultimately death, I don't care." Suddenly, a child emerged from behind Bullard. The youth cried out, "Mother, did you ever truly consider me your son?" Leyland stood up and coldly said, "Don't shout. I never taught you to behave like this. I told you to stay put and be a foolish puppet, just like your father who died by my hands." Bullard no longer wished to speak with Leyland. He gripped his sword and said to Caspin, "Queen's sword. Caspin, if you step down now, considering you're a knight, I'll leave your body intact." Leyland agreed. "Caspin, don't be stubborn." Seeing Caspin insist on protecting her, Leyland self-mockingly said, "If there's a next life, never choose me again." However, for Caspin, the only one worthy of his soul and sword was Leyland. At this moment, the original owner appeared. She looked at Caspin tenderly, muttering, "You made the same choice again. I clearly ordered him, if there was a next time, not to choose me again." Then she questioned the current Leyland. "You haven't opened my desk drawer yet, have you? The Emperor fears you gaining the power of both beastmen and mages, so he's been instigating conflict between them. But you're close to the new Beast King, and you've gained the current Magic Tower Master's support. Perhaps now everything is possible." Before she could finish, Leyland interrupted, "What are you talking about? The conflict between beastmen and mages was 100 years ago. You've only lived for 20 years. Why do you speak as if you've known these people and experienced it yourself? Are you really Leyland?" The original owner seemed angered. She stared intently and said, "I told you, you are Leyland." The original owner's sudden appearance surprised Leyland, especially when she claimed that Leyland was the real one. She asked, puzzled, "Aren't you?" The original owner calmly said, "I just lived as Leyland, but forgot those memories. Even so, my heart never forgot its hatred for the royal family. With that hatred, I would use any means to achieve my goals. Whether it was my own power and position, or people's greed and sincerity, I could use it all. Finally, I killed the emperor. After that, when I became regent, I was no different from the tyrant Baymont. Every day was filled with terrible massacres and bloodshed. When facing death under Bullard's sword, memories from deep within suddenly surfaced. I finally understood why I could only become a tyrant, and where my vengeful heart came from, using Leahy to kill the emperor. In the gradually fading darkness, I shouted, begging heaven for another chance. At that moment, Alice suddenly reversed time. Looking at his actions, he probably wanted to recreate the path I once walked. Wanting to possess such a failed life. How foolish. Now Leyland realized why no matter how she targeted Alice, he could always appear before her. Because this novel was about Alice defeating Lei Lin and standing at the peak of power. The original owner continued, because he reversed time I was gone, that world's soul and body were forcibly separated, becoming an empty shell that pushed me out and summoned you, the real Lei Lin. I only stole your body to achieve my goals. Your soul, carrying my memories, went to another world. My loss of memories and becoming a tyrant was, in some way, because of you. Lei Lin angrily said, "What does this have to do with me? I've told you I'm not from this world." Before Lei Lin could finish, the original owner interrupted. "Lei Lin, you have no way back. So stop talking nonsense about returning. Help me here properly. Helping me will benefit you more, since you must live here." Lei Lin asked, "You mean you want me to help you corner the emperor? What exactly do you want me to do?" The original owner calmly said, "The emperor forcibly separated my soul from my body, then occupied that body. If the royal family is driven to desperation, the body containing my power will surface. That's the moment I'm waiting for. I who killed the emperor without achieving my goal ultimately went mad. I need to repay the debts I owe here. Valerd executed my mad self. Caspian sacrificed himself to protect me. The Beastmen and Magic Tower never lived in harmony under my rule. As for Lucas, he's exactly the same as now, though he seems more honest these days. Although I couldn't do it, you can. Those who I tried to save, but ended up harming instead, they're all choosing to help you now, aren't they? I really envy you." Watching the original owner disappear, Lei Lin clenched his fists and mocked himself. "I am the real Lei Lin." What nonsense was she talking about? This is just a novel world. I'm just like these people, merely a character. Just then, the Duke rushed over saying, "Little Lin, the Emperor has escaped. We must go to the palace. We can't give him time to prepare." Seeing Lei Lin not responding, the Duke anxiously asked, "Little Lin, are you all right? You look unwell. Are you scared?" Lei Lin looked at this father figure before him, and at Caspian lying beside him. He began to ponder the original owner's words. Could these people really be his friends and family? Memories kept flooding back, and he could barely distinguish what was real anymore. Facing the Duke's concern, he trembled and said, "You're right. Let's depart quickly to the Imperial Palace. Lei Lin must end this once and for all." Meanwhile, in the Crown Prince's residence, Lihi was still drinking wine, dreaming of the future. Soon everything would return to normal. "Dear Lei Lin, I hope you'll smile at me when I become emperor." Just then, the emperor burst through the door with a bang. He shouted angrily, "How dare you rebel?" Lihi was surprised. They hadn't sent any magical messages. Had the rebellion failed? The emperor continued roaring. "You think being the royal family's shame isn't enough of a stigma?" Lihi felt frustrated. He had made so many preparations. He had allied with 3 other countries, yet they couldn't even handle one emperor. What fools! Then, Lihi planned to destroy the magic communication orb. The emperor was about to use magic to stop him, but 2 knights arrived at that moment. To avoid exposing himself, the emperor chose to give up. By then, all evidence of Lihi's rebellion had been destroyed. He fearlessly said, "I don't know what you're talking about, Your Majesty. Do you have any evidence? Let's continue this next time." To thoroughly resolve Lihi's rebellion, Lei Lin, disregarding danger, stormed into the palace with Lien and others. The guards at the door reluctantly advised, "His Majesty hasn't agreed to meet. Are you defying royal orders?" Lei Lin retorted, "Is His Majesty inside? I'll handle this myself," then shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, you abandoned the chaotic sword competition. Whatever you're doing here, stop hiding. Candlemain is here to collect payment for saving you." Just then, the door opened. "Please enter. His Majesty agrees to see you." Lei Lin blocked the door and said, "Lien, guard here. Don't let them close the door." The emperor said, "How long do you plan to make unreasonable demands?" Lei Lin angrily replied, "I no longer trust the royal family, so I'll protect myself." The emperor asked, "Where is Lu Siluan? I should be talking to him instead." Lei Lin sneered, "My father is dealing with the mess you left at the sword competition. It seems you have something to handle, so you've forgotten. They're all criminals. Don't they look familiar to you? Of course, my father told you before the sword competition began. They need to confess themselves what they did and for whom." Hearing others discussing, the emperor immediately used his hidden magical power, trapping everyone inside the hall. The emperor threatened. Watch your words in the palace. Didn't your father teach you that? Leyland clenched his fists and mocked. Looking at it now, Prince Leahy is just as excellent and outstanding as you. He first tried to assassinate me and failed, and now he's attempting to usurp the throne. The emperor merely chuckled, then asked, so what do you want? Leyland said seriously, please deal with Leahy. I hope he never appears before me again, and apologize to me. Without any hesitation, the emperor formally apologized to Leyland in front of everyone. Just when Leyland thought the matter was settled, the emperor suddenly changed his tone. So, shall we just turn the page on this matter? The loyal Candlemain has worked so hard for the country. I absolutely cannot let you down. Leyland asked in surprise. Are you planning to act as if the rebellion never happened? The emperor calmly said, what else do you want? I will execute Leahy as you wish. I, as emperor, have apologized to you. Leahy isn't present, and those here will only think he's unworthy. Isn't that enough? Leyland angrily questioned. What about the sword competition? The civilians nearly died there for no reason. Even so, do you still think covering up the truth is good for the country? The people only have one expectation of the emperor and royal family, to protect their lives with strong and stable royal power. What you're doing will plunge the people into confusion. Leyland said indignantly, you make it sound like it's all my fault. Prince Leahy was the one who created chaos through rebellion. Even if I don't say it, the people have the right to know who's behind the rebellion. You should listen to relevant opinions. That's what your position demands. Am I wrong? The emperor sighed. You look just like me when I was young. However, reality isn't as beautiful as you imagine. This position of emperor has a certain gap from your ideals. It's normal that you don't understand since you've never sat on this throne. You should go back for today. Leyland said through gritted teeth. I won't leave just like this. Announce Prince Leahy's crimes now and let him receive appropriate punishment. The Candlemain family didn't risk their lives catching these rebels just to hear this. Aren't you the one who treats straightforward loyal officials as traitors and drives them away without letting them speak? This matter is entirely due to your negligence. Therefore, you must, the emperor excitedly said. Don't you care about your life? You're the ones threatening the empire. To think you'd try to ally with the beastmen and magic guilds who would plunge the empire into chaos. I told you last time, that was my final tolerance. Leyland felt something strange. His killing intent was stronger than Leahy's last time. The emperor continued, I've endured for so long. Why can't I endure this time? Your father is the same. Does he want to betray the royal family along with his daughter at her instigation? Just then, the original owner suddenly appeared. She said to Leyland, keep provoking the emperor. Leyland reluctantly said, it seems we must part ways. Candlemain can no longer follow your majesty. Looking at the agitated emperor, the original owner shouted, quick, bring out my body. You want to bring it out too, don't you? However, the emperor calmed down at this moment. Common people naturally wouldn't understand. Our momentary disagreement made me a bit excited. I don't need to act personally. After all, I still have that. At this point, the original owner left while cursing. Leyland felt his heart pounding. The killing intent suppressing me disappeared. That was truly dangerous. Damn original owner, willing to provoke the emperor just to recover her body, putting me and the knights in danger. Leyland knew when to stop. He left with the rebels and knights. The emperor said coldly, you know I still have loyal dogs. Those black-haired dogs have been serving the royal family for centuries. That's what they are. They're very good at tearing apart those who threaten the royal family. So be careful. Just then, Duke Carolus walked in. Leyland never expected this. The person they respected and admired was actually on the royal family's side. Duke Carolus gave Leyland a cold glance. Leyland felt terrified, thinking this was too absurd. Then we'll see you next time. The rebellion planned by Leahy was successfully resolved by Leyland. This news quickly reached the kingdom of Bytro. Learning of the rebellion's failure, the prince was furious. I invested so much there. Alice overheard nearby. She immediately bid farewell to the noble who came to chat. She walked alone in the royal palace, muttering to herself, Dear Leahy, how pitiful. You've failed again. It's really stupid, but you still have some use value. So hang in there a bit longer. In the Candlemain mansion, Betty specially made a bouquet. Seeing the maid's thoughtfulness, Leyland's mood finally improved a bit. Betty smiled and said, So, you must complain properly to Harvey. Please don't forget we're always on your side. Leyland sincerely said, Thank you all. The scene changes. He arrived at the magic tower using the monument's teleportation array. Before he could steady himself, Igraine grabbed Laylene's hand and said, "Dear Duke's daughter, I've been waiting for you so painfully." Laylen was startled by his sudden action. Just then a black cat bit him on the head. However, Igraine wasn't the only one injured. Many other mages were also getting revenge from small animals. Igraine explained, "We brought these beastmen back to the magic tower for treatment, but as soon as they recovered, they started biting us like this." Ignoring his bleeding head wound, he hurriedly said, "Please calm those guys down first." Laylen was troubled. "I don't know magic, and I'm not strong either. Can the almighty Tower Master push things onto others like this?" Igraine said with a pitiful face, "I'm allergic to furry little things." Just then, a Beastman commander respectfully said, "Hello, Laylen. I'm Nuira. I want to talk to you privately." Laylen felt uneasy. "Just the two of us?" The next moment, Nuira glared at Igraine and said coldly, "I don't want to speak where there are mages." After a moment of silence, Igraine tactfully led all the mages away. Only then did Laylen understand what Igraine meant in his letter about the Magic Tower's diplomatic affairs. Facing the powerful Beastman, Laylen broke into a cold sweat. "Please calm down. Those mages from earlier are actually very kind people." Hearing this, Nuira let out a low growl, then bit his lip. He said, "We need Lord Harvey. We hope you can convince him." Looking at Nuira kneeling on the ground, Laylen was confused. "What do you mean by convince him?" Nuira explained, "Lord Harvey is the previous Beastman King Yarmana." Laylen interrupted, "Are you so sure?" Nuira continued, "The beast tribe's body scent is particularly strong, but beastmen don't emit scent before adulthood to protect themselves. So we knew when Lord Harvey came of age. Lord Harvey is descendant of Lord Yarman." Later, some combat-capable beastmen spent months. Finally found him. Fortunately, when we saw him, he was healthy. Laylen said quietly, "Actually, he suffered a lot. He was a slave for a long time, and even thought about giving up. If only you had found him earlier." Seeing Nuira's guilty expression, Laylen consoled him. "I'm sorry. We're already grateful that you found him, yet I'm blaming you." Nuira muttered softly, "You're truly a kind human. No wonder Lord Harvey says he can't leave you. But we beastmen need to return to the Promised Land. The Promised Land was created long ago, with a blood barrier to protect the beastmen. To maintain the barrier, we need the blood of the existing Beastman King. Lord Yarman had been maintaining it before, but he's gone now. Lord Harvey, as his descendant, needs to become king to lead us. For our safety, if anyone can help him become the Beastman King, we would go through fire and water for that person. Miss Laylen, Lord Harvey is also such an important existence to you." Laylen felt very conflicted inside, but at this moment, Nuira pleaded again, "Please convince Lord Harvey. I beg you." Laylen fell silent. She thought Harvey was alone like her, coming to this world by himself while she was taking care of him. "I also got Abby. I wanted to make Harvey happy with things that made me happy. Only after he got sick did I start thinking about his matters. Yet Harvey still returned to my side. I've been making him suffer all along." Despite her reluctance, Laylen comforted, "When Harvey wakes up, I'll have a good talk with him." Hearing this, Nuira happily transformed into a small fox. "Miss Laylen is such a good person." Stroking him, Laylen said, "I'll try my best, but the final decision lies with Harvey." After agreeing to persuade Harvey to return to the Promised Land, all the beastmen quieted down. Looking at the sleeping Harvey, Laylen felt heartache. Is he really just sleeping and not unconscious? Nuira explained nearby. After all, he barely slept for nearly a month. He went to school during the day and still made time to go to that grand meeting venue at night. When we told him the list of participants in the meeting, he kept investigating their whereabouts late into the night. Laylen looked tenderly at Harvey. "If I had told you earlier, you wouldn't have acted so rashly." Then she murmured softly, "Wake up soon, I miss your eyes." Other beastmen whispered, "Missing someone is equivalent to a marriage proposal in our culture." Nuira had a thought. If Miss Laylen and Lord Harvey get married, they might return to the Promised Land together. Nuira announced loudly, "Miss Laylen might become Harvey's other half. We must treat her well." Laylen felt a chill down her spine. Igraine asked, "Are you going back?" Just then, Laylen suddenly asked, "Tower Master, would you come home with me?" This surprised both the beastmen and mages. Before Leylin could finish, the mages got excited. As expected of Miss Leylin, able to steal the Tower Master's heart. Nuira shouted furiously. That evil mage, even trying to steal Lord Harvey's partner. Seeing the situation escalate, Leylin hurriedly explained, "No, you misunderstand. I just need his help with something." Igraine said lifelessly, "Duke's daughter, you're causing trouble again." After the partner dispute settled, Leylin brought Igraine to the study, hoping he could help break the magical seal on the drawer. Igraine concentrated as two types of magic clashed. The intense fluctuations made Leylin instinctively step back. Moments later, the drawer's seal opened. Leylin said flatly, "Was it that easy?" Igraine felt somewhat dejected. As he was explaining the magical principles endlessly, Leylin dumped out everything from the drawer. Igraine picked up one of the books, saying, "This looks interesting." Leylin leaned in asking, "You actually know ancient runes?" Igraine explained, "Well, I've lived for a very long time. Books written in ancient runes are rare. Let's read it quickly." The book records, "A hero and emperor will be born on the same day at the same time. The new Griff Empire. The hero protects the empire with great power, while the emperor provides inner peace and guidance to the people with a gentle nature. The hero and emperor continue in cycles, achieving a balance between the two. But regardless of the form, once the soul's balance is broken, various diseases and disasters will flood the land, then become an unstoppable flood, consuming the entire empire." This is research on the hidden mythology of the Kevin Empire. What's known in the book is that the hero's power has been stolen and the soul's balance has been broken. But due to severe damage to the later content, the important parts are illegible. Leylin didn't understand. How could this alone drive the royal family to desperation? Damn the original owner. At least explain things clearly. Giving me documents I can't understand. What am I supposed to do? If you want me to cooperate, at least tell me the conclusion. At this point, Igraine spoke. "Duke's daughter, the scattered documents appear to be lists. I'll help you apply a translation spell. You can look over there." Thus, the two researched until evening. Leylin learned that these were documents containing the identities of the deceased. These people had either spread new ideas, possessed exceptional abilities, but defied the royal family, or researched forbidden history. They had all tried to oppose the royal family. "I was thinking of dealing with the emperor properly. These materials need to be put to good use." Leylin turned and said, "Tower Master, you keep interpreting that myth. I'll investigate the Empire's history." Igraine said wearily, "You brought me here just to break the seal, but things have turned out like this." "However," Leylin excitedly said, "aren't you curious about what was erased? Let's cheer up." Unable to refuse, Igraine could only follow Leylin down this path of no return. When Alice learned of the failed rebellion, she appeared relaxed. However, within the Petro Kingdom, every noble was discussing her, hoping to hand her over to the Empire to appease their anger. Alice was well aware that the nobles' view of her was changing. At this time, Lucas asked with a smile, "I heard your lover failed. What are your plans? Will you surrender?" Alice calmly replied, "That was just Rich's plan. My plan hasn't begun yet. As long as Rich is alive, that's enough." Lucas questioned, "What will you gain from that? The Crown Prince is now just an empty shell. Is that what you want?" Alice smiled and said, "The Empire's peak. I want to stand higher than that woman. Make him never look down on me again." Lucas asked, puzzled, "Is that all?" Alice replied coolly, "Do I need anything else?" Lucas sighed and said, "How boring. Why are you so different now?" Alice stopped walking and asked, "Who are you comparing me to?" Lucas whispered in Alice's ear, "When you meet with Petro nobles, you imitate Miss Leylin's manner. It looks ridiculous. Even so, you'll never become the real Leylin." Alice violently opened her door. "What's different? Those arrogant nobles are nothing special. As long as you have means to show off, they'll stick to you like stray dogs. If you're talking about her little money, I've earned more than enough. I have jewels more expensive than that woman's. The nobles of the Petro Kingdom are the same. Before, they looked down on me for being just a foreign viscount's daughter, but now they're all imitating my every move causes a stir in the Petro Kingdom. Now I become the object of everyone's envy. They're not envying Leylin." Lucas didn't say much, just led her to a mirror and asked, "Do you see? Last time at the party, you said his clothes looked like a hen's, but now you're wearing the same clothes. You called it vulgar back then, right?" Alice lost her composure. She shattered the mirror before her. Lucas continued, "You who always follow behind him, can never become his. Never. I finally see your true face. Alice was now red-faced, breathing heavily. Lucas left gracefully, teasing as he left. Since I've struck your weak spot, I'll take my payment and go. Revan remarked calmly, you're quite cruel. This rebellion has become the catalyst between the royal family and Candom Evan's downfall. And Carolaus chose the royal family, as always. What are your plans? Lucas thought about the intelligence in his possession that would surely help Leyland. Then he told Revan, stay here and watch this woman. I need to find my Duchess. She really needs me right now. Meanwhile, at the Candom Evan Duchy, Leyland was still researching materials about the hero and emperor. Just then, she heard rustling sounds in the library. She looked up curiously. She found Betty and Lien chatting intimately while reading. From Leyland's perspective, they looked like lovers. This instantly piqued Leyland's interest. How interesting to witness this. They looked so good together. Just then, Leyland bumped into some stacked books. The noise startled the two. Lien quickly apologized. I'm sorry, we didn't know. You were here. Betty rushed away, saying, I'll help in the kitchen. Lien followed right after. Leyland smirked. Lien and Betty went to the kitchen together. I wonder what dish they'll make. Youth is wonderful. Leyland then picked up a book randomly. It happened to be about the Carolaus family history. This reminded her of that day. What did Lord Carolaus discuss with the Emperor? Why choose the royal family despite such humiliating treatment? Even bystanders were angered hearing it. But after seeing Carolaus's cold gaze, Leyland calmed down. She sighed helplessly. I really don't understand. She looked out the window at two flying birds. Leyland muttered to herself, I wonder if Lucas knows something. Carolaus willingly becoming the royal family's loyal dog. This deeply disappointed Leyland. Little did she know this wasn't his true intention. Since that day, Carolaus would train in the backyard every night. Thinking of how the Emperor addressed him that day, he felt very displeased, like falling into an inescapable abyss. Someone was quietly approaching him. Carolaus quickly drew his sword. The man hurriedly raised both hands in greeting. After recognizing who it was, Carolaus smiled. Oh, I wondered who it might be. Long time no see, master of the Intelligence Guild. What brings you sneaking into my mansion so late? Lucas produced a piece of intelligence. I've brought information about the Carolaus family's missing sword. Carolaus was surprised. This was an absolute family secret. How did he know about it? He denied it. I don't know what you're talking about. Lucas shrugged, saying with disappointment, I thought you really needed this intelligence. It took me great effort to investigate this. Carolaus's expression gradually steadied. What's the source of this intelligence? Lucas remained unmoved. If you're not interested, I'll take my leave. Seeing Carolaus fall into silence, Lucas smiled and said, Seems I've struck a nerve. If you're willing to tell me why you need this intelligence, I'll hand it over to you. Would you like to make a deal? Carolaus didn't answer, then spoke to himself. The royal family plans to frame the Candamuan family and confiscate their property. This isn't what I want to do, but I can't disobey the Emperor's fate. The royal family must possess some great power that can control Carolaus. Lucas wondered. Carolaus explained, It's exactly as it sounds. We are the Emperor's sword. But strangely, though Carolaus isn't made of steel, throughout generations, no Carolaus duke has ever disobeyed royal orders. Even when the royal family issues orders that tarnish our honor. Even on battlefields where the entire family opposes. To become heroes, even with the blade pointing at ourselves, Carolaus still chose loyalty to the royal family. Every head of the family has received similar orders. I'm no exception. But that day in the palace when I passed by the Candamuan Duchess, I felt something break inside me. At that moment, the original owner appeared to Carolaus saying, Find my avatar, then you can break our curse. But just then, the Emperor's shout woke him up. It's time for you to act for your master again. Obey the royal family, Carolaus. At that moment, I understood why we Carolaus are controlled by the royal family, and why they can manipulate us at will. Yes, they stole our family's hereditary sword. If being a duke means being controlled by the Emperor, I don't want to pass on this position. This must end with me. Lucas couldn't believe it. It all sounded absurd, and Carolaus didn't know how to respond. Lucas continued, I don't make deals without trust. How can you prove what you just said is true? Carolaus said seriously, Everything I said is true. I swear on the hero's sword, on Carolaus's honor and my life. If the information I gave wasn't true, you can come take my life anytime. Lucas smiled. The Intelligence Guild Master hereby swears to exchange intelligence with Carolus sincerely. Meanwhile, at the Canamuan Duchy, Leyland was still wondering how to call Lucas. The red handkerchief meant Lucas would come personally. Usually, even without calling him, he would break in through windows. But when she really needed him, not even a letter came. Who knows what he's doing? Just come if you dare. I'll pull your hair. Just then Lucas arrived. He heard Laylene's monologue. Did you miss me that much? Not only curious about where I was, but also heartbroken that I didn't write. Leylin said angrily. You're really too much. Lucas chuckled. Don't be angry. I was just joking. Leylin felt shy, but I'm still happy to see you. All right, I actually need you. Come in quickly. I'm going to close the window. Just that shy expression made Lucas's heart race faster. It seems after not seeing each other for so long, Lucas's feelings for Leylin had deepened.